yo, the graphic in the top left has changed. It's different. They made it different. I'm the only one who's gonna notice that because I edited the videos, the VODs for 7 hours every week. I'm still gonna edit a montage of once this is fully done. I'm hyped. The audio's messed up. Okay, it's better now. Okay. Hello. It's V heavy. V heavy. I have no investment in either of these teams, so it's not too hype for me. This set I do not care for. Tell me if my Discord screen share is like lagging or anything. I can make it lower quality if needed.
Pretty good.
Cool. You don't fuck with food groups. I love food groups. I got some beef with food groups actually. So here, I'll say it in the chat, but I'm not saying it in stream, but I will also, by the way, I'm streaming live, by the way.
I stream. Hi, Heavy.
Hi, Rally.
Hello.
I need to.
I'm here until my friend is ready to play Fortnite.
Fair.
I want to try the new Lego game with them.
I gotta hop on Fortnite because the Ninjago skins just dropped.
I can't believe that they make Jay yellow. I can't believe that they make Jay Asian. Or so. Jay looks so bad.
He doesn't look Asian, really. He just looks like tan, maybe.
I guess, but I don't see him as that color. I feel like.
He's white passing, so it's whatever you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Jay is the most white of all of them, I'd say.
Yeah. I just like how dumb he acts. Like, that's my favorite thing about it.
And that is very white people core.
He's also like, he's smart though. He's actually like a really smart person too. So
I just saw somebody say that they think he's white but mixed with his dad being like Latino, which I see because of how his dad's mustache and shit looks.
I see that. Yeah, I see that. Have you seen Dragons Rising yet? Or no?
I have all but like the last 2 episodes of the recent season. I've been meaning to watch it with my brothers and my partner at the same time, but keep forgetting to.
I think I like it. I don't get the hate around it.
It's really good. It's really good.
Yeah.
I'd say it's the best like even writing. Like they know what they're doing for once.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how many matches there's gonna be on the oh yeah, I can check the what's it called?
Battlefy, yeah.
Yeah, I can check the Battlefy now to see, because it is a 2-day thing, right?
Think so? I feel like they really wanted to. They could just do this all in one day, but
yeah, now they're doing it in the 2 days. They should have been doing that before.
Yeah, we could have done it before.
We're kind of throwing, bro.
Maybe they'll announce their kit stand, guys. Maybe they'll do that.
True. Third kit's announcement tomorrow. That's why we gotta stream. That's why we gotta stream it, because
Yeah.
that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Trust.
Yeah. I want my Corpse Splashdown kit. That's not accuracy too much, right?
Wait, Torp Splashdown, what?
Yeah, Corpse Splashdown Tetra.
That's never happening. Tetra's never getting a peak kit. Maybe an okay one. They would never
I want
do that.
kit. I want that kit. It deserves it after all the bad kits they gave it. Listen, if Alphabrush got Kraken, then I could get Splashdown.
Yeah. Wait. Splashdown on Tetra. Splashdown is very believable, but it's a lot like Sliders. I don't know.
So the difference between Splashdown and Slider is that Splashdown is an actual panic button, and Slider is not a panic button.
Yeah. But I mean,
And I
And
kinda,
parries have splashed on already. So
counter argument, Dapple got Slider, and Tetra also has Slider.
that's true. I don't know why they did that. Both the dueling weapons, they never give good kits. Gave
And
them
the
both
thing is,
Slider.
Dapple is better than Tetra right now.
Yeah.
His DPS is too good.
DPS only mention. Who's live?
Is Moonlight playing?
I think they are. I don't.
Okay, so that's the team I want to root
That's
for.
another watch party. Oh, there's Bet. We got Bet right there. I don't see anybody else. I'm following everybody.
Wait, maybe Shadow is not streaming then.
You'd think. I thought at least one of them would be.
I thought at least Cell or Mega would be streaming it.
Yeah. I think they're streaming each set, so it's gonna be WoW.
Is that what they're doing?
Wait, they're streaming. Oh, that's why it's 2 days. Oh.
Can we talk to like? I don't
Dude.
like that. It takes so
Dude.
long. I feel so
Oh
bad for
my
the people
God.
playing. I feel so bad for the people playing.
That's so bad. You're gonna be not warmed up at all. We gotta do scrims
Yeah.
between sets. What the fuck?
I would just like secretly play, honestly, just not a poor score.
you get kicked out though.
Yeah, you would.
That's crazy.
Hey, oh hey, Zilly.
Bet is waiting right now. That's so crazy, bro.
That's so lame.
I mean, it's more content, I guess, but it's.
I guess, but like it's such a long wait.
I guess it's good for the viewers, but not for the competitors at all.
Yeah, and you gotta do like both. So
Yeah.
oh my god, not the back charger. Oh hey, Daffle.
Oh, they're finally
yes,
doing
Bam.
multiple colors. Like they. It's different. It's different color again this time. What?
Oh, you know.
Like the top left graphic was a different yellow and blue for this yellow and blue before. I don't know why.
Weird.
Wait, no. Wait, is my monitor just
this
weird?
one's purple, right?
It was purple
The
last game
last
for some
one
reason.
was like pink and purple. I
Yeah.
thought it was pink. I thought it was like pink and yellow for some reason, but no, pink and green. I don't know. I don't remember.
Milky Way to drop down and
All I
defend
know
the
is that
Rainmaker
ba-
on
there's no
right-hand side,
and
they
on
moved
Hyperdrive
very
Figures
far
there's no
forward
pen.
very early
The
with
meta is
ball
healing.
to clear that. Ziff backed
Oh.
up A little
That
too
is
far from
a
Milky
really
Way.
weird spot.
So Ziff has to be
That
splattered
is
because
a
of the
weird.
Booyah
It's not
bomb.
even.
Check in on
It's
Stan,
like
has
a
that
weird
Zipcaster
spot
ready to
because the
roll, but
checkpoint's
we'll have
right
to wait a
there
little bit
too.
longer on that as
no.
Bran and Milky Way pick up
The
splat.
checkpoint is also
Bran
right
providing a
there.
little bit more coverage.
The checkpoint's on the
Pressure here
wrong
up the
side, bro.
ramp. And here comes Bran with another member
Oh,
of Healthy Diet Food
no.
Groups jumping in.
That was
I
a
think
very
I
risky
can just
jump
throw
in there
bomb
on
there.
their own side. Where that Rainmaker ended up getting dropped is right near that first checkpoint, and
Just
sure enough,
beacon.
it goes
You know, you
quickly
gotta build up the
on that
beacon,
take. There
and then
are
they die.
4 members of Milky Way up ready to move forward here. A nice job here. 3 specials at the ready. Make it 4 specials at the ready now, Jordan. They're waiting for
They
the
have double
opportunity.
Splatana, that
One
Booyah
member
is so
of Healthy Diet
scared.
Food Groups goes down. Look for Milky Way to jump in.
And a couple of splats right there. Healthy Diet Food Group's doing a solid job avoiding that onslaught.
Alright,
Here's
Healthy
Blop
Diet
and
Food
company
Group.
Blop.
Oh,
there's
oh,
no,
shit.
There's no
Fire
pen on
fight.
both
We check
these
in on
teams.
Stan,
Oh,
and Stan able to
shit.
pick up a splat. Healthy
Damn.
Diet Food Groups, though, they
Yikes.
deal with the wipeout, and now a huge galactic opportunity for Milky Way to pull ahead here.
Absolutely tragic. They do get cut off right on that ramp, but this stage is just so volatile once you get up onto this plat area. You do not want to wipe with
Oh,
the
and that
Rainmaker
means-
right on
oh.
plat.
I don't know
because
about that
is
bubble, but
essentially
okay.
game over. They're going to have to push to 23 now without having even touched the checkpoint, and this is going to be a rough uphill battle for them.
This is not a good
Goes
spot.
down
They
now.
can leave
That
it
is
there.
just right into Milky Way's hands. There you see Jared just ink the heck out of that Rainmaker shield. Going to go ahead and advance the Rainmaker. Q providing a little bit of coverage here as they retreat out of their sight. And we check in on Jared now with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, Jared picked it up. They really wanted to get it out of that pit area because, as we saw earlier, you can break that first checkpoint very quickly if you allow the opponent to have it. And this is one of the reasons why Inkblot Rainmaker has been picked so much.
Is
You can
Q
see
dot Q
there's
is a
only
good
one avenue
sniper?
that you can go, and it's a little
Yeah.
bit
Yeah.
uninkable as
Okay.
well. But
Yeah,
when
that's
you've got
the one
range of
that's
Ice and these other
debatably the
players,
best mechs
they can
in
simply
the
find out
West.
the honest way.
Okay.
Ice right side
Yeah.
peeking, lovely technique on that side. Firing in another one. Will we see 3?
It's
yes,
hard
Stan
to-
goes
it's
down. They'll push
between
it to 8,
her
and
and
it's all
Basil,
Milky
I
Way
feel
with
like.
the threat not yet gone.
On the doorstep,
It's
Rainmaker
probably
shield
her, to
in
be
favor of
honest.
Milky
Yeah.
Way, and it's just a matter now for Healthy Diet Food Groups. You are going to
Like,
need
Basil's-
something miraculous here.
I think Basil's better at leader, though. Definitely.
Yeah,
Basil's
Basil's-
specials
Basil's
here, Lily.
good.
For Healthy
Quite
Diet
better,
Food Groups,
yeah.
how do you just try
Yeah.
to reset this thing to neutral somewhat?
I mean, likely what we're going to see is
Not
they
to say
pick up
that her
Rainmaker
charge
and
is also
split out
not
the
good.
left-hand side. It's the best way for them
Yeah.
to be able to
Plays
defend
Leah
if they get taken out, and the best way for them to move it forward. Now, it looks like Ziff is on
We
the
say that
to
as,
do
like-
which makes me very nervous.
I don't think I've
because
seen.
it's
Oh
too
shit, bro.
open.
Q.
High Q takes
Average
out
Q.
two.
Wide open to that.
So
I
down
don't
go
think
two
I've ever
members of Healthy
seen
Diet Food Groups.
Q on leader or
just an
Basil on
appetite
Charger,
right now
actually,
for all sorts of
for a
opposition.
long
Uh,
time.
More
If
cover
so,
up top.
I
Healthy
know
Diet Food Groups,
Basil's
not much they
trying
can
to
do here with a
pick-
minute
I know
15
she's, like,
left.
trying to pick it
Now
back
it's up to
up.
Milky Way here, 9, just for one more move. But
Like
it's
normal
Q
Charger,
right
not
now
just
covering
leader?
This entire stage.
Yeah,
And
no one
poor
charger.
Stan, it
It's
doesn't
just
know
like
what the
kind of
special
hard to
is.
comp.
Just having a real rough time getting those.
Oh
off.
my
Ew,
god.
Squids in a barrel right now, like it's a carnival game.
I'm like,
seemingly.
I have very
And
mixed
the best thing is
feelings
Q has been sitting
feelings
on
on
this
like
ink
back
back
being
for
good
so
at
long as well,
Rainmaker.
Jordan. We haven't even gotten to talk about what that special can do because it's simply.
On one hand,
hasn't
it
been
makes pushing
necessary.
easier. On the other
Jared's
hand,
probably
it
gonna
makes
sit down here as
your
long
team
as
play
Healthy
more
Diet
aggressive.
will let
Just
him.
like,
Just
on the other
play
hand,
the
it's just a
clock.
very
There's no
easy way
reason
to
push it
push.
forward and
so.
give them an opportunity.
Jared lobbing shots from the Rainmaker left and right as you see all sorts of yellow ink covering this stage at the moment. EV trying to move a little bit forward. Has the big bubbler, comes out at a critical time. Back up. Zipcaster comes through a little bit of traffic. Trying to bust through. Stan will retreat,
plays
and
good.
with 30
yeah,
seconds
they got
left,
it. They
here's
can get
one
there
more
as long as they don't
opportunity
get
for Healthy Diet
collateraled
Food.
I
by
just
Q.
don't see any way for them to
There's
move
always
this
a
and
way.
get it anywhere close in time. The members of
Oh,
Milky Way are just doing a
Jared
fantastic
being here is
job
an
of
issue.
controlling.
Get it out of the corner. Why are we going back to the corner?
Just ground. There's just
You could have just
nowhere
swam
for
backwards. It would have been so much
any
better.
remote kind of safe way.
Yeah, Milky Way is just looking for the
Now they're
dustbin
able to
at this
stall it
point. They're just a few
again.
seconds
Yeah.
away from the
I
sweep, and
think
that'll
they should have
do it.
left that corner
Milky
way
Way
faster. Like grab it
3-0
and
over
run.
Healthy Diet Food
I was
Groups,
just
and
ran it, or
what
I'll
would
at
you
least
expect
try to
from
get
the
to
number
where
one
we can
overall
go to the
seed here,
water.
9, and
Yeah.
Healthy Diet Food Groups, they're going to be down in the losers bracket next, but you quickly see why Milky
So I'm
Way
assuming they're
might
not going
be
to
the
stream
favorite
this
in
bracket.
these
They're
playoffs
just streaming
this weekend.
winners
We
bracket.
love a Cinderella story. We love an underdog.
Hopefully.
From
Well, hopefully they're
every
always
angle
streaming
that
winners
we could
bracket.
find, this one
I
was
think
maybe-
they're-
maybe the biggest that we've
I don't
seen.
know. They might
Yeah,
stream
there's
losers.
some
Let me
teams
see.
That
when
would
they play aggressive, they can
suck
overextend
if you're the
slightly. There are
losers bracket. You have to wait
small
for
gaps in the
your
attack.
match to be
That's
streamed
just
until you
not
play.
how Milky Way plays. They don't give
I
you
mean, at
everything.
least you get to be on Nintendo's stream at least twice. Even
I
if you just
guess.
get destroyed died both times.
But you have to wait for your loser back, your loser opponent too. And you have to wait even longer.
Have to wait at least an hour and a half too, because these are best of fives.
Just imagine, but Milky Way moving on here and proving that they're the team to beat.
Yeah, regardless of the imagination, the reality is Milky Way is looking really, really good. Let's go ahead and check out.
Well, they're already gonna have to wait a little bit extra because you have to have at least a second set before there's another even person to fight in losers.
They will then await the
Who is
winner
the favorite
of Moonlight
on
and
these
Bet.
teams? On
That
this
match
league?
coming up next.
Who's
And
the team-
speaking
who's the crowd's
of
favorite to
Moonlight, let's now
I want Gourmet Race to win. That's my hope. I think they could at least get top 3.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, Moonlight.
I'm okay with
they're
either
a
Gourmet or
long-standing
Moonlight winning.
powerhouse.
Moonlight would be hype too.
I don't know, Andy.
Yeah, Moonlight would be really
Running
hype.
into the grind.
I think that's probably the crowd's favorite. Honestly, it's probably Moonlight.
There's no
Monkey,
way
we've
that you
fought
can
every single one of these teams. How do you still not know?
No, like the 2 teams with players I actually knew both dropped, so now I like don't have any teams.
Wait,
to
what
root
teams?
for.
There's some players here
It
that are
was,
playing today that this might be the last
5?
opportunity Moonlight gets to see.
5
to
and
take them
Hypernova
out.
both.
Oh.
And this is their chance to take them and
So,
prove
yeah.
that
I
they
think
deserve to stand on
Hypernova's
the
roster
podium.
keeps
They
changing.
deserve at least
Yeah,
That was-
it's,
yeah, that was-
it is changing a lot. They got Fling King and somebody else. I forgot who it was.
Yeah.
Prosper. Fling King and Prosper now.
Yeah, so this was the only person from the original roster.
I mean, I probably want
Sign
Moonlight
off.
to win because I've
Well, now I
like
don't know what I'm gonna say for all this. 'cause you
bumped
took
into
it right
SS
there.
Nolan too many times
Quote
in
me
solo
right there.
queue.
Go ahead. My apologies.
They're
In
also
the-
just very nice
The
people.
adage in the
Yeah.
community is that Bet can almost beat anybody, and that's not something that we've made up.
Moonlight or
We've
FT
come
win
so
for
close so
the
many
heavy.
times. But Jordan, they can also
Yeah,
lose
FT
to
win would.
anybody if
They
the
would.
data is not right. This
I
is
wouldn't be
the
opposed to FT win winning,
They
but
never
they
saw
win.
like
They win
the
everything, bro. Let somebody else.
Zero's gonna be
He has won
leading
way
the
too many
charge
North
on this
American
52
champions.
gap.
But
But
who else can win?
We
The
need
bet has
a,
won like 7.
we don't need an 8 times North American champion.
Yeah, we don't need an 8. He can calm
also
down.
kinda
He
want
can
F-
calm down.
I also kind of want FT win to win just because they were really fun to play. That was an enjoyable set. That was
FT win, we actually put a good fight against 1 or 2 weeks. It was fun.
I want to go back to Moonlight.
I hope another league like this happens again because I think we could definitely like do a lot better next time because we just made our team right when NA League started.
They struggle with
Yeah.
some of the top 3 for
They
the most
really
I
part.
just
do.
wish they
I mean,
changed
I
the
find
format. I
Moonlight
don't like the live
foiled.
format.
I like the ladder. It's just a little
A
long.
bit more volatile
I don't.
in
I don't like how
some of
long
their
it is. I
weapon
think that's the
compositions
problem.
than some of
Yeah.
their other
If they just did it 2 days, that'd be fine. Just make it a low ink
Yeah,
kind of
but-
thing.
yeah.
Consistency.
Yeah.
So their top opponents
They could do
are
like
gonna be
top
any
8
team
like
that
the second day. That'd be
consistently
good. I
come
feel
at
like.
them,
Yeah,
play an
because every
even,
time we got top
honest
8, we were
game,
just so
and
like burnt
just hold
out.
them back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
dude. The time we got top 8 that wasn't in the preseason, I was so dead. I did not even like think I was gonna win a single
Yeah.
game. It was rough.
But the thing is, you're going against the top 8s and top 8s. I'm like, all right, time to get knocked out.
Yup.
You just get to play one. You just get to play like what, like 2 sets, and they're like, all right, we're done.
There's always a chance though, because sometimes they play worse, sometimes we play better. It's always possible.
And they always- it's a
umbrella
chance,
in North
but-
America for the
Yeah.
better part of 5
I
or
always
6
see myself
years
just
right
killing
now.
them
So
at,
there
at
are
some
a
point.
few
Like at
weapons
some
that
point,
Sumo
like
can
I have
switch
like this
over
random
to.
like
I wouldn't
pop-up
expect
moment
too
against
many
them, and
big
then the
changes
rest of the game is
outside
like,
of that.
oh well.
But sometimes you
Yeah,
go right
that's
towards
usually
the
what
right job,
happens.
And as we've talked about, Jordan, with this format, the teams know exactly where they're going to be playing, and they know what modes they're going to be playing. They've certainly got something cooked up.
And Lily, going to Moonlight once more, SS Nolan made the change
I like
to
how,
the S-Blast 91, and we've
Jordan
seen this before
and
with
9
teams.
have like
You
these
change
platoon
maybe
shirts,
one
and then Billy
aspect
just
of that
wearing normal clothes.
composition, all of a sudden, all the gears start to
Bro's got on the
I truly think that was
she's
the
got on the
biggest
what's it called,
thing they
the
could
Johnny
do.
Razor
They
fit,
did a
bro. I don't know if
completely
anybody knows him.
Yeah.
Part of it was moving Basil off of that E-leader and back onto Snipe Rider, which provided a
I am
stable
like glad they
base
actually did
for all
bring
of
an
the rest
actual
of the
competitive
players
player
to
on
move
here
into
though.
stronger positions, and that includes Nolan moving
Yeah.
on to the S-Blast. I believe that moving
She's
like-
got this
Nolan
exact,
and
almost this
power
exact
is
fit. I'm,
honestly going to be one of the linchpins moving forward.
bro.
It's really interesting
Oh,
too,
yeah,
when you
true.
dive into the numbers of
This
Basil.
guy,
Nobody gets
the
split
Waffle House guy.
per game than Basil.
Yeah,
It's
you do. Oh my
2.5
god,
times
I
the
see that,
biggest
bro. I
splatted.
see that
And as
now.
far as Shadow, more specials deployed than anybody
Sorry, what
else
were you
per
saying?
game. So some heavy hitters as well for Moonlight. 9, and it just
No,
is
I wasn't
interesting.
saying
It's
anything. Oh,
sort of
okay.
that fourth team outside of that upper tier, you could argue, of the top 3 teams that is knocking on the door and has shown some glimpses of excellence at times.
It's more than glimpses. They have played
I like their little
Milky
setup
Way
here.
as well as
Yeah,
any
it's
team
really
in
cool.
this league. So earlier when
Yeah.
Lily
I
was
saw the
talking
behind the
about
scenes,
there's
in Milana's
opportunity for
video.
them to continue on the path
What's
that
all
they've
the
been
paper
on
for?
thus far. It's been proven.
I have no clue.
Week, so they can play well against
It's gotta just show like info, maybe like those the kind of things like that
Look at Moonlight, it's
Falco
been a
made,
similar story to
yeah.
like info about the different teams and who they've beaten and
They have
stuff,
not played well into Duck Mode.
history.
They have not played well.
I
against
can't
some of
wait for
these
that.
other
I can't
lower
wait for
ranked
that
teams.
menace to
So,
play, guys.
very
And
volatile
then
the
everyone's
way
like,
they
"Oh my
play.
god,
They've been
it's that
searching
menace,
for
not that."
stability, and it's the ultimate chance to prove
I'm gonna
it,
head out
especially
now.
against a team like Bet
Okay.
that's so mechanically gifted. If they
Yeah.
can hold the line
Okay,
against
see
this
ya.
squad, they've got to feel real confident moving in what would be a
I
match
wish
against
Ant
Milky Way.
played
Well,
for
Bet's gonna take those
Starboard.
I
mechanical
hydrated
ways,
Mahookie.
they're gonna
It's
have
really
flat
funny
zones
because
for
Ant
our
always
first
comes up
game,
with the
but
most
we're still waiting
ridiculous
what
names for
stage
these
it's going to
Nintendo
be.
tournaments.
Yeah.
Both these teams, Lily,
I think
still
the last
came
one
to
he
their
was literally
performance
named
on splat
Brandroid,
zones
and the
across
trophy
top
said
8, so there's not
Brandroid
a whole
on
lot
it.
of separation here. Looking at bets and this
That's funny.
loadout for them and some of these mechanical gifts we've talked about.
On
How
the
does that
for the
play
trophy
into
is
the
sad
spot
actually.
zone? Where do
If
they
you
really wanna play
if
the
you didn't get a
position?
trophy before, that would suck.
Where they really excel.
I feel like if we're talking in terms of
The trophy saying
matchups, these
Brandroid
two
on
teams
it.
are pretty even in terms of how and what they like to play. So I think it's going to come down to who can get the early momentum, who can get the early setup. Because if you can get Basil in a good position and not move her, she's set and she opens up the whole.
At least this time we won't have to. They won't be showing the NA League show in between sets since there hasn't.
Yeah.
Since that's over now. That was one of the annoying
Oh, yeah.
parts of the weeklies that you had to see
what
that.
they showed?
They showed it in the middle of the tournament in like delayed sets to show that sometimes.
One of the things that dictates when
Oh,
and where that E-Leader
what
comes
are
out
you
is
doing?
the stage
Yeah,
they're
I
playing.
don't.
There's some
They did not have respect for the players'
The
styles there.
E-Leader is so powerful.
Yeah.
The longest range of any weapon that
Hi,
we're gonna be
Lahokey.
seeing today. It can really dictate a game, but the tricky part is if it's a shorter range, maybe a more firefight. Let's say we go back to Mako Mart, even maybe. For
Man, I'm
Spartan.
opening low ink.
Will we see the E later there? I'm not sure.
they talk a lot, to be honest.
I'll go to low ink.
Splashdown.
I feel tough.
I've heard a lot about
Yeah.
custom kits. I get the arguments both ways. I think it's just.
Sorry, I got excited. Sorry. I got
Hey, at least we always got low ink happening at the same time.
We can watch the
It's actually the perfect tournament because it's not like any. there's any
Kevin
crossover.
watch it.
I've seen arguments both ways, and my two cents is
Ooh.
I'm fine.
Okay,
if they do it,
okay.
I'm fine if they don't.
God
Damn,
damn, bro!
That's a triple right there.
Carbon's strong.
That was
I think that was a triple because it
very
like
nice triple on Carbon.
went across, but
No,
that's.
it's fun.
It's one way
That
to
was
get
for
your team
people.
back into the- I think
Sometimes with the cam it'll show
They're back into this,
somebody
they're gonna
else's kill
maybe
for,
win this game
before you
with
move
that
it to the
tie.
others. So I think it was a
Oh,
triple.
that's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
Weird.
But
Because it
really
goes
puts
the
it-
splatted
it
thing
makes-
goes
the
away
big
at the
thing
same
is
timing no matter if you
only
change to a
one
different
chance
camera.
To
Stop yapping and let me watch the game. Exactly. They're still yapping.
to be fair, it is a BO.
Oh, Loic.
It is
Oh, he's doing a saving
for all
grace.
three, so we already have the winner.
Oh,
of
I
the
don't know
Loic,
who's
I
gonna
should
win,
have
Loic. I just know the
Hey,
Loic's not
wins.
matters. Get on the
Uh,
tower! Get on the tower!
But
Get on the
you can't
tower.
use the tower here if you are Ascension.
Stay
We got
the
it.
tower,
Wait,
please.
this might be a comeback.
Get the tower. Keep stacking the tower.
Oh, they're
Stack the
cooked. The
tower.
carbon's back.
Well,
Yeah.
There goes the carbon.
Why do we just stack? Why do
And
we
this
just
is
stack the
why
tower?
carbon rollers get
Yeah, that's
banned.
fair. They panicked. They panicked. Which I am before y'all snitch. I don't know if you're staffing the low ink. You're an
Hey, I'm putting
RBC.
the headset.
You gotta ban the between months.
Hoen's coming into your DMs right now to let you know that you are banned.
Hey, break some of that down there for me, Lily. If you
They're
don't
still.
mind,
Oh
as
my
far
god,
as
they're still
the
tough. The
difference
game is still
between
not on.
what each player is
Dude.
supposed to do.
Well, she has a whole binder. That's funny.
Go ahead.
Wait, it's not just a few papers.
On the back line.
Of course, they
need
get
to
the
know.
after player for fire binder.
I'm gonna figure out Blue Sky and ask her what the fuck is in that binder. Why you can't need that much information.
I don't think Lily needs that information. She's the only one in there that actually knows the comp scene.
Yeah. Every player's birthday, firstborn child's name, exactly.
You know how it tells us to put email for the Nintendo thing? It has all our emails in there.
Their social security number next to their main gun is so real. Those are so both as important as each other.
As far as what you want to lean towards.
Well, the flex is, I would say, self. Man, you are firing on all cylinders.
what a great shot right there, by the way. Great one shot.
Okay, the flex player Simo might be the best example.
Okay, I actually want to wait. Who's about to play? I forgot.
Drastically change.
Moonlight and Bet. This will be a fun one to watch at
About
least.
Switching from the 96 gal over to the
It
96
would be
gal
worth
Deco.
really
This
long
is one game
gap
you're playing a
session, though.
blaster.
I feel bad for the
No.
players. I feel so bad.
Different weapons
Dude.
that really serve
They
different
have to
roles.
wait this long.
Really important
Yeah.
role these days is what
The fourth
weapons
set is gonna start an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours after.
Yeah.
It's
I
over.
feel so bad for them.
We're gonna see if they do the losers too. I'm scared. Please don't do the losers.
Don't do the losers. If they do the losers, that's crazy.
I mean, it makes sense if they do the last 1 or 2 losers, like because that's what they did
Yeah.
weeklies. But don't do the round 1 losers, please.
Excited for here today. You have
Yeah.
the 4-seed Moonlight, who many people feel has given the number 1 seed Milky Way the biggest run for their money, and then you have Bet on the other end that you never know what you're going to get with them. Any particular
Sounds kind of
game,
final.
they can
Is he gonna start?
sometimes aim high and sometimes fall low, and I think that's what makes it exciting here. And
I truly think that this is one of the most important matches we're going to see today. Moonlight has, I think, the best chance of coming through and getting and taking out Milky Way. Now, they've struggled a little bit against FT1. but if
FT1's
they
a very
can just
track
get
record.
past that to Milky Way,
Yeah.
I think they really, truly have a chance. But we're going to have to see them get there first.
Not to say that
So
Milk,
if they
not
can
to say
pass
that
this
Moonlight is a
first
good, not a good,
challenge,
not a good
then I
top level
think
team. It's just
that we
FT1
have
has
a really
a better
exciting day
top
tomorrow.
record against Milky
and
Way.
9, do we have any historical
Yeah.
context as far as Moonlight versus
I don't want them to
Bet
win though.
throughout the league
We
and
do
how
not
they've done
need
this
Keo to be
over
the 8-time
times, or is this gonna be
American League
I mean,
champion.
it's better than Milky Way. It's better than Milky Way.
These teams didn't run into each other
Yes,
a whole lot.
but also he doesn't need that 8-time. He's gonna put his body like 8-time world champ,
Yeah.
NA champion.
Another one is Fofofo. That would be really cool to see them win.
Again, this is a
be
longer
cool.
format. The
I
ladder
forgot
was
what that
best
team
of
top
3,
was.
not best of 5. The last time these two teams
Is that the
played
one
in
that
top
that kid
8,
was on?
It was
Yeah,
Bet that got
wait.
the better of Moonlight.
Not
So
now.
a ton.
Wait,
It's
I
a
forget.
very,
Yes,
very
yes,
small
yes.
sample size.
Dad Menace,
I
Dad
want
Kid.
to reiterate, but
Yeah,
there
they're gonna
is
say Dad
enough
Menace. That's what
familiarity
they're
here
gonna
that these
say.
teams should know what the other is going to be throwing at them. And this would be a wonderful time if Bet wants to even the score at 2-2.
Did you see
What a
like
win
the
this would be
the
for Bet.
podcast thing
I'm
and then
gonna
like
go to
Nox,
Omega.
Causey saying
Ton of
that
life
kid,
with them,
or saying that, and the
that
like
we're
the
gonna
comment,
see
the other
from
people
Moonlight.
trying to
That role,
correct
you gotta
her.
be so aggressive and
Wait,
there
what?
to select there
Oh
to
yeah.
stage for Moonlight. What's
That's
gonna
so
be
funny.
I mean, Omega, he's going to have to be firing on all cylinders today.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense to specifically say with the one that's shown on screen, so people are confused. But they're
I guess
that
so,
kid.
That's that kid.
That's that kid, not Dad Menace.
Yeah.
We need him to move and get behind players and support everybody from a different angle. And
Oh
do
my
it
god, they're
as
finally
quickly as
starting.
possible.
Oh my god.
Well, here we go. Game 1 between Moonlight and Bet. We've got splat zones on Hagglefish Market. The teams are ready to roll. We'll find out who will win.
All right,
this
here we go, here we
match
go.
and Take on Milky Way as both teams move furiously towards.
We were right, leader, yummy.
A couple interesting
We
wrinkles
love
I
seeing
want to
leaders.
point out here. It is the E-leader composition that is coming out of Moonlight here, which means that Shadowwind will
I love how
move
different
back
these comps
over
are.
to that NZAP 85 to give them their tacticoolers. On the other
They
side,
have 10
it is
too?
Zero on the Sorella 10
Wait.
Umbrella, but notably
I will
Zero
be-
is not using the
you
52
put 10
gal that I
a
called
10
out so
against
lovingly
10
earlier.
of the
Instead, it's
main
going to
who
be
also
the
is not
splat
playing
dualies.
Yeah,
It's
kinda
I
sad.
feel like that's like
And
a
Simo,
little
as you
like
mentioned, behind the tent
asterisk
goes
shadow,
down. That's a
honestly.
huge loss for Bet early on
Like,
as
trouble
Moonlight
that you
takes
play
a
Teddy
minor
Bear, so
lead
I'll go
here,
play
trying to
Ted.
hide the big bubbler at this moment, Lily.
Bro.
Omega taking a great
It's just
position
teasing
there,
Shadow.
attacking from the side, but unfortunately no other members of Moonlight were there to follow up on that advantage created, which means Bet gets full control of this, but
Ooh.
has burned all of their specials just getting that control.
Damn.
Down
Okay.
goes a member of Moonlight, though, but it is Bet with control at the moment and the lead. You see Basil hiding there behind the tower. We'll go ahead and deploy that wave breaker as we check in on Simo once more, trying to get the higher ground.
How's the
here,
quality
Nine.
so bad?
So far, Bet has had control.
Like
of
this
the
isn't
zone.
even like Discord.
Well, I think that comfort's about to end right there. One went down, and Zemo had to jump out. You can see how difficult
I
it
can
is
tell
to
what's
displace
happening.
that
It's
Tentabella
like, I
when
can
it
see the
gets up and
pixels.
moved. But that's really been all that Bet has been able to make use of thus far. That's how they scored a
Ooh.
lot of their points. Now Shadow waiting
still
in there,
down,
jumping
though.
Omega. I don't think Zero knows. Another person is now moving.
I was about to say, if he stays alive
even
there.
jumped down to take that out, has
Okay,
almost
Mech
taken
still
out
together.
Omega, and it will be a wipeout in favor of Bet. They did just enough.
Huge splat by Mecha because you saw Zero getting flanked there for a moment, and that gives Bet control. And now Lily, they're moving forward into Moonlight territory.
This is the dangerous part of the game. Bet has already gotten up and taken control of this plat area, and we do have a crab that just happened as well. Controlled that whole area and locked them down. We're putting
Shadow, I don't think that's gonna
very
work, bro.
difficult Position, having to move forward into so
Shadow,
many
what are you doing?
mid-range
Wait for your team at
weapons
least.
that, doesn't really allow for them to move around very much.
Oh my God,
Great
oh,
timing.
damn.
Triple Ink Strike right there to take back the zone. They still build the lead.
Oh, they got
They
zone, they
lose
got zone.
control though. Here comes
Or-
Moonlight. They've got
got-
the refreshments
Oh.
out.
They got zone, right? They got zone,
Gotta get the
right?
zone. That's the one
Can
thing
we
they
paint
don't
the
have
zone?
right now. They are dangerously
Can-
close
can
to
we paint-
more and
can
more
we paint
points.
the zone? Oh, Bazooka,
I
though.
think that Bet is now respawned.
Holy
They're
shit, they
gonna
don't have
get
zone.
specials as well.
And they're getting flanked.
Again, another one
That might be
coming in.
KO.
Zero, who's
That
coming on
might
the
be
attack.
KO.
That's
I think
prob-
Moonlight
that-
being just a
Wait,
little
nope,
bit
nope,
slower.
nope.
Omega
Oh,
might
nope.
have dug
They
them out of the
overextended.
hole, but time is oh so close to expiring.
Simo's gotta get a
Brought the
quad.
cooler to the beach, but had no place to lay down
Yeah,
the
okay,
towel.
they can-
Now
they
it's
can get zone
Moonlight
now.
That is trailing big time. Bet just 5 seconds away from getting this victory. Omega just trying to hang on into the
They
middle
got
of
it,
the
yeah,
zone.
yeah.
They steal
They're
it.
fine, they're fine. That was a little too close.
Needed
They got
that penalty.
flanked.
They're
Like,
just
oh.
losing the game now.
Wait,
and
is
what
that-
they need is time. That's all Moonlight ever
Wait, no, they
needs.
got
Why
flanked.
did all three of them
Steady
there?
themselves and put themselves in a better position.
Why did all
Shadow-
three of them try it?
Why does Shadow keep going into that corner is my question.
If they can just
Why
let
did
Benzema
all
get
three of
into a
them
good
go
place
left
to sit, that'd be
side?
great.
That's
And
my
you saw right
question.
there as well. They saw that the flank was coming in,
I don't
so
know,
all four
man.
members of Moonlight said, "Okay, if you're going to
Oh,
get to the
shit.
center of the stage,
Oh.
we'll move in." And
That was a good
attack there."
flank.
Now you see the flank came in again. So right now, Bet has made it very clear, Jordan. They are going to flank you until you do something about it. So far, it's been working for them, but watch out, Moonlight close here. They're taking some points away here. If they cycle one more series of specials, they might find themselves close to
The flank going with the
you
tab
saw
might
Zero
work
pick
here.
up the one-on-one. Simo behind that Brella, just trying to get a little bit closer. Triple Ink Strike comes in. Zone goes back to Bet here, Lily, and we've got ourselves a heated Splat Zones game here with
Damn.
under a minute 30 left.
We do 2 down on the side of Moonlight, 1 down on the side of Bet, and Bet is back into a lockout position, which is not what you want to see at a minute left. That said, Moonlight's penalty really isn't
Dude,
that big, so they still
Dante, they're in their base. You can chill.
Back and forth it goes like the
Kill
tides
them.
beating up against
Kill
Metropolis.
them.
It's Moonlight moving
Kill him.
forward. Shadow up above with better positioning. Has the Tactical Cooler ready to go under a minute left. However, it's
Ooh.
Bet that still has control. There's a crab tank on top. It's Crustacean
I
cover
don't know
at
what
this
they're gonna do
moment.
here, really.
Can Bet close it out? 7 seconds left. Zero trying to move a little bit forward. Oh, what
That's
a splat
scary.
Oh,
from
it
Zero,
almost
and
stalled.
Bet takes game 1. How about that for
Shadow.
the start to the match here, 9?
Moonlight
Okay.
was so close
Did
to
he say
flipping that
zero
at
in
the end
Bet?
as Well, you saw that booyah bomb that was thrown by Nolan land.
I think
and Shadow had actually
when
snuck
Jordan
through
said
and
zero
was
in Bet,
turfing, but the
game 1.
members of Bet that weren't
Oh
zero.
my God.
So beautifully
Oh, yes,
keeping that
zero and
zone
Bet.
their colors.
That's the team,
Great
right?
work. You've got one
Bet
player who's in
and
front.
his-
They're
I
the
mean,
ones you
Zero
have to
and
wait
his
shark
teammates.
everybody
Bet.
else.
Yep.
Keep that zone orange, and it's game 1.
And not just that,
It makes it sound like the Zero carries that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, all of the paint did
Which
get
sometimes he does, but not often. Not like every game.
Yeah.
that combined with the
Yeah.
additional paint coming out of Bet, they just couldn't get that cap. They were so close. They were so close.
And 9, it stood out to me that it just felt Bet, once they had control of the zone, did a better job of pushing forward than Moonlight
Race
ever did.
race for races
Moonlight
for
had the
Isis
zone,
made
they just couldn't
767 67, so they're doing 6-7 in the
That's what we
photo,
talked about
bro.
earlier when it comes to
Oh my
aggregating.
God.
Bro.
Advantage on this zone.
Oh my God. I like a
And
cringe
look at the
inside when
composition
Pop
that they
went to
had.
6-7
Your
and
sloshers
then
up
knowing the
attacking, great.
announcement.
That's what we want the sloshers to do anyway. We can have Zero move up there, use a crab tank from that tented area. That's
Oh my
great.
God,
That's a
what is
winning situation. And then
this?
when your third player is Simo on the tent or Sorella Brella, like of course that's going to be
Not
difficult
all
to
the four
move. So
co-
they had
That's
three
crazy.
situations that they
Bro,
could
the-
easily
okay.
get to when they took command of the zone.
Fufu looks
I
like
think
she
all
doesn't
three
want
of
to do
those
it.
players had that moment, and you can see
She looks
why
so
Bet's firing
awkward
on all
in that
cylinders to get
photo.
against anybody.
Bet was just 4 and 9 in Splat
Hell,
Zones.
hell, that gunshot to gunpoint just to do 6-7 is crazy.
They can essentially beat anybody, and that was some very high level
Oh,
play
oh, we
from
could get
Bet.
Popcorn to
Well,
wear a
coming up next,
wig.
We have
I think they did, because that was their 750. They got above that.
Oh.
Explanation.
Somebody-
Bunny has hair.
Somebody definitely did his donation specifically to get into that.
As long as I've known you.
It's absolutely true. Clam Blitz is my favorite mode and probably the best mode in the game. It's the culmination of all the other modes mixed into
Oh,
one.
at one
You
point
collect
they
8
liked him
clams
VT
to
Wish
make a power
6-7.
clam. Looks like a great big football. You take it to the enemy spawn, you throw it in their
I want
basket
now.
to
I
break
now I
it open.
want it. Now
From
I gotta
there,
see
you
what
pick up a
Papa
bunch of
looks like
other
in the
little
wig.
clams, you move it in, and
What wig
your
though?
path
That's the
score
question.
From 100 to 0.
Um,
Obviously, like all the
he
other
hasn't
modes,
posted
the
it,
closest
actually,
to
on his
0
Twitch
wins. If not, we get to some fancy over.
Probably for tomorrow's stream of the
Yeah.
tournament.
Probably.
Yeah, right up there with the penalty rules for Splat Zone.
Worse,
Wait,
I think,
Volk?
actually.
Good luck
At
trying
least
to
that
figure
one's
out
math.
now.
Yeah, simple
And
enough.
so you
Stay
go to
tuned.
Clam Blitz, and this is what's interesting. We talk about these records amongst the top 8. Clam Blitz for Bet, they are 5-2 against the competition here in these playoffs. So
Falcon
they are
also
looking
had like a
very
little bit of
solid
hair
rolling
during
into this.
Riptide, so
On the other hand,
that was nice.
Moonlight just 2-9. So this is another opportunity for Bet to possibly take a game here and move up 2-0. But if you're Moonlight, what are you thinking here by making the decision as far as going into Clam Blitz?
Well, you're really wanting to take this to a stage where you can get everything in one push, or at least a big, big lead. Lily talked about how each one of those power claims that goes in is 20. Stages like Museum d'Alfonsino, which was the most popular choice for Clam Blitz throughout.
Can't have
the
that
summer.
long
they have-
between
We'll see
games,
teams
right?
sit back
Right?
on
They
Right?
have-
sometimes
it
even
can't be
3
that-
power
they-
claims
how
just for
about-
defense. It
maybe
doesn't
on the
work
paper it's
every
just, like,
stage,
look the
but at
same,
least
maybe?
if you're
I
going
don't know.
here, if you're
Yeah.
Moonlight, there's familiarity, and you can bet that with just maybe even a couple shots, just a couple bombs. at
Also,
the
I
right
like
spot,
how they have
you
to
can
say like
defend
the
if you
full
get that
name of
lead.
the map.
And Museum
Instead of, like, the
d'Alfonsino is
abbreviation.
really one of the more complicated pushes that you're going to have to do on a stage for Clam Blitz. You have to move in almost 2 stages. You have to move to control mid and get your clams, and then you're going to have to move again to control that plat and spawn area to get up into that basket. It's very complex. It requires multiple stages and multiple or rounds of specials to be able to make it.
Which is fascinating because you look at how much strategy goes into this, and you wonder, does that go towards Bet as far as the way they like to have that fighting
Here we go.
style,
Here we go.
or is it Moonlight?
There we
that you're
go. Okay,
seeing
that
as
was shorter than the last
versatility?
one.
Stop
find out
yapping
in
on what
game 2,
gameplay.
Clam Blitz on
Exactly.
Museum
Here we go. Here we go.
Delfonsino. Right now
They
it's
talk
Bet
so
with the
much.
1-0 lead,
Yeah.
and Moonlight notch things up. 9. What do we see?
Okay,
from our
leader
loadout
on
here, my friend?
We
leader
talked about
is interesting
versatility,
combos.
all for these teams to not change a
Okay.
thing. They're
Why
bringing
not?
us the same. Keep
Why
running
not?
it back.
Leader is
And,
so annoying
you
to
know,
fight on
there's
this map.
really no reason for Bet to feel
Yeah.
like they need to change anything. Simo on that 10th umbrella is going to be able to push forward if they get
I
that
like seeing
advantage.
leader
You
in
know
comp,
that
but I don't
grab
like
take is
fighting
very
it.
strong as well. Nolan got
Same.
behind it. I'm actually surprised both of these players aren't already
Oh,
out.
That was
They-
crazy
Oh,
good,
Wipeout
like,
already
swim
here,
around.
So this is
Yeah.
the
That
response
was pretty
you want
cool.
to see. The question now, can they put together enough points to make this worth their while? That's one, and let's see if they get a few more.
Moonlight out the gate, just bullying Bet. You saw a couple of 2-on-1s go the favor of Moonlight, and now you see at this moment, Moonlight building.
Forgot
a
Nolan
substantial
plays
lead
S-Blast.
with
That feels so
early
weird.
Toss into the basket, and
It
that's
does.
exactly what you're
I kind of
looking
just
for. You think
copied
it's going
Nolan's
to
weapons, I guess. I just play the pros in S-Blast right now.
Well, 11 individual claims
He doesn't
in
even
their
get to play
hands,
pro.
and some
Pro get a
players
good
holding
case,
enough
doesn't
that
he get to
just
play
passing
it?
them around could create another push.
He plays-
They're
he
also
plays pro
continuing to hold
across the
this
NA league, at
flat
least.
area, which is very
I
threatening
don't-
for
I
Bet. Bet
have
needs
to see him
clear
play
this
at all.
out and then
Oh.
get to mid and then get to the enemy side.
I even
Zero
had, like-
can't
I had,
get
like, signed, like, a
away.
Spurs
So
Pro, like,
down
table
they
turn
go.
card.
Here's Basil backing up, providing a little bit of anger
Exactly,
support.
that's actually-
Right
I know
now,
that's,
things have
like,
gotten
that's
a
what
little
you
neutral,
do,
but
right?
picks up 0 again as soon
Yeah.
as 0 responds. So Basil all over it right now, allowing Moonlight here to really gather all their resources, 9 to make another push.
I've loved the way that Moonlight has worked around the stage here. Nolan has been living
It also
on the
kinda
left
upsets me
side,
that half-
flanking
like, most of
anybody
the
who
fan
tries
base
to
and,
go
like,
through
the
that
S3
drop,
fan base
which is a
doesn't
really
know that
popular
Nolan
way.
needs to be a
You've got
pro
Basil
one-trick.
controlling the center. Now Omega also
I don't
taking
know
awkward
about
angles.
any
Nice job
players really,
using
but I
the
just
10th umbrella
I
shield
assumed pro
against
was
the members
uh,
of Bet.
his
Now
main.
Simo swimming all the way away. I guess
Seems
the
to be
other
the
I know
members
best
a lot
at
of
it.
people
just
didn't
fine
know
on the
that he
defensive
was like a
side.
pro one
But
trick.
Moonlight
I know a lot of
absolutely
people-
has been
like, at
getting the
least, like,
better
newer
in these
people in comp.
engagements. Now it's time for them to make a defense.
Can Mecha encroach just a little bit more within their throwing distance? You've got 2 power clams ready to go. Here's Simo with that Trizuka.
Damn.
First shot goes, and how about this? An opportunity as they take one down, lobbing it over the top for a splat. Here's Simo with the Brella, tosses it into the basket.
There they go.
And Bet has now entered the chat here, Lily.
This is the dangerous
Oh,
part with
that's
Bet is
lead.
when
That's
you have
lead, yeah.
their- I mean, the
Yeah.
10 umbrellas
Not
have
too
a lot
big,
of
though.
space in
Don't
these
trust
narrow
that shit.
alleyways. They're going to be able to
Yeah.
get there and sit here. They did take the lead. They managed to get multiple members of Moonlight. However,
I
they
love
did
Clam
manage to
Blitz
take
top
a
level
lot
matches
of
where
lead
it's
before
not
they did.
80 to 80.
Moonlight is almost right back in.
midway through, and we are nearly tied evenly. 56-51 advantage for Moonlight. Now here's Mecha moving a little bit closer here.
Run.
And now it feels like Bet wants to try and push this forward a little bit. They avoid one of the Booyah bombs. 3-4 though advantage for Moonlight.
And they saw where that tactical was coming in, and they tried to move forward and attack. Simo would love to close out on Omega here or get some assistance. A big missed opportunity. That's going to let everybody else from Moonlight move forward. I'm not sure what took out there. Now Mecha moving forward, no fear on this Snipe Rider. They're finding a way to try to defend here. Omega has the opportunity to completely break this open. Jordan,
Damn, over the tent with the S-Blast small indirect is crazy.
But now Zero's worked on the flank.
That's gotta be annoying.
And grab it. They've respawned, and there's so much pandemonium on the board.
Here comes a Booyah bomb near the basket that's going to provide a little bit of cover, but they still can't toss the power clam in there. Bet is picking up splats left and right, just trying to protect this base. And here comes Simo with a Trizuka and a grab pick coming out. Everything being deployed in the kitchen sink right now for Bet as they're able to hold off that push from Moonlight. Some impressive defense there, Lily.
Honestly, all Moonlight really has to do right now is tick down the clock. They need one more push, and they're set up in a great way in this mid area to make that happen and controlling a lot of the plat. So if they can take as much time as possible here, control the area, stall things out, and then make this push like they are now, they can make a really big impact.
A couple of power clams will certainly help that. They are now in the positive, trying to chip away and building this lead. They are. It's a 25-point lead with under a minute left here. Here's Basil up ahead, and they're just slowly putting
this one I would not be surprised if it's a game 5. Not gonna lie.
Even more than that. Okay, will they throw one more in? No. So this will close up. That.
Wait, you're watching Shadow's POV?
Basil has
yeah, I got it.
Shadow is still
I forgot
over there,
Shadow would be live now.
Just a little more and make this more difficult. But now comes.
No.
I think it's just Shadow right now.
You're good, you're good. They have grab on right. They have grab on right, chill. We can play left. Nice.
I'm gonna drop breaker in mid.
Yeah. I'm bombing you left.
I need to go top right. Y'all need to watch left.
Yeah, there's one weak on left side. There's 2 on me. I have to live.
Yeah, you're alone, you're
I have to live, I
alone.
have to live. They have free specials. Yeah. Watch the Zuka. Crab popped.
There's
bombing front. Yeah. Watch the shield, watch the shield. Nice.
They got
Just
it, they got
defend,
that.
defend,
Yep.
defend. Well played, well played, well played. Let's go. Let me get another cooler just for my stat padding. Hold up. Take that cooler. Yeah. Nice.
Gotta get the cooler while playing a fucking Minecraft world for
Nobody
real.
talk about that. Nobody talk about that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Do you see that clip, V-Heavy, that one of Shadow playing Minecraft while on the tower?
Yeah.
This needs to happen again. Gotta do it. Gotta pull it out for this. I want to see what they're doing. If they're actually just waiting.
Hey, the one push we
or
had,
not.
Wait, we're in a 4v4. It's fine. We didn't push spinner. We waited. We were
This guy was playing Minecraft during in the middle of a set because he was in the middle of a game because he was just on the tower waiting on the tower doing nothing. Average support player. Sometimes just doesn't have to do. That's me, to be honest. Yeah, sometimes I am now technically support on pro, so I've been doing that. I haven't been playing Minecraft, but I should be playing. I should be playing Balatro on Splatoon 3, well, in the middle of games for real.
Why'd you say Delta? Delta.
I'm not support because I hate Ziphius. Yeah, I guess it is less supporting and more just standing around.
Czar.
Yes.
W Czar. W Czar in the chat.
What are we worried about for Rainmaker pick? Is there any map that we don't want for Rain?
Who's Czar?
They've beaten us.
Was it? Does Czar have 2 switches?
Oh, that's good because then they can't choose Crab Leg for Rain. We can just beat them in first. To be honest.
Because I know it was Power doing the thing before, but I don't know.
It's a win-win because
That's the name of the person doing it now, or if that's something else.
Okay, so
Splatoon Balatro edition.
they're gonna.
Fun fact: I'm currently playing Minecraft. Hell
Why
yeah.
are we not going turf?
So what I'm thinking for turf is because if we win turf, then we choose.
Bro.
We actually choose Rainmaker. So if they win Rainmaker, we have the counter pick for TC. If we lose, they choose a mode. If they choose Rainmaker, we choose a map that favors us, and then we have TC for last thing. If they chose Tower Control, we choose Crab Leg, so they can't choose Rainmaker Crab Leg for 5th game.
That was a lot of words, but I trust whatever you say.
No, he's right.
They're doing turf?
That
Hold
was just
up, shit's gonna
argument
get
for
real.
Whether we win or lose this game, we can avoid Rainmaker Crab like in the next.
So it takes a bit for them to choose the map mode, but that's okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, it's too good for 10.
Get them turf.
It's too good for 10.
Here they go.
Maybe you just took them forever to get into the room or something before.
They used Haggle already.
I think they're gonna do Crab Leg.
Crab?
I think they're holding Crab Leg for rain.
No, they're not gonna play Crab Turf.
Crab Leg or Humpback would be nice. They've done rolling with them.
Nah, I'm thinking like a Undertow pick or a Urchin pick.
I think they're going Humpback.
Humpback? That's a good call. I'm getting my fit ready.
Can't stop it. I think we just do Pro.
Yeah.
Big map has Humpback is like a way more turf than me.
I also
we didn't
really
get to
like.
practice Humpback with the new loadout, which is one of the concerns. We didn't get to practice the position change.
Can you get Spark Notes up for Humpback in case they choose it real quick? Like, get it ready.
I'm working on it right now.
Thank you, bro.
Spark Notes? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Fast notes, I guess.
Yeah, how we play the map. I'm going as fast as I can. Tell me if they pick something up.
Yeah, I'm judging anything yet.
Nolan, you
Zero's
wanna do
actually
Pro?
listening to the stream going, okay.
That would.
I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm
I
kidding.
would really suck.
I'm
it.
kidding.
I can check actually.
What about me?
Hold on. Getting it up.
They chose Urchin.
Oh, think yes. But you never know.
Good call. Good for Terra Urchin off the list. This is good for us. What do you think Missile Pro? Or, yeah, Missile Pro will be a plus. We want Minter Wiper.
Wiper.
Wiper 96 Pro.
Nolan, I actually heard they called Josh Allen the GOAT.
Where, bro?
The other team.
Ah, it's okay. It's not friendly anymore.
Is this rage bait? Are they trying to rage bait Nolan into playing better against the team?
This guy's done. He's done for.
Fire him up?
Allen is number 2.
Alberto's number 2, hello.
Aye.
Where
Yeah.
are we going? Where do we go this map? Remember, left side, help Basil clear it so we get an angle. Have one of the admins go there, preferably Omega. It kind of varies because our comp is a little weird.
I think no one's supposed to go left side.
I go left.
That's Nolan.
Yeah.
Yes, Nolan goes left. Make sure we're holding.
Not gonna lie, at this point of the tournament, since it's down to actual money prizes, I would not be surprised if some people are cheating, to be honest. Like, that's not, I'm not saying it's a good thing to do or an okay thing to do, but
I'm gonna jump into you in
I mean, money is money, and I,
instantly,
like, some
wait to fight,
people
and
would
then
put
yeah,
that past it. Would not, I don't know, I just hope nobody's doing that.
I'm gonna pop it on her right.
Okay. I'm gonna jump to you. No back.
Alright, we got full screen.
Just keep the range advantage.
Careful of Diligence. Soldier's on the right.
Do we really want to watch this POV?
Four now on our way.
I missile ready now. They're 3 on the right.
Yeah.
I'm fighting.
Missile 3.
Booying front. Booying the ramp now on their cooler. I'm fighting front.
Soldier's right.
On front, Dilly.
Duel's main. Good.
Another one.
Soldier's
Nice.
right, nice.
Front.
Devil's main.
Double.
Devil's
Nice.
dead. Their spawn on top left. They're trying to watch
They
Duel's
get a
up on top
controller though, that would be all they get is a controller though, that would be enough for me, more than enough for me. No, this one has up to $18,000 in
left. They drop actually. Duel's jumping
it's
right.
like rare Splatoon merch for the winners, for the top 8. Like if you're in the top 8, you get at least like $100 worth of something already.
I'm here with you.
So this is actually first tournament where you could actually make a good bit of money considering what it is.
Alright, I'm just gonna fight before specials.
I mean, of course it's all in merch, but you could definitely sell it for what it's priced at or even more. So, what do you say, Twitch ad jump me? You can. This is worth. This tournament is worth like $18,000 in merch shit, like Splatoon merch stuff. That's like not all. It's all just for this league. Like it's new stuff. So they can sell that for even upscaled. So it's really valuable. Like a team was. The team 5, they were gonna roll. They knew they were gonna make top 8 if they played, but they had to drop out, and they were like, "Damn, I was actually gonna use this to help pay my rent and shit." Like this really sucks. It's like that sucks for them, but like this is a really good tournament because it's the first time somebody can actually like earn a good amount of money through playing console too. It's really cool.
Left side, left guy.
Another
Left
big
guy.
step towards it actually being an esport. Damn, nice shot.
Mid.
Close to Dooley.
Yeah, right guy.
On our ramp, soccer.
I'm dead, Dooley, on a ramp.
I'm probably dead. Yeah. Grab friend.
Holding our spawn.
I'm literally.
Yeah, just try to get clear.
Omega flank. Omega flank.
They went up cooler for a while.
Oh.
I'll missile very soon.
Coping with. They
Yeah,
would
we
have
just
cool for a while.
wait for specials and then fight.
It's
at 30.
real shit.
I'll wait.
Yeah.
Top of cooler at 35.
Okay.
Okay.
There's one
Hold the
truck in
missile
left
now.
right.
There's one truck in left.
Yeah.
There's one truck in right as
I'm
well.
half booyah.
Cooler our ramp, holding me.
Missile to 3 front.
Nice. Fight out, fight
Alright,
out,
they're
ramp.
going in. They got
There's
this.
two
They just don't
looking
gotta
left
die.
2 bot left right now.
I have booyah.
Ramp, nice.
Booyah's friend.
Something left.
Booyahing there's left. Booyahing there left. Booyahing left.
Left for dead.
That should help a lot actually.
Nice. We chill.
Yeah,
we
they
chill.
might have this.
We chill. We have so much mid ping. Chill.
Do they not have cooler? They're coolerless.
I'm chilling. I'm watching left. I'm watching left.
Yeah.
Half a week left. On ramp. On ramp.
Shoot, 3, 4 ramp, 4 ramp. Soccer 60. Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Continue.
Ooh, I don't know about that. They didn't really take much space when they had control. They were playing really safe. No, they got it. They got it. That's theirs. That's theirs. Oh! Oh!
Sorry.
I should have fought. I should have fought.
It's so close.
Ryan than Melon, and that's gonna go by 0.4 to Bet. How about that?
That's a
The
close
bad
one.
Guys, according to the furry felines, get the victory, and that's 2 games. Yes, our
Yikes.
flex player. That is very close right there.
About as close as you're going to see at this level. What a wild scrum that was there.
0.4 is
This is why I
crazy.
said the last 30 seconds and the last 10 seconds are 2 totally different moments. Because the last 30 seconds on aggregate, I think Moonlight won that. The last 10 seconds, though, Omega not able to close out that player. And Simo at the very end, I told you all, if your Reflux player is up, they can take a ton of turf. Was working onto the hills area of Moonlight. It was just
I'm
enough
back
to
won the
those
set.
players
And the
are
set's still
partying
going.
right
It's
now.
2-1 with Bet and Pesmore. They won a turf war match by 0.4. It looked like it was gonna be Moonlight's. It really looked like Moonlight's.
At the end of the game, if it had been anywhere else on the hills, they might have been able to paint over it, and we
Yeah, Bet is 2.
0.1 difference. in that score.
Moonlight got a
However,
lock in.
Throwing it to spawn was very smart.
I mean, you love it. 4 versus 5, and it comes down to 0.4 on turf war. You couldn't script this. Trust me, the paper's empty. There's no script here. This is
Wait, the paper is empty?
here. So now
Wait, that paper specifically is empty.
Bet to possibly score the minor.
Why?
2-1.
What is Bro writing there?
Essentially, that's going to leave either Rainmaker or Tower Control as a viable option.
Oh, day 1
It's
outlawing
gonna be
is over.
Tower
Is there any
Control,
other?
Crab,
I don't think there's any other
Lake
tournament to
Capital
watch
that
while
I've
they're
been
yeah.
told here. So now, if you're Bet, how do you close this out?
Crableg is so in. So again, if you're just joining us. If you are the winning team, you get to dictate the mode. The losing team gets to dictate the stage. The mode makes sense here. Bet loves tower control, and they're probably delighted that they get to use it here in Game 4. But that does mean that Moonlight gets to go to Crab Lake Capital, an open-air long stage with greats. This screams Basil to me.
I was about to say.
Absolutely. Screams Basil, screams E-Leader. Tells me immediately that Basil has been saying, this is working. The E-Leader is working. I'm taking out Zero before they're even a challenge. I'm taking out everyone. Everyone, not a problem. And the pressure that Basil can put on with that E-Leader on a high open stage is absolutely wild.
This is what's interesting. Bet has won the 2 games in which they choose the stage. If they lose this one, they will choose the stage for Game 5.
Why is Putz
We
in the
saw
chat
them do that
again,
Virgin
bro?
Underpass to eliminate that E-Leader. Of course, that Game 5 would be Rainmaker, but either way, you can still try to find something a little truncated to eliminate the #1 option there for Basil. So looking at this now, if you're Bet, we've mentioned what their approach is. Moonlight, you've got the E-Leader. You've got some open air now. You're pretty solid on tower control. How do you push this to a Game 5?
You really rely on Omega here. And one of the big highlights that we saw in that highlight package, it was Omega on this particular stage in mode going crazy on that Mint Decapitator. If they get in the spawn, watch out.
Game 4, Moonlight.
All right, okay, that was not that much of a yap sesh. We're back.
Coming down to this here, and a chance
All
for
right,
Bet
we're good.
to move on to winners semifinals to take on Milky Way.
Playing wide right.
I need to refresh this.
Watch this top right for farming crab.
All right, here we go. Log it.
Yeah. 2 back right. Hold
Ooh.
on, man. Back right, bro.
Zeros on pro. Nolan also getting teased, bro. Bro, this team just gets teased by everything from the other. They can't play 10. They can't play pro because they're playing decap and elite.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm half cooler.
Q Milana, size doesn't matter joke here.
Top right, top right. Right side, right side, right side, right side. Yeah, yeah. Cooler's front, cooler's front. And top left. Yeah. And it's still top left.
Keep on the bottom. I'm gonna scale right.
I'm getting cooler.
I'm dead.
Ooh.
And top left. Yeah, yeah. Going left, Basil.
I was going back to you, right?
Yeah, they're probably focusing on 40. Energy. Just do 2 pushing me right. I'm gonna jump back to you guys soon.
I'm just gonna go top left too.
Yeah.
Got one. Slot your right.
Penny, you guys.
I'm speaking left.
Thanks, they're all on the
One
left
right.
now.
I'm half cooler. Right side, bucket.
Bucket back right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cooler in 2
I'm
seconds.
playing left. They're all right.
Yeah, yeah. I think one's still sharking bottom right. Yep, bottom right bucket.
Pro weak.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, on the
I'm
wall.
clear our bottom right, guys.
Jumped out.
I have to live. We live.
They dropped on right side.
Dropping right.
I'm right here.
Right pro. Nice.
Nice. They said freeze.
Under left bucket.
There's only bucket on
I'm
you.
painting him
guys.
out, I'm painting him
Slash
out.
on your right.
Still there. Jumped.
Slash on your right. I'm on pen and slash on you guys left.
Yeah. Nice.
Slash and pen left.
Nice.
Forward,
Top
forward,
left,
forward,
top
forward,
left.
Okay.
You're right now. I have cooler now. We just wait.
I can't put bubble close to the check because I have two special.
Coolers now.
Looking. Got
Nice.
Is that cooler gonna die?
Hold so long.
The cooler's gonna die.
Penny front, Nolan. Nice.
Kill.
Top right.
Okay.
Top right.
I'm on their plot right now. I'm just playing behind right now.
You're good.
I'm gonna jump back to you. I'm gonna jump back in bubble soon.
Okay.
They're gonna crowd top right soon.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to give their booyang.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm living.
I have it now. Nice. Bucket's up. Nice.
Top right.
One top right.
One top right. Bucket.
I can't really peek him.
I'm dead.
Oh, bucket.
Top right.
Drop right. I'm just
Bottom right bucket.
just going
Bottom right bucket.
Top right. Drop under.
Below you, Omega. Bottom right.
Got one.
There.
Bottom right.
Omega going crazy? Chill.
Nice. Just pen.
You should go up fast.
I'm not there.
Yeah, get back there so Omega can go up.
Just can peeping tower. Just live. Play your life.
Yeah, I'm close cooler. Can we live? I'm close cooler.
Ah.
Who's in mid now? Nolan. Penny. Nice.
Oh shit, they could go.
I'm top right.
They're both far top right.
That
Just
was a
keep the
good
tower here
stall.
for
Like that.
Yeah, forever
Like
push,
Omega
forever
was
push.
all the way up, but nobody. They wanted to go for specials first because they want the KO. They weren't going for just a couple more points.
Yeah.
They want
might
more
try push.
control. They don't even have to get the KO here. They're just having more control by still
Bucks in the
keeping the
mid.
space instead of just going directly into that tower.
Half cooler again.
So I'm gonna do it.
That's something I never do.
Yeah. I'm living.
I'm gonna get.
Just live. Half cooler.
Yeah, no, I can't. I'm jumping out.
Cooler's in mid, Nolan.
Straight.
Penny here. It's a 2 drop bottom right. I'm here. Am I good?
Alright, three, yeah.
2.
Forward and
Bucket's
slash
still
for
here.
buggy. Slash for me. Slash for buggy.
Got me.
Slash fighting me.
2 bottom right, Basil. 2 bottom right, Basil.
Okay.
Trying to take space.
Yikes.
Just you.
Get up, Basil.
Nice jump.
Going front.
Yeah.
I don't even left 80.
Literally all in mid.
All there, yeah.
I'm just leaving.
Right side on me.
Talking about left.
Back right.
Expand to
One.
middle, expand to middle.
1 bottom right. Nice.
Nice. Slash on far left.
There's one sharking on
Yeah,
Basil.
marks.
Left. Behind us.
Oof.
Behind you, Nolan.
Yeah.
Rushing you right.
How's this one so good?
Behind you.
Right bucket.
40 right. 80 right.
Nice.
Nice, bro.
Nice.
I'm keeping tower forward. There's a crab on side.
It is
I need
very
to behind us for a
delayed.
sec. I'm close cooler. Cooler's gonna be in mid 2 seconds. Cooler
I
now.
don't think I'll use bubble for this push. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
let
you're
it
good.
live.
One drop
They
mid.
dropped already by tower.
Bro. Nice. Close tower. Nice. Where's bucket? He's on their side. On Nolan left. Nice kill, bro.
Let me left.
They got that.
I'm your right.
Just chill. Just you, Omega. Just you.
I have two on me right. I'm just gonna ult front.
I'm gonna set
Yeah.
on tower.
Crazy
Top right.
bubble. That's an
Bomb you, friend.
aggressive fucking bubble.
I'm living.
Back on now. Yeah. They
Use
use crab as
crab.
well.
I'm painting you left, Nolan.
Yeah,
I'm
make
close
them
cooler.
use their specials just to get back to
Cooler's
mid.
in mid now.
This is a 2-2. This is a 2-2.
Nice. Top right.
Also got me. Slash the tower. Slash tower.
Tower.
There's
Trying to get it. Look at Nolan, bro. Lamar Jackson. Let's go.
Moonlight trying to close this out. Booyah Bomb comes out with just 3 seconds left, and that is going to do it. We've got a Game 5 coming up as Moonlight picks up the victory.
Game 5. I said it was gonna be Game 5. It's a Game 5.
They look real good. And listen, as soon as we saw Crableg, there was sort of a knowing nod that spread amongst this desk, because that is the power that you get when you are making your counter pick, and it looked great for them. And the wild thing was, it wasn't even the highlight shots from Basil, but the laser that comes from the E-leader, it moves people around. You say, okay, the E-leader's looking over there. I can't go over there, so let me go this way, and it turns out that's where your S-Blast player was waiting the whole time.
We talk about the pressure created by that laser. You don't even necessarily need to shoot anybody. All you have to do is prove that you can. As long as you've proven that you can shoot somebody, then you have now put a flag in their mind. If this person is a threat, and if they're looking at me, I could be spotted at any moment, and we can't allow that. So I need to now avoid it, and once you get that going, you throw Nolan and Omega in there, 2 high AoE weapons with pretty good range, suddenly there's nowhere for anyone to go.
That leaves us Rainmaker for Game 5 coming up here between
Rainmaker. I don't know.
Bet, the 4 seed versus the 5
I think Bet
seed.
is better at Rainmaker. I'm not sure
better,
though.
to be honest here. So we're gonna have Rainmaker. Now it's just a matter of what stage, because Bet, keep in mind, both teams essentially have won both the games in which they choose the stage, and now it comes down to Bet. I'm going to give you the hard task of trying to guess where they might want to go here with Rainmaker. Anybody's guess here for the most part, but it seems like anything that they can do that eliminates Basil and that E-leader is going to do very well for them.
Yeah, either by attacking by the stage or by the mode. I mean, if there was ever... Neither of these teams have been exceptional, I would say, on Rainmaker throughout the league. But what I will say is Rainmaker is a mode where we typically see the E-leader go away. It's oftentimes the splatter scope. Even Q switched over to the splatter scope in the earlier set that we saw with Milky Way. So they should have an advantage in that sense. Of course, they love to move forward and attack, but you're right. I mean, the stage will determine a lot here. I know Humpback.
Yo, the head of Area Cup is going to be part of Race for Rises? That's pretty cool.
Inkblot again, like we saw earlier.
Yo, thanks for the raid, Astrid Stiora.
Bet. So you look at
How's it going?
Stats for Bet.
How goes the NA League? We're currently in a 2-2 of Bet and Moonlight. It's pretty hype, actually.
But
there's a lot of delay between sets, which kind of sucks. But when it's actually happening, it's good. You just made Alpha and Loic? Nice. We were watching Loic a bit. What team were you? We were watching Loic because there was like 20 minutes between us at one point. Vivid Wave? Nice. I don't think I saw y'all because I only saw like a 1 or 2 sets, but yeah. Good job. I'll be semi-watching Low Ink tomorrow because I'll have to wait in between sets for tomorrow's stream too. But yeah, I'll watch out for your team. Here, let me give you a shout out. Alpha and Low Ink is enough to be low-level banned, right? No, not. You have to get like top 4 Alpha Low Ink, but like top 2, like second or first, I think, to get Low Ink banned. But Alpha might be enough to get banned from. It won't ban you from Low Ink, but it'll ban you from the low-level low-level tournaments, like what's it called? From the Ink Cup. From the Ink Cup, you'll get banned from if you get Alpha at least once, I think. Yeah. Alpha's enough from the Ink Cup. So I guess that is technically the lowest level, but it's not going to get you out of low level to mid level yet, because mid levels after Low Ink win after you get banned from Low Ink.
Why would you go Inkblot as to anywhere else? Why was I even thinking that? It's because if you get that checkpoint, you get up onto the plat area, to the VATS area, you have a shield the whole way through, and if you have your Inkvac as well,
there we go. There's your shadow. Let me go follow you. I don't know if I follow you.
And I know that seems weird given that Bet has been the team that's been flanking so much, but when everything is right in front of you, it means that you can coordinate a little better. You aren't as worried about Nolan and Omega out positioning you. This is such a fun place to settle it on.
Wait, that was not the right person. That was not the right fucking person. Don't follow that person. I don't know why it autofilled to that. Astrid Stiora. There we go. It's making me wait. Home stuff. Be happy. Hello.
Rainmaker.
That's why it's
If you got top 2, it's not like a ban, but they gotta consider it. Yeah, me typing like the chat are gonna see this. I'll say it for you. Yeah. If top 2 sometimes will ban, but not consistently.
It does feel like though SEMO with that Brella is going to be critical. If you can get to a situation where you can get the lead, you can get to that second platform at the latter part of the
Oh, I
stage,
do follow you. Yeah.
you've got all sorts of cover coming your way.
And you've got a great defensive resource too. We saw earlier in that last game. I know Milky Way moves so quick that we didn't really get to harp on it. That ramp is uninkable, so that means that if there is a Tentabrella shield,
That was a raid, not a. I meant shout out.
Buckle up, boys and girls. We got a game 5. Moonlight versus
I have to wait 39 more seconds. Okay, I'll shout out in a second. But here's the next set.
Down to the losers bracket.
I'm kind of done watching Shadows POV. It's not the most exciting because it's just zap and shit.
What do you see
But
with these loadouts here as we get started?
I mean, it's about what we
Shadows on
expected
Dapples
from
at least this
Moonlight.
time, but
We see
still.
that
Droid,
value
stop messing up.
coming out,
Used.
except instead
Man,
the ends out.
I need to
We're
hydrate
seeing the
more.
Dapple Dualies coming out on Moonlight
But you're
as
broke.
well. Something we expect from Rainmaker now, but not necessarily something I expected from Moonlight.
Mecha with the early Tentacooler.
Oh, I should start doing predictions for every set, since they're so long anyways, yeah.
Advantage for Moonlight on this
Okay,
stage,
Mecha.
even though Bet nearly got to that checkpoint.
Wait,
Now
what's...
it's Mecha just hanging out, waiting for a few more reinforcements.
I have like
and down goes Mecha as
4.5k right
Omega
now?
picks up
Oh,
the
okay,
slack.
fair.
Yeah, I tried to be a bit of a nuisance.
Dude,
there.
I've been watching so many Lethal Company streams. I have like 40,000 on this one guy that streams like 9 hours at a time. It's so funny. And the only redemption he has is waste them. Like, there's nothing to use them for. So I haven't even done it once. I'm saving. Then why you only at 4.5k?
And you're just hoping for the best in the scrum.
You know, you still get them even if you're not like pushing the 50 thing every now and then. So if you want to grind them, you can just leave the stream on too.
Early advantage, still plenty of time left in this one.
It's
If you're
slow.
Moonlight, you're just going to be patient here until you bust this thing open.
You know what would
And
make
now
it
with that
faster?
feedback fully charged,
If you
here's an
bought
opportunity to
the
advance
one that where I have to gift you a membership, a sub, because then I'll get you even more. But you're too broke for that in channel points.
Their backline weapon. They have no anchor on
I'm
this.
just
They
trolling.
move Mecha onto the dualies as well. So they're
Also, nobody subbed to me right now, bro. I have no emotes. Nobody subbed to me.
Keep in mind, Bet
I'm asking wife to. I'm commissioning wife to make some.
The lead will switch over to
Soon.
Moonlight. They are there.
So I need
They
Oreos for
push
Oreos?
Shadow,
Really?
and it's
Yes,
Shadow that
that's the
continues to
economy.
pepper that shield.
Accept it.
They've got some situations here that are going to be favorable, Nine.
I'm just looking at see,
Anyways,
Omega
this
ran forward
tournament.
there and got taken out. That was the gambit that they were trying to play. Shadow still
Nothing
waiting.
has
I don't
happened,
know if
it's
they
been
know
2
your
minutes.
Simo is turned the wrong way, firing at someone else. That means Shadow can't grab it.
Oh, he was gonna die anyways.
Inches
That
before
was gonna
Shadow
be
can
like
grab it.
instant
They're
death.
still in a great position. The threat is not yet gone. Shadow played that perfectly again. Been so good
Simo's
at sharking and
stuck
jumping
there
out to
so
break up the
badly.
attacks from Bet.
Just outside the grasp of Shadow, however, reclaims the Rainmaker. Has to retreat a little bit. You saw that Triple Link start come in. Grab Tank trying to provide a little bit more protection.
We used their
Zero rolling
specials.
into position.
Now
Down
Blue Link
goes
gets a
Zero.
push. Let's
Nolan
go.
picks up the splash.
Come on.
Nolan tried to get a second one, but no. Nolan
Oh,
goes
shit.
down as Dante all of a sudden
Back,
opening up
go.
a can.
Yes!
Here comes the ink back, and that ink back's going to create all
Ooh.
sorts of havoc.
Absolutely
Huge
beautiful
back.
from that ink back. A full wipe on
Oh,
Moonlight's
he
round
died.
is over.
Dante
However,
won the fight
we did
there.
get it to 24.
They could have
As
kept
we
going.
spoke the last time we
24 is
watched
good. 24 is good.
Rainmaker, was
George
one of those
capitalist,
moments that
capitalism.
again, very
Also, I've been
And
agi,
that's
so I've
the
got no idea what you're saying.
Moonlight has
More
got the lead. They
capitalism.
can play defensively here, Nine, even though they're on the opposition right now. As down goes Dante, and Shadow continues to cover.
So let me do the
forward
shout out
as
now.
They claim more territory, moving closer towards Bet spawn.
And just look at how difficult it is for Bet to actually turf. Every time a couple
There, now, everybody goes follow Aspertura. Yeah, they just raided. Thank you again for the raid.
Moonlight is able to bring to this table makes it so difficult.
Yeah.
And then you've got Shadow
Sorry,
jumping out there moving
it gives
as
it
well.
it gives a
Backwards
cooldown
is hard to bring down
when you
when the
do it
fights
for some
go on.
so you
Now
can't
that Shadow's
spam it. I
behind
guess
you,
I don't know
suddenly you're
why.
looking
It's your own
back, and someone
channel.
could jump there.
It's my own.
Can we
It's my own
move
channel to
forward?
do. I don't
Can
know.
we
if
even
I-
get this Rainmaker shield broken? There's a lot of answers they have to find, and there's really not a whole lot of time. 90 seconds can pass by quick.
It certainly can. Bet surrounding the Rainmaker right now, but it's Shadow that has it covered, making it very difficult for Bet to move forward. Shadow going to reposition right now. And just
Mod
trying to
abuse,
build up
maybe?
that
I
special.
guess.
Takes out Dante. Shadow rolls
Okay,
in.
mods-
trying to
well,
pick up
mods
one
can't
more.
do it.
Becca
I don't
has a
even
super
know.
jump out of there. Omega now has to reposition themselves with under a minute 15
Speaking
remaining.
of Loki,
Mega
you want mod?
dodges into the ink. Simo
You're on stream all the time, and you've never broken a rule once ever. That's usually the requirements for mod. You know what? You bet. Here you go.
Now on the side of Bet, and that puts Moonlight in interesting position. They have 2 options.
You always see the bots before anybody else too.
They can try to push for a higher
Can I get
score.
mod? No. You like V heavy.
Trying to do right now, which is back it slowly into this.
I'm kidding. That's not the reason.
Position the Rainmaker to close things out on a defensive push. That is 40 chest 9.
Well, here you go. Right now, they're going to have to dig it out.
I'll follow mod you eventually too.
A little bit quick there. I think Moonlight maybe handing an opportunity here to Bet that wasn't necessary.
We really need it for a 1 at a time though, because it's not like we have 7 billion viewers. Yo, I can terminate the bots now. Let's go.
Great odds for Bet, but there is a fighting chance.
I'll mod you on Discord at some point. I don't know how. It might take a bit. I forgot how it works. And my Discord is a little complicated for mods and shit.
This is game 5 right here. Winner goes to winners.
The slow run is over in nearly 3 years.
Precious seconds ticking away. Down goes a member.
They got it.
And Nolan gonna close things out, and the lunar glow continues for Moonlight as they get the victory.
Moonlight.
And move on to winners semis.
They didn't grab the Rainmaker.
They didn't grab the Rainmaker.
They didn't.
You need the Rainmaker to score.
Well, it was just like a kind
they
of
were just mostly down, so that's why they couldn't grab it, sadly.
Mega went up to attack on the left side there, and 3 members of Moonlight were shooting. So you see that situation, and you think, well, okay, that means that the next wave is coming here. So then Basil pulls out the ink vac to make sure that no one can get forward for free. And I just don't know that Bet had a real idea of who they wanted carrying what in that scenario. They move forward, and again, that's why that lead, and that's why that ink vac that went off earlier was so big, because if that was 50 that they had to get to instead of 23, totally.
Yo, wait, there's something better to you. Wait, Cactus Patch is live.
I'm a little worried we're gonna have some dueling vacs.
Sometimes managing your money can.
Yeah, whatever. There's this podcast is talking about competitive table turf. If we want to watch that instead of the
Needed that special to be able to move forward.
And you know what? We get to move forward with the 4th member of our team. Zach is standing by with some expert analysis after what was a riveting second.
Oh, good. Wait, this is going to be more interesting, actually. More interesting Yap Sesh.
Well, thank you to everybody on the desk. Great to be over here. We're going to take a look at Moonlight. It was such a close back and forth set, but we're going to take you back to game number 2, that last second push that Bet tried to make. You can see here with 14 seconds left, 13 clams. That is going to go up to 20 before all is said and done, but we are going to also focus on how Moonlight was able to put up that defense against Bet. So to start here, you'll see these 3 specials are already online for Bet. What is missing though? Keep in mind this Sniper Rider player right here and when exactly they get that special online. So
I love the hoodie.
Play the clip going forward. We're going to see here that Simo's going to jump and they're going to regroup, and the canopy from that tent umbrella is going to be the key here. Dante's spot checking is going to force that member of Moonlight to jump back in, and now here's that canopy coming out, and the specials coming out. They had the Crab Tank, followed by the Trizuka and the Triple Ink Strike, but they wait that out, take down the canopy, and Omega with at least 2, there's that lonely tactic cooler there that was not able to come out at all during this time. So an unfortunate turn of events from Bet, but for Moonlight, a recipe for success that ended in their ultimate victory.
Zach, fantastic work. Thank you so much for that. And so that was all that you could ask for in a match between 4 and 5 as we check out the updated bracket. That went the distance to game 5, but it is Moonlight that'll move on to take on Milky Way. And don't forget,
you can see lurkers on Twitch at least, not on YouTube. Sadly, it doesn't really work too well. It's only if you chat, doesn't show it on YouTube.
Coming up here in just a moment, we'll have FT Win versus Duck Motif. But speaking of FT Win, we had a chance to catch up with them earlier in the season as our man EE sat down with the crew to learn more about them.
What is going on, Splatoon faithful? This is new. EE, and I am sitting down with FT Win to have a little fun with them and to get to know them a little better. Before we get into anything, introductions are always in order, so I'm gonna go down the line here and take it away.
My name's Kia. I'm the captain of the team. My name's Biscuit. My name's Bursty. My name's Sam.
Well, we're gonna play little games, very simple.
Yo,
After
Sam is such a baby.
Countdown, and then you point
such
to
a
who
prodigy.
you think
It's
the
so
answer
crazy.
pertains to. Simple enough? Let's do it. Okay. Whom among you is the loudest? 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Bro.
That did not take very long.
Bro.
You even self-agreed. Any particular reason is because you wear the C on your chest?
Guy recently turned 16 is somehow better than like 30-year-olds.
In the middle of the game.
Yeah.
We got a lot in common, man. Like, come on, dab it up. Come on now. You know what it is. Now, something I can't relate with. Whom among you is the quietest? All right. 3, 2, 1. Really? You're a little bit of a chatty cat before we even got on the camera.
I mean, in the games I'm pretty quiet.
Okay.
I'm genuinely a pretty quiet person.
Are you just
gotta
like
stand him though.
zoned in,
It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's so
Okay,
cool
that's fair.
that Sam has gone so far already.
No doubt about that. Now this one might be a little bit more tricky because I kind of like all your vibes. But whom amongst you has the best vibes? 3, 2, 1. I can kind of see that. Why do you think you have the best vibes?
I'm just like loud. And like I say random things and I'm always like talking.
Another thing I'll ask, who among you is the most likely to sleep through a tournament? A little embarrassing. A little embarrassing, but answer truthfully for me. 3,
Dude, that'd be
2,
me on
1.
my team.
Okay, a little bit of a split decision it seems like. Is this based on anything that's happened in the past?
Yeah, time zones.
Time zones? That's fair though.
Because I'm like PST time zone.
Me too.
So all the tournaments are usually like early for me.
Yeah. Who amongst you is the most excited to practice? All right. 3, 2, 1.
Bro.
And why is that?
We gotta get stuff done. Gotta get it done so we can show up on the day.
I mean, you don't get the W's without putting the work in. Who has the most say on the team strategy? That's not exclusively a captain role, so answer truthfully. 3, 2, 1. Okay, maybe it is exclusively a captain role. Apologies.
I get opinions from them, but like I play the most.
Okay.
So like
He sounds so
and
different
I
on
watch
this
the most
mic.
of everyone else, like other teams. So I generally just like know what we should do. I think.
So you study the film enough to make the boss calls?
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's fair. Nothing wrong with that. Who among you is the most versatile? 3, 2, 1.
Kyo and E
Really?
is this is true.
Because I know he trained you. So how does that work?
I feel like I've played every role in like at top level. So I'm like throughout like the past years of me playing. So I feel like I'm just like already experienced on like different roles.
Is that something that if you guys feel like you're in a situation where you need to kind of switch up the game plan, would you be kind of like the go-to?
If we're like getting like countered or like we want to like try to counter a team, it'll probably be like me or like Kyo switching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. I like that a lot. Well, in situations where it's really coming down the line, who do you guys trust the most to clutch it, make the clutch play? 3, 2, 1. Ooh, okay. Give us a situation where you really clutched up. Anything kind of come to mind?
I think I just play very privileged. I play like Splatana Simper, so it's a lot easier for me to get stuff done and like last minute
that's fair.
moments.
Fair
So
answer.
that's why I think I have like
Quiet Kyo is a completely different sounding person. That's what I'm saying.
It's a good thing to have. Among you, who is the most likely to pop off? Finally got that big dub. Who's going through the ceiling?
Everybody
3,
knows.
2, 1. That's not even hard. That's not even because you put in so much work. It just seems like to see it kind of culminate in a W, you're gonna be elated about that. Well, for your team as a whole, what would it mean
Never
to
heard
win
them
the
before.
Splatoon
Kyo
3
streams a
North
lot,
American
so
League?
We're a top team and we want to assert our dominance, so we want to show that we're the best in the North American scene currently.
It's kind of like put a stamp on it.
Right, yeah. Make it official.
We didn't really, as a team, we didn't play any officials in Splatoon 3, but we played a lot of officials
Best in the
Splatoon
West.
2. We only lost one of them. So it'd be really great to, just come back and play our first official in this game to win as well. It'd also be really happy for me to give like Sam this first one because this is the first thing he's been to play that.
I think that's outstanding. And I think the mark
Wait,
of like
that's
a good captain
true. I
and
forgot.
leader in
Sam
general is, like, I'm
definitely
not just playing for
deserves.
myself. I really am playing for the team. Love the
Yeah.
way you speak on that. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed that sit down with FT Win as much as I did. Great group of guys, and I look forward to everything they're able to do in the future. Until next time, we'll be seeing you.
Thank you, EE. Great to see the faces of FT Win as they get set for
That was
their
actually new,
matchup
so I'm not
against
as opposed to
Duckmo
that being in the
Team. But
middle.
Let's take a closer look at FT Win as we check out some of their highlights from the regular season.
FT Win, feed to win. It is not for the win, it is feed to win, and that is their philosophy in the game of Splatoon. They will attack They will continue to attack, and then when you think you've got them all, one jumped in, and they continue the attack. It is their philosophy, and it has been for the longest time. A couple of incredible highlight players on this squad. Of course, Captain Kyo has won just about everything that you could win. Would love one more piece on the mantle, but Sam might be the most gifted pure attacking player in all of North America. And then of course you have Rafe, who can
I want to see some more Sam gameplay. Hopefully this was they did that right before FT1 playing. Yeah, okay, yeah. They're fighting Duck Motif.
They'll be taking on the number 7
there might be some
Duck Motif.
Good clips here.
Lily, what's quacking with them?
And Duck Motif has had their nose to the grindstone this entire league. They lead us off the most in all matches possible and make sure that we have, I mean, good games to look forward to. They play a little bit of a coolerless comp, similar to some of the other teams that we've seen so far, who might play a little more aggressively, knowing that they can come back and keep things going. However, they have that problem where once they get knocked out, they can't come back as quickly. So they have to make use of every moment of the game. And luckily, they have a lot of talented players who are all very good at engaging and making use of any opportunity given to them. They've struggled a little bit into our top 4, so we're going to have to see if they can hold up against our second seed today.
Who won the Moonlight set? Moonlight won. Moonlight won. It was 3-2.
It's going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime will be the first game between these two teams here. And so let's start with this. Just your thoughts on that stage and mode here, Nine.
It's the most played in the entirety of the league. The most played
stage they said that FT1 said they weren't streaming. Does anybody on Duck Motif stream though?
It makes perfect sense. If you've got a strong backline player, they can have fun here. When you push forward, you can really punish the opponent and make it difficult to drop back in. But lots of different specials can access the zone from relative safety. If the theme of Splat Zones is you always have a chance and every player of every role can be the hero, this stage is the one that exemplifies it the most.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, too, because Duck Motif last amongst these 8 teams as far as specials per game. FT Win is second, and so we know there's an aggressive play style from FT Win that's going to be coming. It's just a matter of can Duck Motif handle that when FT Win is going to be bringing that to their front door.
I mean, that's going to be the challenge. I think the name of the game here is put Bandit in a good position. Bandit is the anchor for
they are scrimming. Wait, I was right. Wait, they are scrimming.
Possible is really going to give Red Shell.
Moonlight and Bat are scrimming right now.
Kara as well. Kara has been an absolutely amazing 52 gal this entire league.
They're actually scrimming because it's going to take like an hour until they play again anyways.
This is something that you talked about earlier, Nine. It's the endurance. A lot of these league days were long days, and a lot of their losses happened in grand finals or the reset of grand finals. And now that we've got this tournament over 2 days, these playoffs, that's going to lend well to them not having to have as long of a day here typically.
Well, it wasn't that a lot of their losses happened in grands. It was all of their losses who happened in grands. So nobody is happier for the format today than FT.
All right, here we go.
Here we go. Game 1, Splat Zones, Barnacle and Dime. FT Win, the 2 seed, taking on
what are these
Duck
names,
Motif. We'll figure out who's going to be on the other side of that winner's semifinals bracket. Lily, what do we see as they begin their shopping?
I mean, I'm a little concerned here. We're seeing Rafe on the Pencil and Bandit, also on that Snipe Rider. So that, I mean, makes things a little more even.
You mean Ziphius is a new Chara vid? Yo, wait.
With something a little more long range
to
give them the advantage.
We'll check out on Red Shell at the moment right now. Just covering up a little bit of turf. Nobody's claimed the zone at this moment.
Oh, it's because it's the NA League. Ooh, I'm hyped. I might watch that video in between sets.
Back and forth and basically neutral up until Duck Motif claiming the zone in the first 30 seconds here. 9, but
it's an NA League video, so I'm not surprised that you're in it.
All of a sudden, we see Hexen rolling forward.
You guys played a lot.
This is an FT Win Classic. They will give up everything at the start of the game if it means they get the first commanding push. You've got Sam here who gets taken out almost immediately, just a little too much extra damage. So the lead goes away, but that's not
this one's already so violent, like off the bat.
Probably could have gotten out of that scenario. Right now, Duck Motif a head full of steam here.
I want to see if Duck Motif can like fight against this, because usually they don't win against
Kara picks up the splat and reclaims the zone. Duck Motif with control, narrowing the gap.
I do want to see
some
Sam Hype moments.
They can't retake it. And FT Win trying to apply that penalty. Critical junction here as Duck Motif trying to wrestle away. They take down a member, but down they go. FT Win tacks on the penalty and the control as Hexen jumps into the mix.
Kara on the Splattershot Pro honestly makes things look easy. She tends to play that weapon in a way that makes it look like a light weapon. She's dipping and dodging and picking up shots in ways I can't even imagine doing on a weapon that heavy.
Kara right now just trying to avoid some Tenta missiles and a little bit of pressure. It was too much to handle. Sam picks up the splat, and it's a wipeout. FT win. Everything going their way now. They really want to take a big advantage here.
I just have to point out how ludicrous that shot from Sam was to get that player to where I don't think that the player even knew that the S-Blast could hit from
saying he
that
plays
position.
very
And now
privileged
this is
makes
the
so much
lockout
sense.
that they were not able to achieve earlier. Rafe so good with this positioning.
I remember
now
getting
has to back up a little
destroyed by
bit.
both these
Doesn't want to go
teams.
down.
Yeah,
do
they're
this
crazy
range
good.
Killer whale,
Fortunately, I'll
but
be
they've
heading
got
out. Gotta
enough
grab
specials here.
get
If
some
they can
lab
wait
work
out these missiles,
to
this
get
is their game
done.
to win.
Here come the
Enemy.
Tenta missiles, not enough to reclaim the zone. It's FT win still
luck
with
with
the
that.
zone. They lose control momentarily.
Also, good
Duck
luck in,
Motif back on the
Malik
penalty.
tomorrow.
Duck Motif almost there. FT win has to push back. It's going back and forth still. Hexen in the middle.
Bro.
Booyah Bomb comes in. And
That's
finally,
still their
FT
zone.
Win does reclaim it with under
Yikes.
2:45 left. But
Oh,
all of a
never
sudden,
mind.
Duck
Died on zone.
Motif
Somebody
gets
died on
it.
zone.
They tack on a big
Oof.
penalty. Here's an opportunity for them, Lily.
Duck Motif has a lot of what we call displacement
Last jumped out.
specials. They have the zip caster, they have the whale, they have the missiles all coming in, and all of these are tools designed to take FD Win and move them out of the positions they want. And we're seeing that in action here on all of these retakes. All of these things coming together to create space for Duck Motif.
And Duck Motif is about to lose the zone. That Booyah Bomb wasn't enough to claim it for FT Win. Here's Bandit and company. They might have the advantage to reclaim this 9. This is a big-time opportunity with 2 minutes left.
It was, but ran right in the direction that
Damn.
Sam was looking, and he's not going to
Cook,
let you
cook,
get
cook.
away
Go get
if
that.
you run forward here.
Yeah.
He's already eyeing up
Yours.
another one, another direct, and now
Yes.
His spirit energy is
Clean
too
him up,
high.
clean him
Sam
up.
dominant right now. 20 seconds remaining here for FT Win after
That's
this penalty goes
Sam.
away.
That's Sam.
And all of a sudden, Sam ducking and dodging. You can't defeat Sam.
That's
All
my goal
over this
right there.
game right now at the moment. No answer. Duck Motif do they have for Sam? Let's check in on Vexen, just trying to provide a little bit of cover with that killer whale. 90 seconds remaining. FT Win still controlling things, and now it's just a matter of if they can close it out, Lily.
We do see all of their specials just having been burned. FT Win is almost close to another crab, however, as well as the cooler. So they do have time here to kill.
They have time. They can
and
get
really
it.
comes down to Duck
Ooh.
Motif needing
They have to kill the crab or it's over.
paint, but the crab is
Not
causing
get killed
so
by
many
the crab.
problems. They just can't stand where they need to stand
Damn.
to put that paint down on the zone, and
That's an FT Win.
that's it.
Eventually, they get pinched in the end, and FT Win picks up the victory 1-0 in Game 1. And really, 9, there's a lot of things that you can point out. I think the individual efforts of Sam and what we saw on a couple of those highlights there, those are things we're
If they're
certainly
actually
going
going to do a
talk
script, they
about
might do
later.
a script.
Yeah, if there's one thing to note about the group that was trotted out that time for FT Win, you'll note that there's no Kyo, not currently available for the roster for this particular match. That means that the front-running duo isn't there.
Wait.
So that's good if you're Duck Motif. That's only one threat you have to worry about. The problem is that threat is Sam. And as we saw,
Kyo's
Sam might be enough
graduating? He's not even
single-handedly
playing right
breaking
now?
this away. I mentioned the numbers being absolutely gaudy. 12.
That's so funny.
Splats and assists per game.
He's not even
on a
here.
weapon that doesn't provide Tacticooler. Those aren't many assists, Jordan. I'm going to say that.
And it's very impressive because you can have a game plan, Lily, but all of a sudden, if one player can come in and just outplay not only one but two of you, it can just blow everything up.
And I mean, Sam is a creature of opportunity. Just blazes in, sees anyone coming in. I mean, just rolled forward, picked off a shot, turned around. There was someone jumping in, turned around, chucked a burst bomb, took someone else out. Sam is a menace, and they're going to have to find a solution to not just FD but Sam specifically, or they're not going to make it through.
And amongst engagement players and Slayer players that oftentimes go down quite a bit, that 12.8 splat to assist ratio is wildly high.
This is really funny that he's just out there graduating.
Just goes to show you just how proficient Sam can be in that situation. Well, we're back to a familiar situation. We've got tower control, Mako Mart, and what do you make here now? Because this was FT Win choosing the mode, but then the stage selected by Duck Motif.
Yeah. Game 2 for FT Win will always be tower control unless they get to play it Game 1. That's just the way that they're going to run it here. And as we noted earlier, Mako Mart, the most popular tower control pick throughout the North American League. So for those of you keeping track at home, that is the most popular splat zones into the most popular tower control. It's well practiced, and it's just an unfortunate spot for Duck Motif to be in. There's not any wrinkles that you can throw at FT Win here. You've just got to fight them out over and over and over again.
It's true. They're just too experienced. There's just no way you can come in and throw something that FT Win hasn't seen before. They've seen everything. They've played too much. They're too.
Are those priority rings? That's base.
I just need some of them to fall asleep a little.
And they're also so versatile, too, which is the other
Yes.
thing. They've had unbelievable counter picks that they've brought out in different games throughout
Though
this
earrings
as
with
well.
headphones
So
on
if
must
you
be
do go to a
painful.
Rainmaker or Claim Blitz, you might see how
Does
deep
that hurt?
roster goes.
Yeah, with FT Win, again, it's
I
similar
haven't
to
worn
Milky Way. There's
earrings,
really no
so-
weaknesses with them other than if you just get them in a long day and they haven't had a snack in a while. That seems to be the only way to beat them, essentially. And we give a lot of credit for Duck Motif for logging all the games here in the league, but doesn't matter how many games you log. If you come against a Goliath, you better be ready to play some of your best play possible. So here we go, Tower Control, Game 2 between FT Win and Duck Motif. And for this one, it feels like if you're Duck Motif, you've got to essentially be flawless here, Nine.
Well, I mean, take a look at some of the compositional switches here, too. Now it's an S-Blast out for both teams. Both sides bringing a Splatter Shot Pro, albeit some different variants, alongside your Snipe Rider 5H. So they're just trying to out-tower control FT Win.
I don't know if they can, truly. It's one of the most difficult things you possibly can do. FT Win is a tower control powerhouse.
Early on, nobody's grabbed
Did
that
somebody
tower
just fall in the
quite
void?
yet. Bandit throwing out the tactical
Hexen just
cooler
fell in the
here for
void,
Duck
and nobody
Motif
was
as
even
they try
fighting
to
him.
pepper the other side of FT
Maybe
Win.
they were
Kara
trying
gonna
to
release
get away
some
from
tentacle
Kara's.
missiles. Down goes a member of each
what's it
team. They
called?
quickly get back into play. 30 seconds
That
to
me
go
and my-
by.
oh, my
Nine.
bad,
Finally, Duck
real.
Motif hops on the tower.
Yeah, some
Dude, what are
opportunistic
they
play there. I believe
doing?
Hexen actually fell off the map early there, had to cut back in, so that was an awkward spot to try to make the defense from. This Crab Tank should give them at least a chance at defending and maybe sneak a couple of their players in, but right now, FT Win hasn't gotten a solid foothold. They take a couple down here, but they're going to have to fight very diligently to get back into the center. Kara firing up almost took out
Kara's
both
that's
Sam
fast.
and
Somebody else's
Wraith
that's
there,
fast.
so
I mean,
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Duck
I mean,
Motif.
Duck
what they call
Motif,
fucking pencil.
They're swimming well in this
Who's-
one
who's
so
the
far,
pencil on Duck
Lily, as
Motif?
you continue to look at FT
Bandit,
Win, have
Bandit,
to expend
Bandit.
resources to get back into this one, but it's Shaq that picks up one splat, looking for a second, not before Duck Motif can retreat.
Shaq honestly doing a
They're
fantastic
not making it
job
to the
of
core.
reacting
Oh, they
in
did.
time
They
to the
did.
members of Duck Motif, which can be a problem considering how fast and how.
God damn it, Sam.
Okay, what? Excuse me.
My goat. Yeah!
Sam, not once, but twice. Trying to get a third one, gets a little help right there, but you see just how mechanically sound
I
Sam
hate
is. Here's
S-Blast,
Hexen
but I
moving
love when,
forward
you,
with
when
that
I see
Crab Tank,
directs
and they
with it.
continue to push
That's
back
when it's
Duck
actually
Motif,
hype.
even though they're on the lower ground, and this is when things get dangerous against
I don't know
FT
if there's
Win
one
here,
directs,
Nine.
though, to be
Yeah, that
honest. I
first
thought the
checkpoint
second
isn't
one
going to
was.
last long, and there it goes. You can already see that Shaq is even spamming this way, saying, hey, let's start the attack on this side. Hexen gets the 1v1, and that's huge because Crab was on deck. Now everyone has to work the other way. That's another one taken down. Go ahead and fire it, Bandit, on the back line.
That's
as
Bandit
everyone
dead.
else moves through.
That was good
Jordan,
Crab.
the
Crazy
walls
good
are
Crab.
crumbling. It's just 2 more seconds, and that's checkpoint 2 gone as well.
FT Win ready to leave the store here at this moment. They've got
That
the
might
tactical
be
on top
KO.
of the tower right now. They're at checkpoint 3. It's just a matter of cleaning up a couple of things on the ground. Advantage here for Duck Motif on the stage.
Or not,
Retreating
or
out
not.
of
They
there.
got a chance. They got a
Duck
chance.
Motif just trying to hold strong
Motif,
and
you
push
got it,
that
you got
tower
it.
back. They finally do, Lily.
They
Put up a
truthfully
fight.
do, but I mean, Red Shell trying to move up and take some space has
Sam,
no
I see
idea where
you.
Sam is, and that
Oh,
is
okay.
dangerous.
No, you're
Sam
better.
is just going to take you out, period, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now, we do manage to get into mid, and we are managing to take some control, which is step 1. We still have 2.5
Climb up the
minutes,
wall,
so
dude.
it's not
You
like
can
this
do it.
game is over.
Okay, they were
But
choosing not
15,
to.
That's a far push.
They should have.
Well, you haven't even gotten through the first checkpoint. Also, if you're Duck Motif, you're just trying to get back on the other side.
By the way,
of
this player's
stage
name
here
is
for the most
Biscuit,
part.
if anybody
Brave
doesn't
can be
know.
so patient
It's
back
Biscuit,
there, just
but their name
applying
is
all sorts
Rocket
of
for some
pressure.
reason.
Red Shell trying to do something, not going to happen. Trades with Shaq, they go down. Rave, however, gets splatted. Now it's 4-2. Duck Motif, hold on a second as they start to fly forward a little bit, 9.
And they need a special right now in order to slow this down. It's Vexen who's going to be tossing the first one out here. That Booyah Bomb to try to clear some space.
Vexen versus
FT Win
Hexen is so
waiting
funny,
and
though.
trying. I think the Crab Tank might be fired out and used already, and that might create enough space for
Oh,
Sam to get
that's
in.
it, Sam.
Who slams the door shut.
Good.
2 go down immediately just from Sam's main and sub weapon. But again, Jordan, that's knowing how long you have and how many defensive resources you have. They still have a whole other checkpoint that they can defend if it gets to that point.
And it's so true, and you might have plans, but FT Win has Sam, and Hexen moving forward right now. Sam in behind. Sam, why not pick up another one potentially? Red Shell goes down for Duck Motif. It is 4-1 on the stage. FT Win looking very comfortable here, Lily,
Yep.
with about
Get
a
up.
minute 15 left.
The problem I think we're having right now is Duck Motif forgot the first rule of fighting a land war against an S-Blast. Never stand at a 45-degree angle from a teammate.
It is so true that residual damage can stack up. Here's Kara pinned into a corner, just trying to escape. Has a couple of escape routes. Vexen trying to provide a little bit of support. Suction Bomb comes in, forces them out of the way. Under a minute left here. Sam with the Booyah Bomb. Where do they place it to get in the way of FT Win? That annoys them. Takes out Vexen. Sam retreats. FT Win all over it as Sam just continues to dominate 9.
And, you know, we're talking a lot about Sam, but we've got to note the other members of FT Win knowing the job. All of these jump-ins and crazy shots that Sam is hitting is
Sam,
only
chill,
because Hex,
in
I don't
their
even know how many
veins.
crab tanks this is from Hexen here, but you know the
They want
job.
the
Stand
KO.
on the tower, put out the crab tank, and let the rest
They
of
can
your
get the
members
KO.
move forward. Shaq diligently being the next wave of pressure. They even scratched out a couple more points there. They continue the pressure on. This is looking like a repeat of our
Kara's
earlier
really
Mega
cool to
Mart
watch.
TC game.
It always feels like there's a
I gotta
member
watch
of
more Kara
FT
gameplay. I
Win
hope they-
just
do they
right
stream? Does Kara
behind
stream?
somebody, no matter who you splat. Kara does
Okay,
pick up
okay.
2 with 8 seconds left. Who knows? Maybe there's an overtime miracle coming for Duck Motif. Tenta missiles ready to go for Kara. 4-on-4. But you know FT Win is holding strong. Digging
Good
their
thing
heels
those
into the
missiles.
ground, waiting to make one more defensive stand.
Was not called out
that
early enough.
possibly it? It
That's
was
it.
an FT Win. Picks
They
up the
should have used
second
missiles
win.
earlier so they knew where
improved it
Sam
2-0.
was.
I feel like Duck
Like
Motif
missiles are very crucial. If you're gonna, if you have them, you gotta use them
Now,
for
hear me
scoping out
out.
the team, like a fucking
FT Win has a big
echolocator
name.
in Splatoon
Everyone
1.
knows them, everyone knows the players, and there's a certain amount of fear that comes from that. You look at FT Win and you say, oh no, they're going to get me. I need to be careful. But Duck Motif shines as a team when they're playing not careful. They need to go forward. They need to have the confidence to say, I can get this splat, I can take them out, and I'm not worried. And right now, they're playing worried, and that's a problem.
So Duck Motif trailing 2-0, and for FT Win, we talked about how impressive Milky Way looked in their couple of victories. FT Win, they haven't really broken a sweat so far, 9.
You see when things get rolling for FT Win how difficult it is, and we poured over the numbers for some of these players over the the past couple of weeks to really practice it. And something that I think really exemplifies the way they play is you look at Wraith on that Snipe Rider 5H, actually gets splatted more than most Snipe Rider players do. And you think, well, how could that be and why is it? It's because FT Win, if they can fit one more jump in, and if their Snipe Rider player has to move up a little bit more to get that extra jump in, they will do it. They will gamble that you will crack under their pressure. And that's why in these games, when it's been sort of a neutral scrum, they've needed Sam to kind of open things up for them. But the moment that it starts to become this surgical procedural attack, I'm not sure there's anybody better in North America.
Yeah, it's hard to really find an area against FT Win that you can go into a game here, Lily, and say, we've got to expose them here. And so now it comes down to game 3. FT Win's going to choose the mode here. If you're Duck Motif, you're going to choose the stage. But at this point, I think you called it out right. If you're Duck Motif, you can't afford to be patient and timid and meek. You need to be the ones that take it to FT Win. We've seen that in a couple of doses in the last couple of games. We saw it in Splat Zones as well, too. Now it's going to be Rainmaker coming up next here on Undertow Spillway. Your thoughts with this combination? Does it give Duck Motif any type of chance?
I think it does, honestly.
Are
I
they
think
doing
if you're
Scrim?
going to have a stage and a mode where
You
you're
should play,
going to
guys.
be able to take those opportunities to run forward and play a little less careful, this is going to be one of them. There's a lot of flank opportunities. There's a lot of ridges and valleys to this stage that allow for a lot of movement from players like Red Shell and Kara, and I think that's going to be the key here. We need the members of Duck Motif to move and to move confidently, and the only way they're going to be able to do that is on a stage that has a lot less open space for players like Sam to be able to nail them down.
FT Win 13-5 in Rainmaker
Here we go.
amongst the top 8. If they make it 14-5, they sweep their way to winners semifinals. Rainmaker Undertow Spillway underway here in just a few seconds as we check out the loadouts 9.
Well, okay, we got all kinds of changes to take a look at here. Hold on. So we have, coming out here from Wraith, a splatter scope. Sam has switched over to the Wiper, which might be the best news the Duck Motif has had all day. And Hexen switching over to a Dapple Doolies that already put out in 8 seconds the first tactical alert here.
Is the
They are
losers
going
even
all
happening?
aggression to fight it out.
And that's what you wanted to see as well, too, Lily. More aggression from Duck
The losers
Motif.
has
They've made
not
the
happened
changes.
yet. I don't know
Let's
if it's
see it
happened.
pays
I
off.
think they're going to be
That's two
streaming
players
it.
down
It
for
might be
FT
over.
Win. Duck Motif has an opportunity here to grab that Rainmaker, take it left, and get set up. We have the vac out, so this should be a clear on that checkpoint.
Oh, dude,
which
you
is
missed
an
it. Oh.
absolutely amazing start.
Insane
for Duck
booyah
Motif.
bomb.
All right, Duck
Actually
Motif
crazy good
pushing
booyah bomb.
forward,
'Cause
trying
it
to
went
be the
past
big
the
bird
back
of the
like
pond
that.
here right now as Vexen grabs the Rainmaker, instantly going to go down as Dr. Shack prescribes
I think a
the
little
splat,
wasted
and
back,
now all
to
of a
be
sudden
honest.
trying to move forward here at this point. It feels like FT Win's starting to finally get their bearings here tonight.
Well, they better find him quick because the threat's not yet gone. That Rainmaker is in a precarious position if a couple more members get up there and continue to fight. Sam,
Dude,
doesn't matter what weapon.
Sam's Wiper is annoying as fuck.
But again, because of the switch now, as Vexen now moves forward, do they even know?
Dude,
are they going to be able to catch Vexen from behind?
It's
yes,
NA
Vexen
League
catches
playoffs!
Vexen
What are
to
we
take that one
doing?
down, but that's why
Bro!
Sam's still in a precarious position, Jordan. As long as the Rainmaker is up where anybody can access it, you have to at least keep
At least it was
somebody
only a
back to guard it,
33, but
and FT
dude,
win
how
for
did
now.
we let them get that far? This is
topography to
FT win.
navigate once they get that Rainmaker.
Rainmaker is such a bullshit mode, bro.
Get there. It seems like it's going to reset here in just a moment as Kara's trying
It
to bust
actually did
free.
reset. It's
It
not gonna
does
happen
reset,
again.
and that gives FT Win a chance to sort of recalibrate. With just under 3:30 left here, they've got 2 specials ready to roll, but you love the aggression you're seeing from Duck Motif so far.
I absolutely do. I'm loving what I'm seeing of them dipping and dodging forward. I'm loving the opportunities they're taking. Everything about all of the changes, the weapons. The stage is offering them so many opportunities, and we're seeing even Red Shell able to utilize that Zipcaster so much more than they were before.
Red Shell picks up a splat so far, seeking down another competitor. Here comes the Booyah Bomb. Red Shell ducks in cover. Gigs rid of the shield here.
Really good spot for Duck Motif, really. They just gotta go crazy with the Sharks.
This is a completely different looking Duck Motif. I've got to say,
this is a good map for them, so I understand why they're doing well.
This is why Rainmaker is what it is.
That was still a crazy,
if you feel like in the other more procedural, slower modes, you just can't keep pace with the waves and waves of pressure, go somewhere where you feel like you can win the game in the first 30 seconds. Because frankly, that's how this has been for Duck Motif. The rest of this has been sneaky play, grab the Rainmaker, change things up there. But Lily, this is all from that opening 2 or 3 down situation that they got.
This truly is, and they are just keeping this hammering going. This every opportunity. They don't need to have one big push and hold it. They can take it by inches and then go miles. And that's all they need to keep doing here. And they're doing an amazing job of it. I also think Bandit on that Splat Charger is doing a fantastic job. He plays so much better on a one-shot kill.
Shaq near the checkpoint, trying to advance forward. How about the patience by Shaq to have the rest of the team move forward 9? Now they're past the first checkpoint and a chance to possibly take the lead here. They're all around the Rainmaker. Tenta missiles come out, but they're regrouping for another push.
Well, those Tenta missiles were about as timely as you could ask for here. Vexen will go in and crash on top, but that moved everybody away here. I actually thought Duck Motif might grab the Rainmaker and knock it off the side. Instead, they are content simply to let it reset. But now things get a little scary. You lost that very
point, you want to really reset, but just stay back there, really, because it's a solid thing.
There's still plenty of time for FT Win to make this attack. Bandit did get it. I thought that was going to be Rafe getting the shot.
Bandit took that one.
Huge play from Bandit here to close things out. And I don't know. I think that this push and the threat might be gone.
Yeah, Bandit steals a splat. Red Shell moving forward, picking up a few more, applying pressure. There's Shaq to the right. Zipcaster ready to go for Red Shell, so they can fuck things up. Down goes another member, and all of a sudden,
it's hype when somebody sneaks back, because that's not a boo. That's just a hype thing, because like, the other team should have just been watching or resetting. But when it's stalled, that's when there's a boo.
They do still have that Zipcaster coming out from Red Shell. This is exactly what I want to see, this menace just above them, raining ink down and stalling them out in that corner until the members of Duck Motif can get back into the defensive position.
Can't pick up the splat. It's Sam with the Rainmaker. Sam trying to sneak through. No, 13 points short. And all of a sudden, here comes the Killer Whale. All the specials coming out. Duck Motif, 35 seconds left. Can they hang on and pick up a game?
No,
every member of FT Win jumping in, trying to apply the pressure. They have the Rainmaker right in front of them. Can they get a few more splats? Hexen backed up. Rainmaker resets. Here comes the shield with 23 seconds left.
They continue to trade. Their tactical cooler up here, so FT Win can continue the pressure. It's bombs everywhere. Who is going to crack
You have
first
no specials for this right now.
Sam moves forward here. What a lovely ultra stand that's going to take the lead. It's a wipeout.
That's a knockout.
This could be a knockout.
Unbelievable. Sam is inevitable. FT Win with under 30 seconds left. The Stamper comes out and just clears the way and seals the deal.
That was really good. They didn't
Win.
have any resources there. They were panicking so much.
Well that entire game.
The one where they had to grab it just to die instantly, I don't think that was worth. I don't think it was worth actually.
That allowed
because
them to apply the
they need to just stall a little bit longer.
That left things open for Sam to be the cleanup hitter.
I can tell you what the exact problem was. The moment they lost is when they sat there in that corner for what 30 seconds and stalled it out, because all
they should not have sat there, bro.
For was an opportunity to use that vac. As soon as they had the vac and the hammer combo, there was no way to stop that Rainmaker. It was going through. So that was the problem. They needed to get in there. They needed to get those splats before that vac and before that hammer came online. and they just didn't. They were like, we can hold here and we can stall, and they didn't recognize the danger until it was too late.
And it goes to show you for Duck Motif, and maybe this is something they can take with them as they head to the losers bracket, the value of aggression. And maybe they learned something with that loadout. It's never too late to learn things about what your team might need. They looked completely different, as we said, and while FT Win did get the victory, it only took a push in the final 30 seconds. I mean, this was not your typical match that we are used to seeing between a 2 and a 7 here. Credit Duck Motif down the stretch.
Yeah, they really pulled it together. I think, if anything, they've got to feel good on Rainmaker moving forward here. And sometimes that's a nice thing to learn. Maybe you haven't felt that Rainmaker is your strongest mode, but you just made FT Win pull out all the stops, and some hero plays from Sam at the end were really the difference. It's impossible to find the right answer all the time, but very proud with the way that Duck Motif fought there at the end.
Let's send it to our man that always has the answers. Zach is standing by with some more analysis.
Well, and what could have been a Cinderella story for Duck Motif there ends in the sweep for FT Win, and it was so close. In fact, maybe even a bit of an overheat there from Vexen, who looks, as we start this clip, to be in a great position. So they get the pick there onto Hexen, and they're going to have the sight to maybe get somebody on the jump in. But as we play this clip going forward, here are the shots along with the Killer Whale 5.1 coming through. So that's the pick there onto Sam. That is the main offensive edge gone, and that is where they try to get that pick, and this allows FT Win to group up. So you could see there they had the beacon to jump back in, the tacticooler is going to come out, and 3 folks from FT Win are going to pick it up all at the same time. That's going to give them a lot of momentum. But who have they been talking about on the desk this entire time? It is Sam rushing forward there with the Ultra Stamp.
That hammer was way too good.
2 allows Dr. Shack to perform their magic and get the break on the Rainmaker. Beautiful.
They had so much more room to get paint and specials like in that corner, so the other team had no resources.
FT Win, and so they'll advance on to winner semifinals. Who will be facing them? Well, that's going to be the winner of Fo and Gourmet Race. But let's go ahead and check out the bracket after we are now done with our third match. There it is, FT Win with our second sweep of the day over Duck Motif. And as we mentioned, the 3 versus 6 matchup, which should be interesting, especially when you look at what Fo has been able to do.
Graphic design brain loves this whole tournament, dude. It's so good. I love how they're changing it up for the playoffs too, like the whole color scheme and everything.
Choices amongst
I fuck with it.
The darling of this league, I would say. You said highlight, as if every game they played didn't seem to be a highlight. This team is about style. They are about making you feel bad because they are simply better at the game than you. They've got the loud threat in 3Z, who gets splatted a lot, but is also forcing you to deal with continued attacks.
Fo versus Gourmet Race. All right, this one's a little sad for me because I like both these teams, but I like Gourmet Race more.
You see right there
I hope Gourmet Race can take this, but I think Fo might.
Give a lot of credit to Dark and Harshy.
Because there's a pretty high chance, because Fo is debatably more consistent.
Forces of this team so that you can keep that
Fo
attack
has
going
won
and keep
at least
around.
2 or 3 weeks.
And you have to point out as well with 3Z, they get splatted more than anybody else per game. However, that doesn't take away from the havoc that they can create. That 1-2 punch with that menace will certainly be fun to watch. Their opposition,
highest
well,
let's
go ahead and send it to Lily. I mean, you got a Kirby pen the other day. It's only fitting that you do Gourmet Race here.
Absolutely.
Hey.
Thank you. I mean, Gourmet Race, I mean, they're nothing if not consistent. Every single time they came to the league, they scored the same, if not better, each consecutive time. They never scored worse than a previous week, and we absolutely love to see that. I mean, they play a very balanced game, and they do their best when they're driving forward with their weapons at the helm. They don't wait for specials. They pick opportunities and use their main weapons to take everything from their opponents. Their key to success right now is going to be momentum. If they can find their pace and find it quickly, I have no doubt they can take Fo out.
Well, it'll be tower control on Hagglefish Market coming up here between these two teams. And with Fo, you mentioned, they attack no matter what, it feels like. They're essentially going to be like stirring up a hornet's nest for the most part when you approach them. When you look at that hyper-aggression, how does that favor for them against some of these teams that might wait for some opportunities to be a little bit more coordinated?
Well, it's an execution test. We talked a little bit about FT Win. They're banking that if they can get one more attack on you, you will eventually crumble. It's the same sort of idea, and no team, I would say, has embraced the identity of what Splatoon 3 is right now at a competitive level more so than this squad. They're mostly short range. They're going to move forward and continue to attack, but they trust that they always have other players behind in order to assist. Dark, some games will just sit in the middle of the stage and keep turfing. Throw a Booyah Bomb, keep turfing, because they know—
What's Shadow on about?
Because they know that the frontliners will get the job done. They'll crash in if necessary, but you talk about—
Oh, they're not even— it's muted. Damn. They are scrimming! Yes! Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
How's you good? We need to kill this S-West. Bro, I'm back to leave. You just need to get a pick.
I'm dead. Oh my god. Sorry. Bottom right. You have to kill him.
Oh, well.
Okay.
We need to clear the guys bottom right. There's legit Eagle here just sitting there.
I didn't do much.
Bet and Moonlight won't fight for a while if they do fight, right? No, they already did.
Can we ask for like Rainmaker and stuff?
And 9, we've got to talk about Dap Menace a little bit more because it felt like we did our Splatoon North American League show.
I mean, you might not be wrong there. That's one stat we don't have, but it can't be too far. The vibes of it match.
Yeah,
even
it's all about vibes, right? That's what life is all about.
Can you take a guess on how many highlights?
Oh, 9.
That's her name.
Yeah. So, no, I mean, so what makes what Dap Menace has done so unique is that it's a brush. And there are lots of weapons, as we've seen from the S-Blast, as we've seen from the Splatana Stampers, some shorter range weapons that can still get things done, but you've got to be very tricky to get some of these fights with the brushes, and it's not just the Octo brush, it's also the ink brush. So to find the angles, to find just the one spot that you can move in, knowing where the opponent's eyes are, it's an art form, and Dap Menace is able to do it so consistently at this level. This is a team that has beaten FT Win twice. This is a team that has taken games from Milky Way. They are strong. They can compete with the best. They just need to find their way to do it through all 5 modes, because as good as they are at Rainmaker, some of the other modes, not as strong.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because you look at Gourmet Race, and they're second in Turf War overall amongst these teams at 3-1. And, you know, this is also a team that's going to get splatted more than anybody else, Gourmet Race. They certainly have to pick themselves up from spawn more than any other team in the top 8. And, listen, you can have that aggressive play style, but there's certainly times, I imagine, Lily, that you might have to take your foot off the gas just a little bit and really read the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where players like Pika come into advantage. Pika is a tactician and one of probably the smartest players we have at high level right now, who is able to execute plans pretty quickly. Now, the problem here and the conflict is whether or not that those ideas can be communicated in time with the rest of the team.
And that's also interesting with Fo. They get splatted the second most times, only to Gourmet Race. So what are we saying? Well, there's going to be a lot of splats left and right. 2 aggressive play styles meet. Only one can advance to the winner semifinals to take on FT Win as we begin game 1.
Miner's back.
Fo, the
oh, wait, shit's going to go down.
Race,
Miner's insane.
Tower Control, Hagglefish Market as we get set to 9. Take us through this loadout here, my friend.
Well, that's exactly what I expected from Fo, and more or less the same. I will say one interesting wrinkle here is actually Pika playing the Splattershot Pro Frozen. Now, we've seen a lot of Splattershot Pro play today. I think every set has featured at least one.
Pika's on Pro?
From Pika. If you call Pika a tactician earlier, Lily, it's so important to be able to identify where opponents are.
Pika's usually on Mini.
Third into
or something else sometimes. I forget what it was, but not Pro. I know it's not Pro.
That's a rough way for that one to start from Shiny. That's still a few going down there from Fofofo. It's
guys,
just
behind that kid.
That kid might be enough.
Oh, he's not that menace right now.
That kid trying to find a little bit of cover, picks up their first splat. Expected. Zipcaster comes out. Dat Kid with another one. Let's just start the game with the highlight. Dat Kid flying around. Wants to take out everybody. Dat Kid, it's your show. Take the mic.
He had the whole.
All right, I quit.
He had the whole back.
Dat Kid stole the show.
Both splats for Dat Kid of Fofofo, and that opens up the door for them to move forward.
Wow.
And already the tower's advancing, and you see the one-on-one capability, Lily.
I forgot
of Dat Kid,
yeah,
how it can just turn a game on its head.
It's really going to come down to them shutting down Dat Kid, and I think after that, what, 5 splats in a row,
another zip already.
Oh, they're not done yet, though. Another Zipcaster coming out. Dat Kid finally goes down, but Gourmet Race, their heads spinning at this moment as Fofofo just applying all sorts of pressure, making their way towards the second checkpoint.
You can go 0-5 but still get 2,500.
Stage, excuse me, at this time, and now all of a sudden, you see Fofofo in solid positioning, trying to continue this push here, 9.
Oh, look at where that Zipcaster was deployed from, all the way on the left side. So got taken out. It's much ado about nothing at this part, but that shows you again they're trying to find different angles to keep their attack. Now, Gourmet Race, they use their specials to separate
if you guys win, it's going to be the most hyped video ever. That's what you got to do it for the content,
Identify
Pika.
where they're at and make it happen. I'll be honest, Jordan, outside of that
watch Dat Kid like a hawk. Okay, they jumped out.
Dat Kid, they actually had done a really nice job, and now they're finally going to get a chance to prove that they can
we just saw a quintuple from Dat Kid. It was crazy.
For Gourmet Race, and that'll just leave one member isolated. That Shiny on the tower gets a little bit of help as Leaf jumps in. And I got to hand it to Gourmet Race. They survived that disadvantage pretty well here, Lily.
They absolutely did, and not only did Shiny survive and hold that tower in that 1v1, but put out the Tacticooler, so that all the members jumped back into a safe position on that tower. They were able to grab the cooler and jump right back out.
Down goes Leaf, down goes Pika. That's going to be really hard. They continue to attack the tower. Here comes Dark with the Booyah Bomb right in the middle of the meeting. And now Dark is able to send the tower back the other way. Fofofo playing a little bit of defense, but it's Gourmet Race that's got the lead now, 9.
Again, I want to point out, as wild as the play was from that kid,
a lot more splash shot pros
than usual. The only one left up. They had already gone 3 down, so then they cycle another 3-down situation. Gourmet Race can clearly fight against them in this position. Again, Pika, I think, call it 2.5 down. So now, if they can communicate where these attacks come rotating and not fall for the tricks that Fofofo is laying them, I see no reason that Gourmet Race can't hold this defense.
Yeah, usually it's Stamper or Slosher. Oh, Slosher's always
does a nice job of retreating. Dark in the shadow of that Booyah Bomb, able to find a little bit of protection.
But that's kind of more like,
right now, under
I'd
2
say
minutes
S-Class is
left.
kind of like
Dark
in
moving
the
forward.
same category
They
as
pick up a couple more
Decav compared
splats,
to
but it's
Midway.
still Gourmet Race with the lead here, Lily. 1:45 left as we kind of go back to neutral here with less than 2 minutes remaining.
You really do. What I really want to see at this point is what Pika is sort of considering here on the left-hand side. I want to see a flank. We're spending too much time letting Fofofo get position and get specials, and now we have a wipe.
This is going to be crazy.
A wipeout that opens up the door for Fofofo, but the problem is the tower can only move so fast, 9. You can advance, but you got to wait for the objective to come from behind you. Can Gourmet Race gather themselves? They're picking up splats left and right.
Well, there you go. That might be enough, and they had enough defensive resources. Call it a wipeout, and Jordan, they also still had that checkpoint that they could use even if things got really bad. You look up at the top of the screen, though, Gourmet Race does not have that same checkpoint to contend with if they want to continue to fight. You see Pika positioning on the right side, Shiny watching over there to help as well. They don't want to let any of these flanks come through. As Lily noted, they got wiped out so quickly. ZZ moves forward here. Now time for maybe another highlight play. Here comes 3Z, also looking for Miner, who is out of ink. And Fofofo, with 45 seconds left, has an opportunity for another attack.
Here it is with under 40 remaining. Fofofo is pushing the tower here, but down goes a member for them. They're down 1 member compared to the 4 for Gourmet Race. Booyah Bomb comes out. Also the Stamper from 3Z, able to pick somebody up right there. Flattens the competition. Leaf tries to combat with a Booyah Bomb of their own. Tower right near the checkpoint. Fofofo loses it, but they're back on it, Lily.
They truly are back on it and trying to break that. They have 2
depends
members
on
on the tower, which as we know breaks things a little faster. The Zipcaster in there, able to be taken out, but we are so close to lead. They just need to maintain this. They have no choice. They have 3 down from Gourmet Race. They need to sit on tower. They cannot get off. 30, counting down and manage.
At the last second, they take the lead. It's a buzzer beater victory for Fofofo. They were impressive enough down the stretch, and they get the win. And credit Gourmet Race, but 9, it was just too much.
That's crazy.
Fofofo. as time was winding down, and they were just all over that tower.
And every single fight there at the end, you could micro-analyze it and break down, like, you took a little too much damage here, you took a little too much damage there, and that stings for Gourmet Race. You really had the best, and it was, again, 3Z that second time, diving forward through a lot of damage. 3Z was already at, like, half health left when they dove forward and made that happen. But that's Fofofo in a nutshell. Any one of their players can break open the game with a number of highlights, and then they're disciplined, rotate around the tower, and eventually, if you've got the tactical loop in your favor, you will find a way to win.
Oh, really? That's what you pointed out with Gourmet Race, is that they were doing a great job all game, Lily, of being able to push forward, keep Fofofo on their heels. But when you talk about disruptors on each of these teams, 3Z and Dat Menace.
I've been watching other tournaments when they're talking, to be honest.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think it was close enough it could have gone either way, truly. I mean, and that was game 1. So what it comes down to now, I think, is mentality. Either you look at that and you go, dang, we were so close, I'm angry, or you say, we were so close, that's winnable. And we need that second mentality in order for, I mean, Gourmet Race to pull through.
Yeah, and that's going to be the thing. How do they respond here? Because Fofofo obviously will get a chance to choose the mode here.
Cool.
And tower control is one of the stronger modes for Fofofo. They're actually #1 in Rainmaker as well, too. For Gourmet Race, it feels like you can hang in there now, and that should give you a lot of confidence. But you've got to deliver right here. It's going to be hard if you fall down 2-0.
Well, you also know that you're going to Rainmaker no matter what here. There is no world in which Game 2 does not take place on Rainmaker. Where doesn't really matter, frankly. You know that it's going to be on Rainmaker. So for Gourmet Race, I think the thing that you take away from that first game is I think that Pika over on the Pro worked. Pika has been a very flexible player. Clearly it worked out, had a number of good fights go their way as well. So I don't think you need to scratch your head for anything compositionally. There's
a lot more than I expected
that lets you get away.
And there's at least a number of them instead of the number being 0.
You, of course, still have to fight it out and win. The one thing, these two teams have played a couple times.
Almost got an Ink Rush in the top with.
Losses for Gourmet
I mean,
Race
wait, doesn't Dat Kid sometimes play Ink Rush?
Not lose this in the opening engagement here.
Yeah,
Whatever
so
you have to do,
kinda. If they play,
you have to play.
I don't think they will though.
Endurance. It's your only chance here against
Hopefully.
this squad.
I mean, if you're going to have to do a battle of endurance, the players from Gourmet Race, most of them come from Splatoon 2, and the name of the game in Splatoon 2 was endurance. The amount of time you could spend just stalling things out with whatever tools you had really made it. And if they can pull
I want to see a Miner clip. Miner go crazy.
That is Fofofo, I think they'll do fine.
Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. Off we go. Do you see the changes, Lily, from the loadout now that we get to Rainmaker?
I mean, we have a couple. I think the biggest one I would mention is the Dapple Doolies coming out from Pika, as we've been seeing in most Rainmaker games, and the VAC as well on Shiny.
Fofofo with the 1-game lead, trying to make it 2-0 and build quite the advantage. Gourmet Race had the lead for most of game 1.
Something funny is this is the first time in any league where they've done more than one ink color. They had color lock on until this week.
3Z to clean up.
What a perfect perspective to watch.
Because I'm pretty sure because it made it easier to have the graphic always the same colors.
Ink continues to push forward at you. Nice job there taking
But now they're actually doing it and changing it. So maybe they just have somebody who volunteered to do that this time.
Shiny would love to get this tap shot to close out 3Z. Now they're going to have to guess when the second attack is going to come through. Leaf actually did get behind him, though, so maybe
I only noticed because I've been editing every single week. Otherwise, I would not have known.
Okay. Dat Kid jumped in all the way behind. I cannot believe Dat Kid jumped into that position as Fofofo continues their attack.
And he gets that position, which helps out a ton, as you mentioned now. So now all of a sudden it's dark with the Rainmaker.
Send my friend request, by the way.
Convoy in front of them. 3Z coming through, just trying to take out a critical splat right there that'll help blaze a trail. Harshy, meanwhile, just trying to flank possibly, providing a little bit of cover. Little one-on-one situation there. They'll retreat. And now Miner has that triple ink strike ready to go. But it's going to be Dark that comes through and gets another splat. Dat Kid, can they make it 3 in a row? They can't, and Lily, Gourmet Race just has to try and get this Rainmaker out of here.
And that's it. Pika recognized that immediately. We cannot leave the Rainmaker in this position where they can just knock it out. We at least have to drop it. That is vital. So they did manage to drop it down there. They have Shiny over top getting a beautiful splat on Dat Kid. But I think really what has to happen here is Gourmet Race needs to be 100% aware at all times of where 3Z and Dat Kid are.
Yeah, Shiny, how about this? Taking it almost coast to coast, and will for the near jam, but not before they go down. That was a critical splat at the last second, right before the checkpoint. That's going to slow down their prospects, and all of a sudden, Fofofo is regathered and regrouped.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that scoring points there is a bad thing, but you almost have to look at that as we didn't get the checkpoint. We really didn't get almost anything out of that. Their push to 62 doesn't do anything. They desperately needed more out of it.
Oh, I was going to say, that's their chance to move
up. A number of players in some of these awkward fights to win it out. A jump does get picked out there, and notably that is the backliner Shiny who got taken out on the jump. That means no Tacticooler. The pace of play starting to get away. Another nice shot from Leaf here, but Jordan, you see Gourmet Race, every time they take a couple of these players out, there's a member of Fofofo who's still waiting. They would love to get a checkpoint shortly, but right now it's just too much Fofofo.
Just over 2 minutes remaining. Fofofo loses 2 members of their team, and now it's an opportunity for Gourmet Race. They've got to get through the wall, and no, that is going to be Dat Menace taking out a couple of members. Miner have to provide a little bit of support, but all of a sudden they roll into a 2-on-1. And now it's Gourmet Race that is down half their team, and all of a sudden Fofofo looking really sharp, Lily.
They really are. Fofofo is doing a fantastic job of just staggering Gourmet Race out, while they themselves are in a stagger. And it's harder for Gourmet Race to recover from that than it is for Fofofo. The members of Fofofo are just so much more versatile in their movements and their play styles than Gourmet Race is.
Miner stuck in the one-on-one with 3Z, gets the splat against 3Z, and another assist. All of a sudden, Gourmet Race picking up a couple of critical splats. They've got an advantage, but now they've got to hustle.
Control.
They've got to hustle, and they got to pop that Rainmaker shield again. Somebody was sharking and took them out here, so Miner, surely this is the time to get it. No, 3Z was behind. Okay, that should be all of the tricks out of the way. We can break this at this point. Up and no, still not able to break it here. They're going to jump in and continue to make things difficult. They know that Pika's over here. Pika's going to have to pull some incredible heroics.
Wait, they have jumps
down, and they did get enough jumps up here. Shiny, come on, grab it. Can we get it?
Wait, that's it.
Breaks it, and now the game's afoot.
Do they have back?
Just under 45 seconds left. Dark goes down. Leaf picks up another one and a second one. Harshi's eliminated. Hold on a second. Gourmet Race can sprint this to the lead. 35 seconds. Booyah Bomb is going to open things up, but no. They lose the Rainmaker. They were 1 point away. Lily getting a defensive stop when they needed to, and that's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Fofofo does manage to grab it and drop it down below, so Gourmet Race has to make that gauntlet one more time. 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to take out the Rainmaker. Now they have to pick it up, and
that's a respectful stall, actually. That's fair.
So close yet again for Gourmet Race. They might be kicking themselves after this, but hold on. There's a little bit of time left. Can they bust the shield? Triple Link Strike comes in. Down goes Harshy, but that's not going to be enough. No. And once again, V5 Faux Fum. It's Fofofo by a hair getting the victory.
If we get 3 games decided by one singular point,
BO5, yeah. BO5.
I mean, that's going to be the bitterest of pills to swallow for Gourmet Race. And they did everything right there at the end. They threw the
They were 1 point off. That's so annoying.
They didn't, of course, have the ink back. That's what you'd love to have in that scenario. But you've got the Booyah Bomb, throw it forward. We'll use that as some sort of coverage. But
has the highest potential.
I don't know who it was. We'd have to slow-mo that.
It is really interesting that way, but I'd say it's the least balanced of all the game modes, though.
The member that was left was Dat.
Which is why I enjoy it.
Sharking behind the pillow. I think Leaf would have been better served fishing for Dat Kid than throwing Booyah. Because you start throwing blaster shots in behind that pillow, Dat Kid has to die or back up. That's the only choices. So my controversial take here is, instead of throwing the Booyah, you throw those blaster shots, fish for that ping, and then move forward. Or even move forward with the blaster shots.
I'll watch it after the set,
probably. It's hard, I imagine, too, in that moment, because you're sitting on a Booyah Bomb.
Because in between sets will be a while.
Everybody cluster together. I click button that hopefully opens everything up, but the point-and-click adventure didn't work out in that situation. And as
That's so close.
But with those eagle eyes, you saw Dat Menace right behind, and you got to credit Fofofo because listen, there are times where, regardless of the rankings, if you can pull out a victory, It's those moments that happen in every game. 50-50 coin flip. It just takes one minor play, and Fofofo's done that in the last 2 games.
I'm glad that you put it there, because these are decisions that have no right answers in hindsight.
Almojo's team. I think that's what they might be running.
Oh, Almojo's playing? All of us is moments like that. And we've now had in 2 games 2 finishes exactly
2 members
like
of PS are playing
so
against each other.
There's something to be said for the players who know exactly how much time they have left to make one of those plays to dive forward and to close it out. And I think the most frustrating part of that loss too is that
also,
you almost
Tormy and
beat
Santana are
Fofofo
and they're playing each other here. So
that's been as close to a chalk pick as you could have, that they will win Rainmaker. So
that's great. Yeah.
And there's no solace in being down 0-2 for
I
Gourmet
love
Race,
seeing couples in Splatoon.
It is double elimination, so even if they do go down, they're going to go to the losers bracket. They'll have a chance. But listen, it's only 2-0. It's not over yet at all. We've seen reverse sweeps before. We're going to have splat zones on Barnacle and Dime coming up here next. And as far as splat zones go, Fofofo, second overall at 17-5. Gourmet Race at 2-9. So we'll see if Gourmet Race can defy the odds, not only in this game, but possibly for the entire match as we get set for splat zones on Barnacle and Dime. Fofofo, one more win gives them the sweep. Lily, what do you see with our loadouts?
Nothing changing really. It all looks pretty much the same as we have seen. We do see Leaf, however, switching to the 52 Gal, which I think is an interesting pick, considering we're switching off the S-Blast,
a lot better
which
at the
does really
Gal
well around the ledges on this.
They were playing before.
Solo zone, both teams making their way, and a couple of splats go back and forth as they make an early trade here at Barnacle and Dime. Let the bartering begin. Here's 3Z trying to just find an opponent to seek their sights on, and they go down. And so how about Gourmet Race? Winning a couple of one-on-ones early on here, 9, but they do lose control.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see, I was about to say, I'm interested to see where all the other members are, because I saw those X's come up over the members of Gourmet Race very, very quickly there, and this is where things can get really scary. Now, taking out 3Z early on is nice, but they were tacticalered up, so you have to almost treat this as you need 2 for 1 in all of these fights. Dark gets away, and actually the Killer Whale 5.1 getting the big job done there.
They're good,
so
they're good. They got the
I think that Fofofo wasn't truly able to set up their lockout in the positions they wanted. They tried to make the best of it, but Gourmet Race responded too quickly.
And now Gourmet Race has the zone, and they're looking to push forward just a little bit. Here's Leaf in that 52 Gal behind the splash wall. Not enough as 3Z picks up the splat from the lower position. Tacticooler comes out, and now Fofofo is juiced up and ready to roll forward, Lily.
They truly are. I mean, Hershey had to jump out, which is giving a little bit of a disadvantage for Fofofo moving forward, but they did get 3 down, so what disadvantage? Who cares?
And Dat Kid picks up 1 splat, has the Zipcaster, just chasing members of Gourmet Race left and right.
They were going just for that jump back.
Able to pull Dat Kid away from the action and get the splat. And now it's just a 2-point differential.
I forgot you could just do that with Zip.
Chopping into that penalty. They're going to start to build this lead, 9.
And this was the lockout situation I was sort of hinting at earlier. Fofofo was not able to set this up. These missiles will be nice to at least identify where the players are, and sure enough, they got Dat Kid in the scrum. They have 3Z, so that's both of the frontliners there, and that's Dark. Surely at this point, even Pika does take a swing of at least taking the zone back. So Jordan, that's twice now that Gourmet Race has proven they can break out on a stage that's not so easy to break out on.
They got
the real difference has just been 1 or 2 members of Fofofo, as we've said earlier, find the awkward angles and take these players out.
And Lily, it feels like almost when Gourmet Race pushes forward, they're getting spread too thin versus maybe being a little bit more patient here.
It really does. It feels like they're not quite able to get the positions they want. We're taking a little too long to put up our wall. And the members of Fofofo excel so much more at those close fights than Gourmet Race does. So we need to keep them at a distance, and we're just not doing that.
So far, it's a 9-point lead for Fofofo.
They did die to the brush
got the zone. They're going to chip away, but Gourmet Race trying to wrestle it right back. And now we're kind of getting into this stalemate here with just over 2 minutes remaining, 9. Who's going to make the next big push is really the question that'll decide this game.
Well, and this is, as you noted, Jordan, been the one thing Gourmet Race hasn't been able to do over the course of this game. It's, can we lock out? Can we identify? Earlier, 3Z took out Leaf in a situation exactly like this. This time, it's the better going
Finally won that waiver fight on the
better
left.
position. Jordan, this should be the lead for Gourmet Race. They just need to find one more player, but again, they've slightly overextended. It's going to be enough. It's Pika! And Pika might be enough. Pika, unbelievable play.
Gourmet Race, they win one of the coin flips. They get the wipe out, and now they're building upon this lead. Can they lock out Fofofo? Just over 90 seconds remaining. However, 8 seconds left. Gourmet Race, they're going to try and take a game. They want to force a game 4. They do. Gourmet Race sprints to victory, and we've got a game foe coming up here between these two teams. I know, I'm sorry. Lily, let's get to Gourmet Race. Really felt like in the second half of that game, they finally figured how to lock out Fo because they were really struggling.
Was that like a triple or something?
I mean, the name of that game really is they had to keep them from afar. There was no other way they were going to do it.
It may have just been a double,
up against a Viper
but it was a
and
clean
brush.
double.
You can't let those get close to you. There's too many ledges from the positions you have to defend on that map. You can't even move forward into their spawns because of that Viper and brush. So unfortunately, you have to set up further than you would like to, and it just took them a few tries to get there. Fortunately, they found their footing.
Let's talk about the confidence boost here, Nine, because of the 3 games we've had, that was the most decisive victory by any team. That's the 6th seed against the number 3 seed that many people feel could threaten to win this thing. If you're Gourmet Race, you look at how close you almost – you're 2 plays away from sweeping Fo. That's the truth so far, and now you should be feeling great about your prospects.
And you've done it on a variety of situations that have been presented to you as well. Of course,
me too. I need it to happen. Gourmet Race is my number 1 team I'm hoping to win. It would be such. Dude, imagine the video from Pika. That'd be so awesome.
And then you go back to the most popular stage and mode combination in the game.
But also because like they're just really cool to watch.
They're just really cool people. Yeah.
I said earlier, no solace in being down 0-2. The flip side of that is, as you noted, Jordan, they are 2 plays, 2 seconds, you could even say, from sweeping this seed. And I'll tell you, I did a little homework here. I talked to some of the members of Gourmet Race about this matchup with Fo, and they said, this is the team that we wanted. This is the group that we wanted to play because we felt that we had some answers for some of the problems they would present.
Gourmet Race trying to eat again. We're getting set here for Turf War and Urchin Underpass. And Lily, Urchin Underpass, Turf War, it's going to be fascinating. This is going to go the distance, obviously. Yeah. What do you make about the way these 2 teams play with this particular stage and mode?
Well, I mean, it's worth noting that Fo has led on zones, but has not led on Turf War, which is arguably zones, but bigger. And Gourmet Race, however, is 2nd in Turf War, period. So I feel like we have a little bit of advantage coming into this for Gourmet Race if they can keep things up.
Either way, 3 minutes will determine it. Will we get a game 5 coming up, or will Fo advance? Here we go. Got both teams doing what you're supposed to do in Turf War. And that is inking turf so far, 9. We do see a couple of changes to the loadouts.
Yeah, that heavy edit splatling is going to be coming out from Harshy. This is a nice little wrinkle they have that I think is just a solid weapon that they can pull out for situations like this. So it's going to give them a little more versatility. It also means they don't have to use the Dapple Dualies or the N-Zap. So they've got a little more range now. It might give them an opportunity to win some of these fights on the defensive side. But as we saw in our earlier match that we had here, it's a lot of scrum in the center until we reach the end of the game.
Down goes 3Z. Here comes Dad Kid with the killer whale. And Dad Kid will go ahead and climb up, get some higher positioning. And now just being patient. Miner aware of where Dad Kid is. Very wise by Miner. However, Dad Kid doesn't matter. Gets that splat.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be. You know that someone is sharking and just right around the corner, and then a Booyah Bomb forces you into that corner, and you, okay, well, whatever. Let's just go and respawn here. I'll be back into the action early on. You know, it's kind of interesting to think, Lily, as this one's gone on.
Oh, Pika's the one on it?
This has been the stage that Fo has picked over and over, regardless of the mode that's being played. Why do you think that is? Why do they like it so much?
I truly think it's because of the high mobility of Kyo
goes crazy on it,
There's so many avenues, and while this stage isn't, I would call flat, it's very open. There's a lot of ground to cover. And because of that, the more mobility you have, the more advantage you have.
Yeah.
Dad Kid, another splat, and all of a sudden, Fo is moving.
The second somebody breaks in, somebody in top level starts
Lily
actually maining.
Fo, what can they do here now that they've got control of mid to try and push a little bit closer towards Gourmet Race?
I mean, truthfully,
it's gonna be over in any turf war,
once you have control of mid, you're now fighting uphill. That's rarely a position you want to be in against things like
I was just talking about that.
And a reflex.
Why are we not playing
But if they can just get a few choice
it's so
picks,
scary.
I
hate fighting
off,
a good
like we see Dad Kid giving an
reflex.
attempt over here on the left-hand side, then maybe they can knock
Just a
them
more
out of position.
consistent version of Goofy
3Z goes down, but it's a wipeout, and Fo wants to close the door on this one. Under 45 seconds remaining at 9. That was incredible.
Masterful. Every piece of that. You see the flank come through. You see the pressure coming up from the middle. And then the range special from that Booyah Bomb. All of of them went down immediately. They played right into Fofo's hand. Dat Kid is going to be really difficult to displace from this position. If they can't deal with the threat of Dat Kid right now, they have no chance of getting to the center and equalizing.
And I think Dat Kid in these upper hallways has really been the difference so far, Lily, as you see Dark pick up a splat. It has applied so much tremendous pressure with 15 seconds remaining.
Oh, fuck. They truly have. Here comes the Booyah bomb out. Got to throw that into spawn and kind of set Gourmet Race a little bit back in their spawn area. But they do go 3 down in the last 10 seconds, which, as Nine has mentioned multiple times, is probably the worst possible thing you can do. But was it enough?
We saw a lot of Gourmet Race moving forward down the stretch. How much did Fofo add?
Oh.
Whoa.
I think that's Fofo
here, and that is going to go the way of Fofo.
They had a very big splash in the top. Yeah, they still had a lot of there.
I'm not going to do it to you again. As they get the victory and they move Fofo forward.
Losers bracket run. Losers bracket run.
Just like we saw a convincing win for Gourmet Race in Game 3, Fofo, that was their
Speaking of, they're not even going through with the losers bracket. Like, they're going to stream those too, I think.
We talked about they went 3 down.
Yeah, because they're not happening.
I think we now know where the fourth one was. They were in
It's been
the
like half an hour or more since there was time for the first one to go.
Great work that Gourmet Race was doing was more or less being X'd out as sort of a tie. And as we know, going into that last little scrap, they certainly had a lot more of this.
Well, they're not doing the whole thing because it's 2 days.
Fofo goes there.
All right, let's send it over to Zach.
So I don't know when the cutoff is going to be. Maybe they'll just do losers bracket and then round 2 of winners.
I'm not sure. To, of course, start with this spectacular.
They probably have like a set amount of time.
Kid, otherwise known as Dat
and then just whatever.
Was doing with this Octobrush. Take a look.
This is pretty cool. Have you seen this?
Special progress.
I haven't seen this. This feels like a weather report.
Way through this clip as we start to run it here, and this is a full quad. So starting it out, they're just peeking around this, taking almost a slosher angle to get around.
This one. This is the quintuple.
Yeah, that Zipcaster and sneak through the boxes. Just that
zip was crazy.
That you can imagine landing up top to get the quad with that time.
This was after the other team had it like 3 down. Like they were the only one left.
Run through. Dat Kid was able to get a pick, and they were pretty well set up for success here. But again, as Dark goes down, they're in this sort of triangle formation. Harshy falls, and Leaf pushing forward here. A great effort putting the Booyah bomb out as well, but it is going to be them being taken out there, stopped at that hallmark. So a great job there by Fofo to wrap this one up in 4 games.
Zach, that was
funny
2 clips.
He says triangle formation as if anybody's ever purposefully done that. Like that's we're not fucking. We're not. It's not that. It's like fucking American football. But
moving on to take on FT.
Like yes, there's positions like forward or backward. I don't think we're doing a triangle on purpose.
Gourmet Race just a couple plays away from the upset potentially. Should be a very exciting.
It's a very
top 8 coming up here in just a moment.
It's a very vague triangle.
Let's go ahead and send it to an interviewer. Good friend K-Bot had a chance to catch up with Moonlight. When they get done, we'll have the second crew come in. That's going to be Falco,
I think in very niche situations that makes sense, but not like
second half of all the action today. We'll see you in a little bit.
Well, hi there, everybody. My name is K-Bot.
Oh yeah, they're doing these in between, but it's new.
Pleasure of being joined by Moonlight today. They're one of Splatoon 3's premier North American teams. Starting with here, Shadow, Nolan, Omega.
Yeah, this wasn't in a previous episode.
And we're going to get to know them.
They interviewed Kyo too earlier.
Icebreaker games and asking some questions about their team. So let's go ahead and get started.
Just Kyo.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to play a little game.
Shadow
I'm going to give a superlative, and your job is to point at the person you believe that the statement most represents. I'll count down 3, 2, 1. You point at the person that is your answer. Okay? So the first one, who's the loudest in team comms? Okay, well, I didn't count down. But seems like we've had pretty clear consensus already, Omega.
They're a little dramatic. I think the sound for myself is just too high. It's their fault.
You think they've got you cranked up to 200%?
Yeah, I don't know why. It's like I've been telling them this.
Yeah, okay.
Not listening.
Well, who actually needs to be cranked up to 200%? Who's the quietest?
Get back to S+.
3, 2, 1.
I still haven't done that.
You should.
Basil?
I'm like
seems like.
I'd say that's true. Yeah, I'm pretty quiet.
Why is that?
Most of the time, I'm just too logged in to calm some things, which is something I'm trying to work on.
Okay. All right. Next up, who has the most say on the team's strategy?
Yes, you do.
3, 2.
I'm gonna show how to monkey how to stream soon too. I was supposed to do that yesterday, but we forgot.
was planning on
context,
streaming
Chara
tomorrow
is
for the
sitting
first time.
behind the camera right now. Chara,
We're back.
I set up my stream last weekend.
Reporting
I
at
was
you, Shadow.
gonna try and stream last weekend,
who
but I
is
ran
it?
out of time, so I didn't.
I give the orders to these guys.
Yeah.
Chara gives me the orders. Somewhat chain of command thing going on. I don't even know.
Now I'm done finals.
I get
so.
the strats from him. He gives the strats to me. I give strats to them. Like, it's a good system.
All right. Whatever works for you all, right? That's the important part. Do you feel like having a coach raises expectations that others have for this team?
I feel like it's definitely raised the bar a little bit for us, but I think it's mostly just on us to really like keep ourselves in check and try and make sure, like, okay, even if there's a lot more eyes on us,
I don't know who
people
is
are
who.
expecting us to do better. We really are just putting.
I know
in the
Shadow
work
and
doing
Basil.
what we can.
I know Shadow and
Basil,
Basil, but
for everyone.
I'll be
Who
honest.
do you trust the most to clutch?
Yeah.
Not the greatest.
3, 2.
Count slower, count slower, count slower.
2.5. That's upwards. 2, 1.5, 1, 0.
He said fucking 2.5.
Oh, me? No, I'm not pointing at myself. That's weird.
All right, Omega, your team votes you.
Shadow, Nolan, Omega, Basil. Oh, okay.
I play a lot of weapons that do random 1v4s.
Okay, that's
Okay, now I hear it.
Did you think of one or two particular moments?
There was a game on Scorch Gorge spot zones, and I was the last one alive. I had a big bubbler on the left side of zone. I left it, played on the right side. We somehow won that game. Nolan told me later that he thought, oh, we lost that game, and then yeah.
What would it mean to you to win the Splatoon 3 North American League?
I bet I'm gonna steal their answers, but it's everything we've worked for the past 2 years. Like, the basis of the team was to play these events. It's finally here. This is what we worked for. So, I mean, it's everything to this team.
It would mean everything to me. I mean, starting the game, my competitive career, like, I was just doing it for fun, but now I've taken it a lot more seriously, and I really want to win, especially with them. It would be my greatest achievement. It'd be so nice, so fun.
Omega?
Well, I had something interesting happen to me when I thought about all the tournaments I played. I talked to my family about it. I'm like, I think I'm one of the best players in Splatoon right now with all the best teams and everything. I think we're one of the best, and I don't really know how to express that or anything. I'm very proud of it.
I'm here with my best friends. I'm playing to win, and I want to win with them so bad. From playing handheld on a personal hotspot in the floor of my room on 2018 to playing on stage with them, I couldn't imagine that I would get here, but I'm so happy that I am. And I can't wait to keep pushing with them and see what more we can do.
I need to give you a hug.
All right, well, that was Moonlight. Thank you all so much for sitting down with us and sharing a little bit more about your team, and we look forward to seeing you compete.
Well, we are right back here for more action with the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. We are so excited to get you started with winners semifinals, and we will be taking a look shortly at Milky Way versus Moonlight. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me now on the desk are two fantastic casters in Milana. We will start with you. How has your impression of day one been, and what are you looking forward to?
Holy, like some of these matches have just been so close. I haven't seen matches like this even throughout the league, and I just love Splatoon. Man, it's so good, and I hope you guys out at home are having a great time too.
Oh, wait, Falco, welcome into the desk. Because your love of Splatoon also blossomed with today's action.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have seen everything across the spectrum, from all games and matches. A few going to game 3, a few going to game 5, especially some nail-biter games.
Well, we might see some more action here. So take a look at the
so they waited
Let's
4
show you what we've
sets.
already done today. We see Milky Way,
which is the first round. That was all just round 1. It's been 2.5 hours for round 1.
Moonlight,
oh my god.
Different journey with a 3-2 victory
feel bad
over
for the
Bet.
players.
I see, dude. It's so bad that Bet and Moonlight are scrimming in between their sets.
Wait, actually,
they're
that's
actually
really
scrimming.
funny.
Taking a look at the number 1
well, not anymore, but they were for like 2 sets.
Would expect, but
which makes sense because then you stay warmed up. But
yeah, I've seen them
that makes
fight
total
so many
sense.
times on the battlefield already throughout the league, and a couple of the weeks actually. lately. And some of these
I
matches
do
have been
too.
just so close. Some of these
I
games
hope
have
the NA
really
League
just been
happens
neck
again
and
soon.
neck. And
I
a little bit
need.
surprisingly,
I mean,
because
I'm good with the break from it for a while, but I like fighting the top teams.
Of many
it's fun.
years,
We
these
can do
players have been at the forefront of the competitive scene, and just being able to see Moonlight kind of step toe-to-toe with them, it's just been so great.
I'm excited to play weeklies and shit, win some shit.
Yeah, I'm really excited
they
to
have been one of the teams that has
I'm
matched
still kind of like on
the
a little
best
bit of a top
against
break,
Milky
just
Way.
because like I'm
Ladder,
so burnt out from
3-3, and even
that's all
against
good.
Milky
That's all
Way,
good.
not many teams can say that.
Yeah, definitely. And they've taken
We're
a
gonna
few
be
games
ready
off
for
of Milky
Ludi
Way
or
in
something
the top
next.
8.
Yeah, something.
They've
Oh my God, Ludi's
times
probably happening
in
soon,
the top
right?
8.
Probably.
Moonlight has won
Maybe
5
like
of
March or
them,
something.
With Claim Blitz being Milky Way's best at 3-0, Moonlight undefeated and Rainmaker at 2-0 against Milky Way.
Well, and we've not got long to wait here as we look forward to Game 1, which is going to be Splat Zones on Inkblot Art Academy. Milana, we see that stage come up not infrequently. It's proving to be a little bit more versatile than the tower control meme would purport.
Yes, totally. And you know what? I think something that we really have to be keeping an eye out for, especially for Inkblot Art Academy Splat Zones, I think just having that giant zone smack dab in the middle of the stage is just going to be something that both teams have to really focus on, because, you know, Splat Zones is a matter of being able to take the zone, right? So if you can't cover that entire zone, it's going to be kind of a moot point. So both teams are going to have to really focus on turfing well.
They did mention on the broadcast earlier, Splat Zones, it's just a condensed version of Turf War. So a great way to start us out as we are getting ready for our Game 1 of winter semifinals between Milky Way and Moonlight. Let's take a look at
so they're doing semifinals? They're not even doing losers yet?
Today, Milky Way helping to set the stage for the meta. We will see.
Wait, maybe losers is happening then. Maybe it is off stream, but they just weren't letting them do it yet?
What they have
I guess.
on that Splattershot Forge. In Milky Way
It's
running
weird.
a lot of the same
That makes
weapons
no
that we
sense
have
to
seen
me.
them
I don't know.
Basil here bringing out the E-Leader. Now, Milana, not the scoped variant, so feeling very confident
Anyways, Moonlight
in
for the
having
win.
that full sights, that sort of purview
Let's
over a
go.
stage like this one, of course, where you have this large one zone, as you mentioned.
I think it's just so important to be able to visualize where exactly your opponents are, and I think bringing that non-scoped version of the E-Leader to the battlefield is going to be so invaluable for Moonlight, because it's going to give Basil just a wider field of vision for the rest of her teammates.
And what a strong
Omega
start
seems
here for
very
Omega, as
warmed
they are
up right now, I'm not gonna lie.
absolutely tearing through Milky Way right now with this Mint Decapitator. Falco, there was some conversation about how
Omega's
as the
locked
league
in.
has
He's
gone
kinda
on,
like
we've seen Omega
one
shift
of
from that
like one
Viper
of the
over to the
scariest
Mint. I would say it's paying off.
Oh,
Yeah.
it certainly is paying off.
But like
What
right
I
now,
love is Omega
he
is
looks
not
like he's in a
shy
really
player.
good
Already
flow
moving
state.
up
I don't
onto
know.
the side of Milky
I
Way's
watch a lot
side.
of Omega,
Whenever they
actually.
don't even
Probably
have
the most
zone yet. They're able to get
top
one
player.
pick, 2 pick. I'm going up to your tree. I'm going to hope that we can get more. I'm going to let the rest of my team members take control of the zone.
And with the E-Leader backing them up, it's going to be NZAP versus the Sniper Rider as your cooler matchup for this one, as we see Moonlight, some players jumping out. Nolan not so lucky to be able to get out there. One player at Shadow left, and they will get the jump out almost mid-air here. Milana Ice helping to lock things down and getting the zone for the first time.
And I think something that's so important about Ice as a player is that he is so well-rounded. He is keeping an eye out for Moonlight. He is watching those drops. He is, you know, we could always use a second pair of eyes, especially in a game as chaotic as competitive Splatoon. And having Ice there at the drop, just waiting for that, I think is going to be so great for Milky Way.
Second pair of eyes. What about a pair of Booyah Bombs that came out there as we saw some changes, but Milky Way changing in the form of taking the lead here over the zone. In fact, going to put some tri-strikes down. Shadow going to find one pick there, trying to play off these boxes, but it looks like the threat for now, Falco, has subsided, as that's going to be 2 down for Milky Way, and Moonlight takes it right back.
Yeah, Moonlight able to take it now. We knew Milky Way they were going to take control of the zone, and Milky Way does such a fantastic job getting Ink all across the stage whenever they are able to take control here. So now Moonlight's hoping that they can get rid of some of these penalty points here, potentially push their points closer to that 31 mark where Moonlight got, and having a few player advantage now every now and then, it looks like it might be possible, Zach.
The Wavebreaker that's expiring there practically landed on Ice's head. They have to be happy that there's no direct impact damage there, just the 45 from being hit by one of those 3 waves. Omega here on the left, they're staying over by where that Ink rail would traditionally be as it flips back over to Milky Way. The Booyah Bomb counters that coming out. Milana, it's been such a close back and forth, 34-31 as we're halfway past this one.
It is so hard to even gauge where these teams are going to be at the end of this game.
So
and you know, see Jared grabbing that nice pick.
I really want to see Moonlight
Jared
finally
does go down as well. It really is a scrap out in the middle of this stage.
And Jared, one of the pivotal players that's been driving the Splat Dualies is
I really
a
like they did, but I want to see them beat it in the spot like really
take it down there. It's a 2v1 essentially. Milky Way in control their forces.
But, like,
that jump out yet again.
They never
Falco
beaten them.
all of that. Jared has held on to that crab take, which they may use on this right-hand side box.
Yeah, Jared even saying this way, I want to try and make sure that we're not watching some flanks. I want to get a good position for me to use my
They have to definitely play better than any of the past weeks,
for sure. Drop it down and still staying alive throughout all this time. That's only going to benefit them as Jared takes it out, trying to identify members of Moonlight, taking out that bubble to get rid of some of that cover. Penalty points are now going away from Milky Way.
That's the bubble that was dropped down by Omega on that mint decap. Shadow going to fall there.
Good shot,
Jared
Basil.
gets taken out respectively by Basil, who's playing around Milana, a very popular coverage option, as we see Milky Way get into the teens and potentially to the single digits.
We do have to keep in mind that utilizing the stage's effects to your advantage is going to help, but maybe not so much for Moonlight this time around. Milky Way taking that win.
Milky Way
that's the one where they do have Milky Way does have the better comp for that because of the leader and shit. So
combination, I think respectively they are pretty well selected, but it is not something that they traditionally pair together. It's almost like pairing peanut butter and banana if you're more used to pairing jelly here, Falco, but it's going to be Moonlight coming out on this one.
Yeah,
it's a bit
it
of
was
Q
a
versus
really,
Basil
really
here.
good game there.
Like which one is kind of going to pull more value
for Milky Way
out of,
too, it
like,
doesn't really matter the stage.
Not necessarily in like in the
they're going to adapt to what they need to adapt to.
Just for the whole team,
It was really to no surprise on how that was going to happen. And even with Moonlight taking a little bit of an early lead, we knew Milky Way had something up their sleeve. We knew they would cover a lot of that stage with their ink, and were able to get the win.
And Milana with Milky Way getting the win there, and we know these two teams playing each other so close. I look at the anchor role, and especially the difference between Q, who is such a respected Snipe Rider player, versus a player like Basil, who is more so gone with that E-liter 4K. There were some rumblings about maybe changing that composition, but they've really favored the length that that weapon brings to the table.
I think it just is they're just able to kind of reach a longer part of the stage, and this is going to make it a little bit more Milky Way is just going to have to play a little bit more cautiously around that E-liter, whereas Q, bringing that Snipe Rider, I think is playing a little bit more of a supportive role. And not to say that Q cannot hit her shots. Obviously she can. We've seen it week after week after week. We've seen her play not just the Snipe Rider, but other weapons as well. But I think just utilizing that and having that special for the Tacticooler, bringing that to the battlefield for their teammates, I think they do kind of get forced a little bit more into a supportive role as a result.
Well, as part of the sort of 1-2-3 setup that we've seen mode-wise, we've skipped over tower control. We've not played that yet. We start with splat zones, and Falco, we now go into the third most played mode, which is going to be Rainmaker, and it looks like we have our stage as well. It's going to be Museum to Alfonsino for this one.
Yeah, and this one only has one checkpoint for these Rainmaker carriers to get through, and so it's going to be just a force of sheer will to push forward.
I'm not hungry,
which way are we going to go, how are we going to push up, but there's only going to be one checkpoint, and of course taking control of the enemy spinners. That's the name of the game for pretty much any mode here with Museum of Alfonsino.
Nine discussed earlier the most common stage and mode combinations and how they had sort of that 1-2 punch of Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime into tower control Mako Mart. Milana, now we get into the third in that Rainmaker on Museum to Alfonsino, the most picked by far. So we go something a little off the wall to something that's very well respected in this Splatoon 3 North American League.
I think just having the teams being able to rely on something that they picked constantly and have practiced a lot is going to be beneficial for both of them. So we'll see how
I'm not playing pro half the time, so don't even worry about it. I'm being a shill and I'm playing S-Blast in tower.
I think I might play Pencil for zones.
We're seeing several on the side of Moonlight.
Yeah, and of course Nolan using that 96 Deco, one of my favorite weapons watch and play, especially with that
That'd be really
Kraken
cool.
To help push forward.
Really good
and then
on
of course it is still going to be Basil there using the ink back and Splat Charger to try and push the Rainmaker carrier forward.
Neither of these teams are particularly proud of their Rainmaker statistic going into today. 8-7 for Milky Way, 3-7 for Moonlight as these two teams jockey for position here. Milana Brand able to get the pick there onto Shadow.
Brand jumping
out.
through the
looks like a Kraken Royale, something that we have not seen a ton of, was bearing down upon them.
I think, you know, something to keep in mind about that Kraken Royale Royale is that it is maintaining some sort of a level of invincibility, which means that the opponents cannot shoot you and be able to splat you. They can only kind of hold you at bay, but even then it gets a little bit wonky with the physics sometimes. But you know, with right here, we have Moonlight stopping that push from Milky Way, and a nice Ultra Stamp throw, not quite getting somebody, but being able to use that to make space. Omega is definitely up at the top of his game.
And that's Omega swapping over from
they're hard watching Omega now.
Weapon that they've been playing as Ice, able to grab a Rainmaker that was about to despawn and get that first checkpoint here, Falco. So a nice start there from Milky Way, who doesn't necessarily need to press the advantage this early on.
Exactly. They may have been able to get to that checkpoint a little bit earlier, but now they are set up. They are in a better position here. Moonlight still has 2 specials online right now. It is going to be the Ink Vac and that Kraken Royale. Rainmaker is going to reset, so Moonlight just saying, all right, as long as they did not push past that first checkpoint, we can regroup. We still have 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We have 3 specials online right now.
I got a package that was something I ordered 6 months ago.
We're going to try and get this Rainmaker popped and try and get to that
getting a pipe bomb.
And where before today on Rainmakers, we see a nice splat there by Q onto Omega, who's trying to come out with that Ultra Stamp. There is no counter Ink Vac on the side of Milky Way, Milana, so Moonlight has that splatter scope in the back pocket. In fact, 3 specials, including the Kraken Royale that's coming
Omega,
out.
Get out of there.
Not as much at their disposal.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, Moonlight is going to have to utilize those specials to their advantage. A lot of these specials are to help the
nothing's really happening
towards the enemy base.
You're not missing much, I'm not gonna lie.
If they can't get the pushes happening, are these specials really worthwhile?
Shadow caught in a tough spot
looks like
there.
Milky
That
is
is
going on a
typically
push
where you
now,
would want to
finally.
send your Dapple Dualies to place beacons
Like,
in a
the
situation where they're
farthest
not
is
gonna
just
be
that
easily
checkpoint so
spotted.
far.
Milky Way gets started with another Rainmaker push. Basil trying to hang around and keep that Ink back alive. That's gonna
Milky
be
Way,
an
especially
special
for
here,
some reason,
Falco,
really likes
as
to
Ice
play
tries to get the
Rainmaker
advantage set up.
slowly.
Jared over there to the left on that spinner that you called out before this game.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to use that Azure advantage.
Yeah.
Where I think Milky Way
Makes sense why this is a slow one then.
There's just a lot of ink in front of the Rainmaker.
No,
I believe it was the Moonlight.
Does a fantastic
I believe it was
job
the
at that.
Moonlight game where
Again,
everyone
they
started
haven't progressed
chanting
past
at.
that checkpoint mark. It's still sitting at 58.
It wasn't
And again,
against.
it's gonna have to be
It
Nolan here is going to be pushing
was
into
Milky
the
Way that
Rainmaker
won that,
carrier.
right?
Or no, going to be opting to go to
Was
the
it? I
side.
Milky Way was
to
the
try
one
and
team that
stay
was
alive. So
stalling,
a nice
or at least
stall
it was.
there
It wasn't Milky Way, but it was
That is
Jared
gonna
and
be
Q
a
at
reset,
least.
and
Is
again,
what
that's only gonna
Yeah,
benefit
I feel like it was
Milky Way
against
as long
Moonlight
as
though, if I'm not
Moonlight cannot
mistaken.
get anywhere
Yeah,
close to
you
Rainmaker.
might be
He
right.
talks about progression. Nolan not able to progress far enough. Too much real estate that they had to cover. And Omega not even worrying about the real estate. Tried to find one with the throw. The Ultra Stamp as Nolan does go down to Ice. And that's another conversation entirely. It's almost as if Milana, Milky Way has 2 backliners with Ice who did just go down on that Forge Splattershot Pro so consistently, joining with Q Snipe Rider.
And they do, and you know what? Because they pushed it to a certain point, Milky Way bringing that Rainmaker to a 58, they really are just focusing really pretty heavily on stopping pushes from Moonlight from coming out. And like I mentioned before, these specials that are kind of designated to help the Rainmaker move forward, if they can't utilize them in a way to help the Rainmaker move forward, then sometimes
nothing is happening. They're still not even past 58, dude.
As we approach the final minute here, maybe an opportunity for
there's a
Moonlight to
minute
move
left.
forward. They're going to have to break the Rainmaker out here, Falco,
Yeah,
from not an ideal
nobody's taking
position. So
advantage of
they
it.
have the specials online,
Yeah.
but as far as
Something
where the
too big of a
objective
risk,
is
I don't
located,
know.
it may take 1 or 2 pushes to get to that first
Somebody's got to
pedestal.
make some crazy play,
there's
please.
exactly why that Rainmaker is in that position in the first place. As Ice tries to pick it up.
Okay, Shadow
just
got a
stall
couple.
it out even farther. Says, nope, I don't want anyone from Moonlight to grab it right now. I'm fine getting splatted as long as this Rainmaker can stay here for
This
the
game
next
mode
15
sucks.
seconds.
For
And
real.
Moonlight has not
Dude,
yet
we're actually
netted
just
any
like-
points except for
I don't even
right
think it's the
now
game mode. I think it's
in
just
the
the
last
players
3
don't hate the
seconds,
game.
But obviously they still
Nah,
have
hate-
to get
hate the
past this
game.
first
Always hate the
checkpoint.
game.
Some of their specials working up to try and get to this point here, but it's going to be Shadow holding the Rainmaker to just
Guys, you
try
gotta
and
go
push members of
forward.
Milky Way out.
I'm
Shadow
sorry.
waiting for that perfect jump to break the checkpoint. And remember,
Shadow should not
they
have
don't to
grabbed
get
him,
very
not gonna
far
lie.
at this checkpoint, but they just have to stick this landing right now, Zach.
Well, that spinner, as slowly as it
You just have to
spins,
move
finally
forward.
lines up for Shadow to take the leap of faith. Unfortunately,
Shadow,
tied
you're gonna
next to
die.
the runners, so they were tied at 58. Milky Way still with the lead in overtime here. They
Q,
have 2
Q, Q, Q.
members left for
Wait,
Moonlight,
wait, holy
including the
fuck.
Kraken Royale. Q on the left
They're
side.
on
He's trying to
checkpoint,
lock it
trying
down.
to move it
Jumps
2
in.
inches.
They ran for reinforcements.
And they stalled it on
and that is
checkpoint.
going to be
Top
enough.
teams, by the
An
way.
odd match
Top
there
teams, by the
as
way.
58,
Best teams in the
I don't know
name.
why
the winning
top
score,
teams have such a
Milana, not something
problem.
that you
Like, there
often
has to be
see, as
something
we normally
happening at top
would have to get
level
into the
that's preventing
30s or 20s for a winning
them
push.
specifically
I'm
from
just like a little bit in shock.
That was the
at
worst
how
game of Comp Splatoon I've ever seen.
back and forth, but also not back and forth. That whole
I'm
game
exaggerating,
was.
but it was that was
like
just
you
sad,
mentioned earlier,
dude.
This stage only has 1 checkpoint, and one checkpoint stages tend to go really fast because you get that first checkpoint and then you just like zoom towards the end, right? But in this case, it was kind of like we made it to the checkpoint. No, that could be enough. And I'm like, wait, but that's not how we play Rainmaker.
We called out both of these teams not necessarily fondest of Rainmaker as a mode here, Falco, and we talked about 58 usually wouldn't be the push that you would want. This time they come away with it, and Milky Way ends up securing, you know, a pretty close one there as they move on maybe to greener pastures as far as the mode is concerned.
Exactly. I mean, they were able to, now they're up 2-0, which is great for them, but you think about in Moonlight's position, all they have to do is beat the Rainmaker, get to the checkpoint, and move one unit forward. By the way, that was Milky Way's first win against Moonlight in Rainmaker in any of the top 8, because they didn't beat him at all in a top 8 in Rainmaker, so that was their first win at that too. So I'm kind of surprised that Milky Way chose that specific mode, but again, you know, Milky Way up 2-0 right now. Again, a very close game similar to that. I'm very curious what's going to happen in Game 3.
Well, and they are going to have the opportunity once again to pick the mode, the final opportunity, no matter how this match ends out, for Milky Way to pick the mode, and that will
your package.
Milana picking the stage here. We are still awaiting both now, but as we look to what would have to be a reverse sweep for Moonlight to come out of this one the victor, are there any
I really want one of those ink tank bags from I think it was
that you can take into these games?
I forgot what their name was, but
Moonlight might be feeling a little bit nervous. It almost feels like they're a little bit hesitant.
I have so many pins I want to put that.
Milky Way, but we've seen them.
I never use my pins or bring them out places because I'm scared I'm gonna lose them. They're gonna fall off randomly. But that bag is perfect because it has the thing around where they're supposed to be. That's great.
Some really difficult games. So I think Moonlight really has to just kind of fall into him. They're like, okay, maybe they're like, Milky Way is top seed. It's kind of hard to feel like I could perform toe-to-toe with them. But they've already proven it. They've proven it week after week. So that's what I want to see. I want to see a more brave, a more disciplined, a more out there Moonlight.
The record technically in top 8s is, I believe, in Milky Way's favor, but even going into this one with the ladder involved here, Falco, and for Moonlight, maybe some untapped potential in their composition. I see Shadow with the Mini or Zinc Mini Splatling potentially at their disposal. We see Nolan, who I believe that was on the 96 Galdeco, could be going back over to that S-Blast 91 as a nice offensive option, and especially a blaster on a mode like Tower Control, a very viable option.
Yeah, I like this. I mean, I like this mode pick, and of course that's going to be from Milky Way, but, you know, it could very well follow suit of how Rainmaker played out, with no team really progressing past that first or second checkpoint. I think Moonlight really has to use those slow games to their advantage, as we are going to go on to Barnacle and Dime for this one, Zach.
Yeah, normally selected for splat zones, but it is going to be reserved for Tower Control this time. And Milana, we see a large discrepancy in the record on Tower Control between Milky Way and Moonlight. 15-4 for Milky Way compared to 6-7, 5th in the league for Moonlight. That is not a record that you want to be heading into a deciding game for.
You know, we can look at the numbers all we want, but I remember very distinctly that there were a bunch of Tower Control games that Milky Way played where just by the skin of their teeth they were able to stay on the tower, or it just so happened that the opponents kind of lifted their feet from the tower and they were able to take the win. So, you know, we could see the 15-4, but who knows? Moonlight might be able to keep their toes on the tower, you know?
Well, and Falco, to Milana's point here, one thing that Moonlight has excelled at is in matches that have gone the distance or gone longer. I believe 8 of their 13 top 8 matches have gone to a deciding Game 5. So if they're able to take this one
I think
to
it
a
is.
Game 4 or a Game 5 situation,
I think I saw Moonlight doing counter picks.
Yeah, and you know, that's the crazy thing about Moonlight.
They stopped their stream. Bet stopped their stream. Wait,
once they get that
does that mean losers?
So we'll see
Isn't
what
happening?
Oh,
is losers?
Well, we take a look at a potentially deciding
tomorrow?
Game 3 here. It's Tower
I don't
Control.
think they should at least do round 1 of losers, so they can. So it's not too much tomorrow.
And of course,
that'll be a long
not any major changes.
I'm scared, actually.
On the opposite side.
You know, I
feel bad for the
mention
team then,
that
'cause someone's gonna get burnt
coming
out
out
before, like,
from
if they do have like a long
Moonlight
losers run.
Nolan,
I wanted it to be 2 days, but I didn't mean it like this.
I think it's going to be great for tower control. Blaster's
2 full
always
days.
a prime pick for tower control matches, for tower control games.
Moonlight,
and
reverse sweep,
that
you got
Bria
this.
Bomb definitely going to be helpful as well.
And this is a great stage for visibility, so we see the E-leader come back out for Moonlight. You have a ton, Falco, of great sightlines to play with here, and you can position yourself well behind where the objective is at.
Yeah, and I think, too, when you're facing a player like Basil who's going to be using that weapon, once you see them, it's too late because they already see you, and that laser is going to get you. So you want to make sure you are not in any line of sight in front of Basil.
Okay.
And
right now, it looks like
Omega
is doing a good job staying away from them.
Milky Way going to take the position of having the tower first. Jared having to roll away quite literally with that crab tank to take themselves out of what would otherwise have been an optimal position. Moonlight making sure that Milky Way slinks away as they throw out the Bria Bomb. However, Moonlight in the process losing all but their E-leader player here, Milana, as Milky Way looks to push the advantage.
Nice shot from
and
Basil.
the Tacticooler coming out is going to give them a little bit of an edge here, that if they get taken out, if they get spotted by Moonlight, they can come back into the action relatively quickly.
On my Discord?
Bria Bomb. Honestly, all of these specials coming out, working together in tandem. I think Milky Way is going to be able to
I don't get too many ads on the
least
Twitch
the middle of the stage
Nintendo at least.
as they continue to get picks on Moonlight.
And Falco looks like the strategy for Milky Way of combining rather than layering one after the other. Their specials did work out in that last team fight. There was 3 down against Moonlight, and still the tower continues to move closer to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that allowed Milky Way, 3 of their players to push up well in front of the tower. It wasn't until later where Q was able to hop on, push that all the way to 65, so they had a lot of ink in front of the tower to help accelerate that, and now Moonlight's going to have to try and overcome this position with all these strikes coming out. A lot of this paint, or a lot of this ink that's coming out too from the side of Milky Way. So again, we could see that uphill battle that we saw in Game 2.
We saw Fofofo earlier. For Milky Way, it's been 2-2-2, just 2 specials at a time. Just pop them in pairs as Q sitting behind the tower. That's usually the player that you would expect to be riding the objective, but has to get that Tacticooler out first. And you can see just how quickly Milky Way regroups here. Milana as Moonlight looking to put together some type of defense with this tower still in mid.
And you know, Moonlight throwing out a Tacticooler, but if they can't stay on the stage, if they can't stay alive, the Tacticooler might not be as useful as hopefully
Moonlight's
they
gotta just get back into mid here.
And I think it's actually really interesting that Milky Way is not really opting to ride the tower very much, that they're really just kind of hanging around the middle of the stage and building that turf and sending out the specials, so that instead of making the pushes themselves, Moonlight is just unable to make a push in return.
Okay,
they're
starting something.
range with that wave breaker has been a facilitator in getting this push, the best push of the day so far for Moonlight. Going here, Shadow gonna get the pick there onto Jared. It looks like there was another special that was popped as the lead goes over to Moonlight's side.
Okay, we're past 60. We're not doing the same shit as the last game.
But it's working well as
Milky
2 more down.
Still 2 down. Right, and that was the absolute perfect
Basil.
placement of a big bubbler
that would have been so
the
cool.
tower. Before it even approached that checkpoint, that bubble was able to last quite a few seconds, of course, extending the stage.
Okay, damn.
Getting them past 2 checkpoints and still in a 2v2 situation. This is in Moonlight's favor. It doesn't matter if you have the same number of players who are on the stage
Crazy
at
good
the same
push.
time. You
We
want to
take
have
those.
the lead when that happens. So this was a huge push for Moonlight with 1:15 remaining.
And what a lead it is. No more 58-59 here. We see 11
Thank
score to
you,
beat
yeah.
now for Moonlight as
No
we
more
saw
58 to
that was
59.
Nolan seeing if they can maybe get somebody back, but nothing doing as they were pincer
Real
attacking.
push,
Now
let's
Jared
go.
taking Milana, kind of these odd off angles with the crab take. This is not optimally where you want to be unless you're aiming to shoot over those walls.
Honestly, unless you know for sure that there is a player there, there's maybe 1 or 2 players around that corner, it really is kind of difficult to aim. And you mentioned it earlier, Zach, this is a stage where you can have a very wide field of vision, which means that maybe there's just a better place for that crab take.
Ice looking down there and not finding anything as Brand trying to make use of the splat bomb, not finding anything there, gets the initial shot onto Shadow and finds the pick. They are buffed up by the Tacticooler, so they will be back here, Falco, as we enter the final 30 seconds. Milky Way
Basil took out their pen.
but
They feel cooler.
They will lose their Snipe Rider, and now they're Slosher.
I believe in Basil.
Yeah, even though Milky Way
they're
is
3 down, they're 3
progressing
down.
this tower further, they are losing some of their players. And the good news for Moonlight is they have a 2 checkpoint advantage now.
They have
also
Booyah
have the
too
specials
for
online.
hold.
Hey, they have 10 seconds remaining as well. And again, a lot of ink here on the side of Moonlight here is in mid. That Booyah Bomb came out to try and go to the tower. This will be Milky Way's one last attempt with some tri-strikes coming out. The Booyah coming out from Moonlight as well. And it's going to be Brandish trying to hop on the tower with some of their teammates. Such a Shadow is going to push some people away, but Moonlight able to take
yes, we're back. We're back.
First point on the board, Zach.
A bit of desperation antics, not enough there for Milky Way as Moonlight comes surging back with the most emphatic performance that we've seen from them in this match to bring it to a 2-1 here. So Milana maybe putting some of the stats, as you mentioned, on their head. 15-4, at least starting from today. Make it 15-5 as they lose one on tower control. And now I believe just Clamblitz and Turf War left as we go forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it was a little bit strange to see Milky Way not making the pushes that we've known them to make, not making those really strong leads that we've also known them to make, that they were playing a little bit passively, and I thought it was a little bit strange to see that coming out from Milky Way. So maybe having lost this game, they're maybe going into the next one hoping that hey, maybe we have to like actually get it together and make those leads happen. You know, show the crowd what we're made of.
And Falco, Moonlight is a team that has been playing together what feels like forever. They have not done a lot of pickups or random teams. This is a team that has been playing together consistently for years, and they have earned their spot in sort of this upper echelon of Western Splatoon.
Yeah, one of the legacy teams who has had a 4-strong for however long we can remember. Again, they have not had any rotating players, and it really shows with how well they play together. Now, here's the thing. They're in a very tricky situation. They have to choose between Turf War or Clamblitz.
Oh yeah, they're gonna have to win Turf War.
However, they have to win both of those if they want to win this match anyways. And if you're thinking about Clamblitz, Milky Way is 3-0 against Moonlight in any top 8 series here. So that's not looking too great. But again, Turf War, we know how well Milky Way can just spread out and cover the entire stage with their ink. But again, you got to win both of them. So which one do you choose first, Zach?
The advantage here for Moonlight is that they, by deciding the mode here in Game 4, thereby decides if there is a Game 5, what the mode for that one will be. And for Milky Way, Milana, not the worst position to be in, because for both, if it does go to a Game 5, you're in the position to pick from what stages are left.
I just said the Bowser fart gift to my parents. I'm
that
so
sometimes
horrible.
the stage can make all the difference, where perhaps we play all of the modes kind of the same, like, you know, it's win or lose, but if you have a stage that you're really good at, you're like, man, I can play Hagglefish Market all day long, then maybe that's going to be the make or break it for them.
Well, the Turf War tax, as you could call it, is being paid up front here, at least before the supposed Game 5, if we happen to get there. Falco, we're still awaiting the stage, but some of the more popular ones, Crab Leg Capital and Urchin Underpass, neither have been selected, and it does, in fact, end up being Crab Leg Capital as we get into this one soon.
Yeah, and this is the same stage that we saw Moonlight really try their best and do well. You know, it was Jordan 9 and Zach who said, hey, this is where Basil's really going to shine. Now, the thing is, this is Turf War. Are you going to expect an E-leader in Turf War? Probably not as much. We mentioned how there weren't as many anchor players choosing those specific backline weapons in this particular mode. So, again, Turf War is really the mode where we see a lot of change up for the weapons. So I'm really curious to see what's going to come out.
And Milana, we highlighted but did not see the Mini or the Zinc Mini Splatling. And the other weapon that we almost always see, one of the variants of the Reflux, either what we call the vanilla variant, that 450, or the Milk that comes out from these teams.
You know, I'm pretty sure that every time we've seen Milky Way play Turf War, which admittedly is mostly on Urchin Underpass, which in this case is not, we've seen Q swap off from her notable chargers and swap to a Mini Splatling. And I know specifically because every time I see her throw that Ultra Stamp, it just like warms my heart. Like it's so good. But I'm hoping that maybe that she gets to swap to that as well. Maybe a little less on this stage in particular, just because of all the grades. The Ultra Stamp might not like be as successful, but hey, a girl can dream.
It is a sight to behold. We have seen Q throw it over the tree that sits to the right of where the zone would be on Urchin Underpass in a perfect arc. The St. Louis Arch, shout out to 9-Hole Grains for that one, getting a splat there in the connection. But let's wait no more as we get into game number 4. It's Turf War here on Crab Leg Capital.
Turf War on Crab Leg.
Let's take a look at what changes, if any, come through weapon-wise.
Yeah, well, Q's going to be sticking with the Snipe Raider,
something
you don't see very often too. Basil's going to be moving to that one one as well. Sticking with an anchored style of weapon, and we are going to be seeing Shadow on that Reflux with the Torpedo in Booyah Bomb. Omega sticking with the same weapon they typically have, and Nolan on the Splat Shot Forge.
And in addition to that, we're also
seeing
the
why are we dying with Splat Bomb?
Squelchers, and alongside that, a special that we hardly ever see, Milana, this Super Chump making its Turf War appearance.
You know, I don't really think that the Super Chump is necessarily the best special for Turf War. However, it does.
It's not bad. What?
Create a lot of space for your team. It is almost a little bit of an annoyance to try to pop all of those Super Chumps in order to not get them to unsuspectedly sneak up behind you. So the Super Chumps can be useful, and you know, Jared obviously with that pick, getting that nice pick right there, and moving into Moonlight space. Probably a great selection as well.
Well, that last 10 to 15
Why is Jared's range so long? Oh, he's using Squelchers.
The range for that engagement
I'm not used
was
to
perfect. Being able to roll on these grades that you can't dink is great, and the Super Chump covering basically the spawn area of Moonlight perfectly.
Come on, guys.
So for that unique situation, did very well. They have the Tacticooler set up on those grades as well. Milky Way does as Shadow Falco on this Reflux, just trying to keep it calm here back in spawn.
I know, Shadowwind's trying to play catch up here a little bit, just trying to re-ink over everywhere that Milky Way has too. And you mentioned with the chumps, these chumps are going to be popping in places that you typically wouldn't be turfing on your own too. So it's a way to distract a lot of these players. And right now, Milky Way is definitely using that towards their advantage by taking control of mid here. Omega's going to be trying to break in here a little bit too, using that bubble. This might give a little bit of leeway for Milky Way, especially with the Booyah Bomb coming out. They get out of danger, but we are halfway done with this game, Zach.
Shadow and Nolan kind of skirting around the backside of this mid area, hanging around even to the left next to where that wall would be. Nolan hasn't left there for 10 or 15 seconds as Shadow tries to engage Jared and then thinks better of it. It's going to be Q. We are seeing Milana this pencil or Snipe Rider v Snipe Rider matchup here as both teams have opted for with the Tacticooler.
Yeah, and I think the Tacticooler is a great pick for Turf War. Just getting splatted can be, I think, the most detrimental for a mode like Turf War. So being able to get back into the action, get back quickly, nice snipe from Ice right there. Just being able to get back into the action quickly is going to be extremely important as we enter the last 40 seconds.
I don't know if this is a good spot for Basil.
Basil all the way backed up behind that ink rail.
There we go.
Booyah Bombs coming out here from the side of Moonlight. Shadow seeing if they can find the entry.
Shadow
to kite back a little bit just to make sure that the shots from this Super Jump go
this time
away.
Don't save so far back with the
30
turf.
seconds here, Falco, as the specials were saved for this exact moment.
Yeah,
I don't know if that was Shadow or somebody else. I forgot.
Turn it up here too. We saw that they were in danger not too long ago. One of their members going up for the Booyah, Brand going for the triple entrance. All players are just trying to use their specials, get them out of the way right now. And we'll see if Milky Way can really hold on to this, but Moonlight able to push forward. A few of their members are going to go down, but taking a look here at the middle of the map and that danger sign here, it is not looking too good for Milky Way.
Shadow tried.
Maybe a bit of a spoiler that danger sign is of who could have come out the victor. Normally, we would have to wait for Judd and Lil Judd to decide this one, but the stage looking decidedly orange
Very
as
clean.
It's going to be Milky Way ending it off in Turf War by almost 20 percentage points. And they, Milana, will claim the match here 3-1 to advance to our winners finals.
And you know what? I think that's just such a solid place to be. You're sitting pretty in the winners side of this bracket. You have your two losses in your pocket that, you know, this is a double elimination bracket, which means that you have to be able to have lost twice before you're out of the tournament. So sitting pretty in that winner side of the bracket is going to be very useful as these teams continue to move forward.
Well, it's been a beautiful suite of action, and it looks like we have somebody ready for us with a bit of analysis coming up here. It's not going to be myself, unfortunately, and probably for the better, can't clone myself instead. 9-Hole Grain's going to take a look at some of the action.
Well, Zach, we are all worse off because you cannot clone yourself, but I appreciate the kind introduction altogether. So
Yo, Nine's doing it this time.
In game number 2 of this incredible set, you might have forgotten with the way that this game had gone thus far that it wasn't until the last 30 seconds that Moonlight even scored a point here in Rainmaker. But as you take a look right here, you'll note they've got a lovely shot here to take this first checkpoint. We'll go ahead and roll the clip right now, and you can see this jump facilitated by Basil with a nice use of this ink vac. A Booyah Bomb is actually going to be eaten immediately by it as Shadow gets this
checkpoint. Now you take a look. There's a few different specials.
Why are we
that have
talking
come
about this
through.
game, bro?
What I want you all to keep in mind as this goes through is it's not always the big loud threat of the specials. Sometimes it's that fourth player that you're not expecting. We'll roll it a little bit further. There's shots coming in from this left side. There's a triple ink strike coming straight down. You can see Jared up at the top, but it's Q who actually comes around the backside. You can see the score right here. One more point would have done it for Moonlight. Instead, Q is the player who is the hero at the end. Lovely job saving your specials, with the last player left being the one that makes the heroic play and gets a 1-point victory in what was a very close match. Zach, back over to you.
You've heard of shiny tips. We're going to have to start calling it 90 tips with the way 9 handled that telestrator there. Fantastic job breaking down some of that gameplay. In fact, let's take a look at the bracket following the way that first winners semis match went down. And there it is, Milky Way with the 3-1 match victory over Moonlight. That's going to send Moonlight down to losers quarters as Milky Way advances to winners finals. And it also, Falco, spotlights our next match coming up, which is our second winners semifinals between the number 2 seeded FT Win and the number 3 seeded Fofofo.
Yeah, these are two teams who have
so far all the seeds winning out how they expected. Yep.
So far, 24 games played in the top 8.
This one's going to be close.
That is FT Win leading that series 14-10. FT Win 4-2 in their matches played. So again, number 2 seed, number 3 seed. A lot of history, a lot of back and forth here, so it's really kind of a coin flip for how this one's going to go, Zach.
And if you're including the latter in sort of the record there, it only goes up 1 on the win and loss side each. So 3-5 if you're Fofofo, 5-3 if you are FT Win here, Milana. So the seeding doesn't lie. This might be as close as we can get.
You know, that means that we can expect a Game 5, right? You know, there's just something so exciting about watching Game 5s, especially at this level, because we can see that there's just the smallest errors make it so that your opponents can capitalize on that, and just being able to pinpoint that and like experience that, it's prime Splatoon, man.
And Falco, we are already available with our mode and stage combination here. Which 3 modes have been played the most? It's Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker. And look at how close these two teams have been as we look forward to Tower Control and Urchin Underpass. Fofofo first on Rainmaker, FT Win second. Fofofo third on Tower Control, FT Win second. It's just so close with these 3 modes in particular.
It really is, and in their head-to-head matchups, it is FT Win 4-0 on Tower Control against Fofofo. So, but it wasn't them choosing that specific mode. It's actually Fofofo as the lower seed going into this one too. So, I don't know what Fofofo has up their sleeve, but they definitely have something. Maybe they just really like Urchin Underpass. It's very possible, but you're choosing this specific mode against FT Win. You've got to bring your A game.
And I think the Splatoon 3 North American League has been sort of
get that in. Just so much happening, and Mia's alone now.
Ooh, to the left.
They're just gonna go for it.
Able to get at least 1 in.
Yeah.
Not able to capitalize. and now Press W is gonna take space again. They're gonna have a pity too. So
yeah. Just to that one power clan score, not my favorite decision a lot of the time, honestly.
No.
Just because you don't get a lot out of it. They get a free pity. They have a reef slider to get a pick there.
Yeah, and that free pity generally doesn't translate to even. It's generally not even, because if you can make a counter push, you just need 1 more flam and you've got 3.
Yeah. Just 1 on the side of fucking defense here.
Press W very close to getting a pick here. You got a ball?
Damn.
To get it in. It's the end flag.
They're still pretty
no.
No.
And that's 3 down.
It's just AJ.
Probably a full way, but AJ all the way back on their elbow.
This is very great camera.
Able to find a pickup point here as well.
This Nautilus is such a surprise.
Taking up so much space. That wall and that bubble, it's just incredible amounts of
It's
pretty much.
Oh, good one shot there.
Yeah.
Bro, they have it on auto.
Unfortunate. It's such a gamble sometimes, even with something that gives you mobility after you go.
Yeah, as a Wagner player, yeah. Just AJ up again. They got that ball back in.
Yeah, gonna be a bigger score this time for Pink Fluffy Unicorns to get power and then a couple more. Does look like both who pushed all the way up went down pretty quick though. That's gonna be all they're able to find. AJ able to get a couple picks as well.
Oh, there's the pain jump in, yeah.
Tormy's still there.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
probably just like a consistent thorn in their side.
Seriously, just sitting all the way up front, taking fights and causing problems.
They're cracking on Serena.
Let's see if she's able to do anything here. They are running out of time in this game here, unfortunately.
They will have to make something. That wall was
Wall to Kraken. That's gonna be no value to Kraken.
Yeah, unfortunately. Kraken's a hard specialty.
Yes.
That's right. It's not easy.
Just made another ball to break that open. They have no other clams here to keep scoring with. Just keeping up all of this pressure, not even letting Press W get out of their spawn.
Yeah, Press W.
You're even with any of these picks that they find, Pink Fluffy Unicorn just keeps.
They're all the way up there, bro.
They have such a ridiculous hold here. That is looking to be game.
There's not much they can do.
They cannot get out here.
Serena looking to try, but yeah.
No, it's too quick.
That's cyberbullying. Right after a
came back and is subbing with FT Win.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back.
So a lot of the players on Fofofo obviously have history with Shaq and have probably played against him in many other tournaments too, but to do it in the semifinals of the winners, it is going to be very difficult.
Well, we don't have much longer to wait. It is game one of our second winners semifinals here. Taking a look at the second-seeded FT Win versus the third-seeded Fofofo. Shout out, as always, to Czar on the spectator camera here. And Milana, let's take a look at what they're running. To start out, I'm not seeing the pencil on either side that I thought I might see. Harshi, for example, on that heavy edit.
You know, honestly, it's a little bit strange, but we've known Shaq to be an NZAP player, and you know, it's always important that when you go into tournaments, you play what you know. So Dr. Shaq bringing that NZAP, using that tactical lure is going to be beneficial for their team, and we do see that brush coming out from Fofofo, which really is no surprise to anyone, but just a pleasure to watch.
And that means Rave as well, who's been on the Snipe Rider for a long time and has a 14.4 splat assist per game, is not going to be there. But Dadkid, who put on a clinic earlier, seeing if they could replicate some of that success, does not find it with the Zipcaster. Rave, who is going to be on that Splattershot Pro Winter, helping Falco to advance the tower just a little bit.
Yeah, just to kind of push it up a little bit and help support some of their team members. And now FT Win in a much more comfortable position, finally able to play offense a little bit. Sam, we can see, has the Booyah Bomb at the ready, gets a Tactical Lure, gonna wait to deploy and throw it as some of their other team members are pushing this tower. Again, FT Win has done this before. They put a lot of this ink in front of the tower to help give them a little bit of leverage, and it is definitely paying off.
Sam, the tip of the spear here, backed up by Hexen, who is known for farming crabs left, right, and center as needed, and playing on this right-hand side, trying to bait out somebody there from Fofofo who might be there. The tower for now, Milana, stops briefly as both teams without a special to go off of.
This is going to be a very difficult checkpoint to be able to cross through because it is right in front of the drop from spawn. So I think at this point, FT Win is going to have to play it a little bit carefully. They're going to have to wait for the right moment to be able to break that checkpoint. But what we can see here is that FT Win is tapping that tower and making sure it does not make it back to mid, because that would be lost time and they don't have time to lose.
Falco, you might have heard of the game Two Truths and a Lie. I'll give you two truths without the lie. The Booyah Bomb has been very populous today, and players have been getting splatted out of it pretty consistently.
Yeah, can't contest with that logic at all, especially with how this day has been going. It's really been using those specials to how you can push this tower, push the objective forward. And again, FT Win not shy with how they want to do it. They push to 45 and the tower is going back just a little bit, but they are still making Fofofo scramble. A lot of their players having to use some of their specials, but going down. As long as FT Win can keep up this momentum, keep having a player advantage, it doesn't really matter where the tower's going to go, Zach.
The stage decidedly orange, but Fofofo, after getting a couple players down, trying to make the most of it. However, FT Win, especially backed up by that cooler, comes back so quickly, it means that they barely have any time to recover. 3Z, I believe that's their second Milana Ultra Stamp in a row that they might have wanted to make a highlight reel play with and just were not able to.
And you know what? Sometimes we just can't make highlight reels all the time, even if you're 3Z, even if you're on Fofofo. But you know what? That's okay, because what matters is that you come back into the game, you come back with a fresh mind, that even though you're going 1-2 down, that you come back together as a team.
Rafe and Sam were chomping at the bit there to get the jump in, but I don't think they were able to. Sam having to content themselves with the Bria Bomb as Dat Kid sharking around, seeing if they can pop the Zipcaster in a good position. For now, they will content themselves with the stage being much more purple as they advance forward here. Sees the Tacticore come out, gets one, gets two, gets three! That's a wipeout there, facilitated yet again by Dat Kid. Falco on
oh shit, I just barely saw that Dat Kid triple, that's crazy.
Milana pointed out Dat Kid earlier because they make moves like that, getting a seamless triple splat using that Zipcaster. Fofofo needs to use this as leverage, and they certainly are pushing this tower further and further. They're in a position where they can get it past this 45 mark as Dat Kid
is trying to take all the clips, I swear.
Two are down on Fofofo, but Fofofo needs to ride this momentum.
It's like clockwork here as we see the jump in start to come from Fofofo. Dat Kid sitting on top of the tower gets stopped there at 45. Again, that tie goes to the runner here, or the team that previously had it. FTWin maintains the lead here as we get within that final minute here. Milana 3 down for Fofofo in what could have been a push to take over the lead, but now having to get their bearings about them.
You know, there's still a minute left in the game, Zach. There's still a minute left, which means that it's not over until it's over, but that push is so tragic that they landed at the 45 mark, just like FTWin. Unfortunately, because FTWin got there first, FTWin maintains that 45. But you know what?
I think I'm really FTWin here for sure.
The momentum is in FTWin's favor at the moment.
Jack building up this tactical in a timely manner. Spots one that was trying to
fight
ground
against
from Fofofo. That's going to be Dark
it.
going down, and Jack in firm control of this tower, even though their weapon does not have the greatest of range. They will have a good amount of room to maneuver around here, Falco, and maybe even an extension of that lead if they can get the tower back.
Yeah, they're really trying, but now they're saying, you know what, we can back out, we should back out. We don't want to have 3 or 4 of our players go down. We don't want that kid to be in that position again. Trying to get some splats. We're going to play a neutral game here. We're going to use some of our specials to try and push members of Fofofo off of the tower. Make them use their specials too, just cause chaos here in mid, as 3 are going to go down. FTWin is going to be taking that one by Nailbiter.
Chaos officially controlled for FTWin as they hold on to it on a huge stage, and as we mentioned, one that is really coming to popularity in the Splatoon 3 North American League. We did see a match earlier, Milana, where it was multiple games in a row that were won by only a single point. Maybe shades of that as we see FTWin take game 1 here.
You know, it was just that the momentum was so much in Fofofo's favor because of that wipeout, but it just, they weren't able to ride that momentum past that 45 mark, and it was honestly kind of tragic. And I remember Lily saying earlier that, you know, you can either come back from this and be really depressed about the fact that you lost by 1 point, or you can come back with a stronger mindset. It was like, hey, we almost won that, which means next time we can win that.
And Falco, Milana brings up a good point here, which is that the mental factor doesn't really come through a lot in the gameplay all the time, but we know, especially after hours of waiting and having to either wait or warm up elsewhere, once you finally get into the action, your emotions can run wild if you don't control them.
Yeah, you might have to wait an hour until you play, but you know you have to show up for those 5 minutes for that particular game. And for Fofofo, they were 1 unit away from tying and getting the win. They had 1 player alive, but they just unfortunately weren't by the tower. But I mean, it is hard to come back from that, but you're thinking too, hey, this was a mode that FTWin, they're 4-0 against us anyways. We have better modes up our sleeve, and one in particular, I think they could choose if they wanted to get that option, but of course they have to get a game win before they choose the mode, so we'll see what happens.
Well, and this was also the mode out of the 3 that we mentioned earlier, Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, that Fofofo did not have the on-paper advantage against all teams in, 3rd compared to 2nd for FTWin. Now, if you're looking at either a Rainmaker or Splat Zones, which as Falco mentioned, you are not getting to choose. However, we will be going to Splat Zones here, and for Fofofo, 2nd compared to 3rd, a record of 17-5. That's only good enough for 2nd. I say only, but that is still a 77% win rate.
Yeah, and this is where Fofofo really actually excels against FTWin, so it's interesting that FTWin chose it, because Fofofo is 4-1 in Splat Zones against them in a top 8 bracket. So trading sides a little bit, you know, FTWin, they're not afraid to go to it. They figured they were going to have to go to Splat Zones anyways, as it's like arguably the most popular mode played here. So the pick I like personally, of course, but it's interesting to see how that that dynamic plays out.
And Milana, Falco mentioned most popular. We are, for the stage, going to the most popular for Splat Zones, and that combination being the most popular across the board, it is Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime for Game 2.
And you know, we've seen this earlier before. Like, we've seen some of these teams already play. Obviously, as you said, it was the most popular, but even just earlier today. So I think these teams are just going to have to really focus on the fact that they do not want to get locked out of that middle part of the stage. And they're going to have to really work together to be able to make that happen, because that, I think, is probably one of the biggest pitfalls as Barnacle and Dime goes in, especially on Splat Zones.
Well, Fofofo's trying to take one off of FTWin to prove that they are legit. And Falco, what do you make of this stage and mode combination? It seems to be one that players and teams gravitate to. Why do you think that is? And do you think either team might have an advantage with this specific setup?
Yeah, just a lot of flat surfaces too. Not a lot of tricky areas we're going to flank, kind of go around the zone. It's a more predictable type of stage, I say. It's, I would say, arguably like Final Destination. Of stages that we have offered here. So, you know, I think it could be favored towards FTWin in their play style and just how quick they push up. Fofofo, they are a very aggressive and fast team, but I think overall FTWin just might be a little more polished, a little bit more, you know, able to predict what Fofofo is going to be doing. But what are your thoughts, Mel?
You know, I'm usually inclined to agree with you. You know,
I don't like where this is going.
Sorry, I don't mean to like make a rift between us live on stream or anything, but I'm usually inclined to agree with you. But remember, they're playing with a sub today, which means that Keo can't camp those ledges. He can't just be in your face. And we did discuss a little bit how Shaq plays a little bit more of a supportive game, which means that now maybe the pacing is going to be a little bit slower. So then we consider what kind of strategies might FTWin bring in that case. Are they going to wait for Fofofo to kind of move a little bit too far and capitalize on that and then push forward? Or are they going to be a little bit more reactionary, or are they going to be a little bit more on the forefront of that? I'm not sure. I'm just throwing out ideas out there.
We have some partitions and walls around the set if we need to separate the two of you at any point. So
okay.
But not much longer to wait here as we get into our game number 2. It's going to be Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. We've seen this one a ton, and we're going to continue seeing it quite a bit, I reckon, as we look forward to seeing if Fofofo can come back from that game 1 loss here. Falco taking a look at the compositions. Shaq
Sam and Datkid to compete. And Sam Datkid at 3Z just competing for clip farming, bro.
Yeah, we've seen that particular weapon too, and I think using that killer whale is going to be towards their advantage. You know, both players, or both teams having those Tenta missiles as well, they're going to have to scatter all around the map to avoid some of those shots that might be aimed towards some of their teammates. You always got to be on your toes on where you want to position yourselves.
Winter v Winter and Snipe Rider v Snipe Riders. We get set here for game 2, the early advantage. Although it went to FTWin initially, Fofofo going to be the one to claim Milana a good portion of this stage, take the lead, and Dart getting the fall-off spot against Rafe to boot.
And they are positioning themselves so well. They are having that early lead to 70 points on the board right here. And, you know, I think what's really important, like I mentioned, it's really easy to be able to lock out the opponents on the stage. So being able to work together, FTWin is going to have to focus up. That Tacticooler out is going to be able to benefit them in making them be able to move out from their spawn just a little bit easier. Booyah coming out as well. This is their opportunity to move forward.
Fofofo breezing past the halfway mark here, and they have the specials to keep it going. The Tacticooler and the Killer Whale 5.1 came out to combat Hexen on this crab tank here. Falco, the jump-ins are coming through, and we do see some players sitting behind the zone, but as we get to single digits, not much time left.
Yeah, this is Fofofo's most dominant start they've had all day. You know, they did this.
It's just theirs.
Races. They're going to take that one.
Dude.
In the record timing here for this.
We wanted to watch a game. They just wanted to KO.
I think you were right there with I'll let you have that one, but Fofofo taking it. And again, having some of the players in different dynamics on the side of FTWin, that one definitely benefited Fofofo.
Yeah, no, I think that they really knew that Keo was not here, which means that, hey, I think if we can get the splats in, I think we're able to kind of lock them out. And FTWin was just not able to get their grounding, and they were not able to get together. The specials came out, but Fofofo was so easily able to kind of cover that. So Yeah, it was kind of a tough one for FT Win for that one.
Yeah, tough is an understatement. I mean, one of the most emphatic games that we've seen all day, including the top 8 portion here in Falco. You look at stages like Barnacle and Dime and maybe in Umami Ruins that are the more difficult ones to break out of your spawn. And with Splat Zones as the mode, it goes down very quickly, especially with no penalty points. So it gives you a very limited window to actually do that breakout.
Yeah, well, and especially with how quick it happened too. There weren't many times where players could use their special 2 or 3 times. It'd be lucky if any member from FT Win got 2 of their own specials out at that. So it just really makes it that much more difficult for them to try and push back in against a team like Fofofo. And I'm glad Fofofo was not shy with how they played. I didn't think they would be shy either with how they typically play in their play style. But to do that against FT Win, to basically say we're taking control of the zone, we can give up the zone. We're not going to get any penalty points. We're just going to knock you out. That's really impressive.
Yeah, when Nine and I looked at some of the faster knockouts that we had seen going into, for the top 8s leading into these playoffs, I think 62 seconds was the fastest that we saw. And that one probably right up there with one of the quickest that we've seen. But now we look, Milana, towards game number 3. And we've mentioned this whole time that sort of trifecta of modes. And we truly will round it out here as we move on to Rainmaker.
I think, again, I think the dynamic is going to be different because we constantly talk about Rainmaker as a mode where you play fast, you play furious, you get up in there and you get, you get the checkpoint and you continue to push forward. You use that momentum. So I'm wondering how that dynamic is going to change now that Kyo is being swapped out for Shaq, because maybe the same kind of result might happen as what we just saw with that Splat Zones game.
And Falco, this one probably truly a toss-up as we get the stage here and we'll go to Museum to Alfonsino. So we stay again with the theme of popular stage mode combinations. But look at this heading into today for Rainmaker. Fofofo first with a 73% win rate. FT Win a 72% win rate. So you really can't call it one way or another just through the stats.
No, you certainly can't, and especially with how different Game 1 and Game 2 against these two teams went. But to what Milana said, once you get past that first checkpoint, even if you don't have a player advantage, you just need to keep up that pressure, keep pushing the Rainmaker over, because again, if the Rainmaker, if it's on their side, that means it's not on your side. So you just want to kind of keep up that pressure. And there's reasons why a lot of teams, they will put the Rainmaker in a tricky position for the other team to try and pop. We only have 15 seconds left. We're just going to kind of camp this. We're not going to let it explode. And if it does, we'll pick it up. And I could definitely see that play style coming out from both of these teams.
And Milana, with Rainmaker, alongside Turf War being one of the modes that prompts some more weapon composition changes, do you think we'll also see any strategy changes as we see these two teams that are the battle of aggression versus the more metered style of play?
I wonder about that because I know that Shaq has just a plethora of weapons under his belt that he can choose from, weapons like the mini Splatling. So we might be able to see something like that if Rafe decides to stay on that Snipe Rider for the Tacticooler. We might maybe even see an Inkback come out.
This might be the last set they're streaming. I'm not sure.
There's a lot of variety, like you mentioned, and I think we can definitely keep an eye out for that as far as composition goes.
And we keep mentioning Kyo here. That is one of their more consistent players that they will not have. So lots to look forward to as we get into game number 3 here. Going over to Rainmaker on Museum to Alfonsino, and Falco taking a look at any potential changes. One thing immediately sticking out, and that is a 96 gal without the deco.
Yeah, 96 gal without the deco. We typically see it with the deco, but that's going to be Rafe using it with that ink back. There will be no ink back on the
brush
side of
and wiper. It's still so cool to see. Like, how did they make that work?
That ink brush to try and push it forward. A lot of the other weapons staying the same, and already a killer whale ready for the side of that kid, and that's exactly what he'd expect from them.
Could just use that wordplay all day and never get tired of it, to be honest. And we go over to that kid here as the ink back does come out pretty early, so they're not going to use it for the Rainmaker push. It stopped pretty quickly. Fofofo is at 89. 3 down now. It's just going to be the Snipe Rider who's coming back from spawn, and Milana maybe creating an opening here for FT Win.
I think they are, and you know what? I think Fofofo, even though they're all coming back from spawn, they're going to have to work together to come out of spawn together because there are specials still ready on FT Win. The Tacticooler coming out.
that power armor, bro. That stupid fucking power armor.
Sam always performing well with that Splatana Hexen, as you mentioned earlier with the crab tanks. I think it's going to be very difficult for FT Win to to make this push just because of where the final checkpoint is, but it's not going to be impossible with that Inkvac coming out.
Yeah, smartly backing up. Here's the Inkvac. Finally, Shaq had to progress forward a little bit, and Sam, who donned that power armor, gonna get splatted in round 2.
Yeah, he's talking about the power armor.
FTWin, and that's gonna give Fofofo a little bit of time to move forward here, Falco. They have just the Ultra Stamp online, and 3Z not shy about rushing forward with it.
No, not at all, especially in that position with that the middle pillar there in mid, and it allowed members of Fofofo to immediately get that first checkpoint and seemingly tie the game. That was a perfect opportunity for Fofofo to push up, and I'm glad they still have this momentum. They have a player down, but they are going to be cooler. 2 are going to go down. That's going to be Hexen.
Push over.
Taking out 2 with that grab. That's going to be 3.
Wow.
A perfect wipeout. You give up the lead, but you are putting yourself in a good position. Once again, Hexen not being shy about where they want to go. Sam is going to be joining them too. This is just a game of back and forth here, Zach, with these teams taking control of the Rainmaker, pushing forward. Now it's FTWin's turn to take the lead.
Yeah, and they're going to take it. Shaq going to push forward all the way up to 39 on the back of the Inkvac, kind of protecting the proverbial leader there with the Rainmaker as we see the Ultra Stamp go whizzing by Dark. No. They're not going to survive for much longer as they get taken down. Now Sam completely ignoring the Rainmaker shield as they had a teammate kind of working with it, waiting for the optimal time to push forward here and waiting for their team to group up. They do not yet have that Tactical online from the NZAP Milana as Hexen backs one into a corner, and it's actually going to be stolen by Fofofo.
And they are smartly doing so because leaving that Rainmaker just is brewing trouble. You know, we can find some pretty scrappy plays coming out, especially for a mode like Rainmaker. So being able to drop that Rainmaker back to that middle plat, it's just a smart thing to do.
Now kind of hanging around that spinner area, we see one member of FTWin jumping out as we see Dark and Harshy, who you can pair together pretty reasonably. I would say Datminus and 3Z paired up and Dark and Harshy paired up. In terms of their playstyle, 3D as they advance forward, takes down Ray. That's lead by a single point as well. Just under 2 minutes left to go here, Falco, for Fofofo.
Yeah, and your push is definitely not done. That is a delayed wipe. Wisely, Fofofo picking up the Rainmaker once again, keeping up this pressure. Fofofo members, like we mentioned, you keep up
those
the
jumps
pressure
are not
even
surviving,
when you
bro.
have a player disadvantage in a mode like Rainmaker, but it finally looks like it will be ending at this moment here for Fofofo. FTWin trying to get this
back. Get it out of that corner fast.
Great push. FTWin's going to have to try and regroup and see what they can do.
And we haven't talked either about the duality between the Wiper v Wiper matchup as Sam wins it there. Maybe the power
Sam
armor
won
giving them a bit of extra power as they back them into a corner. It's going to be multiple going down right on top of that ramp, but that favors Fofofo as it's 3 down now, effectively a 2v1 with that Snipe Rider and the Wiper. Harshy in a pretty premier position to see if they can back off anyone from the Rainmaker, but Milana, the onus currently on FTWin as we get closer to that minimark.
Onus is right. I think that FTWin is going to really have to focus up to be able to group together. And, you know, I say that over and over and over again, but stray picks can be very detrimental for FTWin, especially since they are... we see Fofofo grouping together.
Wait, Losers is playing finally?
Specials together. We see them being able to grab quick picks together. We need to see that kind of energy coming out from FTWin as well.
And those Wipers effectively mirroring each other in playstyle as they go down about a second.
Moonlight was fighting Bet, they were scrimming.
30 seconds to go.
There was a scrim happening, but I don't know.
And the Killer Whale, so dodging and dancing around and even gets the pick onto Dark, but 3Z going to get behind him. They will shortly go down after, and it's just going to be the Wiper Sam from FTWin to try and call in the reinforcements. Now, Falco, they do have the Ultra Stamp, and they are going to use it, pick up the assist that will help them break the Rainmaker
shield.
NA
League versus Bet.
Yeah, and then Sam gets that nice pick on Dark, so that was a perfect execution.
I don't know, I don't see any result
yet. Player you want to try and take care of before
I guess we'll
you
see in a bit.
Pick up the Rainmaker. Hexen's going to be using that crab. Rainmaker finally going to be picked up. Dark is going to go down. It is Dr. Shaq carrying it with the Inkvac support. This is a moment where they can't take the lead, but no, they are not.
Oh, it's not!
It is
Wiper beats Vac. That was crazy, actually.
Gets the win, so able to hold on to that very strong ending. It was so close here for FTWin. If they had maybe 10 more seconds or so, they could have done it, but Fofofo able to take that away.
It's not the 1-point victory that we saw before, but it's pretty darn close. 3 points and that pillow cushion separating these two teams from a win versus a loss. But Milana, we now have our third-seeded Fofofo in the lead here 2-1 over an FTWin team that, yes, is down a player, but has rarely faced this much against them in our Splatoon 3 North American League.
You know, I think Fofofo will be, they're probably feeling pretty good about their performance performance right now, right? They have that momentum. They're going into Game 4, potentially being able to stay in the winner's side of the bracket, which we mentioned that if you have not gotten knocked out at all, you have a little bit of cushioning as far as being able to stay in the bracket.
I think they're not doing it, though.
This tournament, this league.
Not yet, at least.
And, you know, there is a lot on the line. And, you know, just being able to be called champion, I'm pretty sure all of these teams have been working really hard for that. So, you know, they're going to be putting their all, they're putting their best foot forward.
Just at the face of it, a ticket to winners finals on the line, let alone what comes after that. And Falco, this is where these teams with the 2 modes remaining start to deviate a little bit. Fofofo, consistency there, 5th in both Clam Blitz and Turf War. For FTWin, a completely different story. First in Clam Blitz, 9-3 coming in today, but 7th, 4-8 on Turf War, so you really have to be cognizant of that mode.
Yeah, and this is where Fofofo will continue to choose the modes that they want to play. And it's going to be tricky, it's going to be tricky there for them. But FTWin, I don't know which one you prefer. Of course, you need to win in both of those modes. But again, you're just thinking about what stage are we going to play, because we know we have to play in both of these. They have the advantage of choosing the stage on what is going to be coming up here. And FTWin, they're a composed team. They don't let these hiccups get to them. So again, even if they don't have their main roster, they know how to play against this Fofofo team, who is just really aggressive and chaotic and does such a good job. So I think just looking forward, they might want to go to a mode that they have a little bit more control of, or they want to perform better in a mode that they have better control of too, and I think Clam Blitz could be that mode.
And for Fofofo, I mentioned kind of pairing the 2-2 players on their roster together. I can do so again with 3Z and Dat Menace, both of them under 1,000 turf per game, compared to Dark with 1,340 and a Harshy with 1,378. So you can see, Milana, a huge discrepancy there, a little bit more metered on the FTWin side, with their lowest being 1052 and their highest, Rafe, getting up to 1,450 at times. So just insane amounts of turf output, which are going to be important for both of these potential modes.
And I think it's just really important to notice that, because 3Z and Dat Menace, Wiper player, right, Brush players, neither weapon really great at turfing, but having that support of Dark and Harshy, being able to turf those 1,300, almost 1,400 turf per game, I think
Bro, I don't know what's
going
on.
allow for a lot of space. You know,
I'm gonna go get my food. Let's get some food. I'll be right back.
And Dat Kid are able to kind of do the thing they're good at because they have the space to work with.
Well, Falco, we are not going to be going to Turf War immediately, at least. We have Clam Blitz up next, and it is going to be Mako Mart. The venue for this one kind of has that up, flat, down playstyle right in the middle of the stage. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, a lot of players, once they score their power clam, going to be doing a layup there. They're going to be taking control of the enemy stack, putting that power clam in, hoping that there's opportunities to have some follow-up. And the good news about Mako Mart here, there's a lot of area behind the basket that players can flank, thinking of that kid in particular, especially with how well they've been using that ink brush. That's going to be one of the players. I know we've said it before, but FTWin's really going to have to watch out for that kid.
It's a double-edged sword, one of the largest sniper or charger over perches there that you have, but also plenty of room, especially for a Brush player, Milana, to get behind, sneak around, and just create havoc in what is a pretty open field. And then, of course, you have to worry about that kind of narrow lane in mid that starts it all for your team.
And not only that, that narrow lane is just such a short distance from basket to basket. You can really, on the way from your basket to the enemy basket, you can collect 8 clams and be able to make a power clam and pop the basket all in one go.
Well, let's see which of these teams is better at creating those power clams as we get into Game 4. Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, and we're seeing a couple of swaps here. Hexen going over to the Dapple Doolies, and a Harshy Falco back onto that heavy edit.
Yeah, so we will see coolers on both of these teams, like you said, from those respective weapons. That kid sticking with the ink brush, and then Shaq using the using the weapon that he typically plays with the burst bomb and the crab, the Splash-O-Matic. So these are not picks that are off the wall or anything, but FTWin's really trying to take advantage of how they are opening up with this set. And as Milana said, really easy to kind of grab 8 clams, push it in, because these baskets are not far from each other.
And I know for a fact there has been clips of Shaq with this exact weapon on this exact stage creating havoc with the crab tank, and they're going to be the ones to start it off. There will be an errant Ultra Stamp that comes through, and that's 2 Milana power clams coming through in short order.
2 power clams, but many power clams in tow. You see that they are measuring the rate at which they are tossing these clams in, hoping to keep the basket up, but it really is just so much chaos right under the basket. I think that is going to be the end of the push for FTWin, and Fofofo is going to have a good opportunity to make that counter push.
And the added difficulty for DatKid of spot checking where those beacons are going to be, that's coming out from the Dapple dualies as we see Fofofo try to reclaim mid here and set up for this next push. DatKid is going to get it here, Falco, as they push forward, and only 5 clams currently at their disposal, and they lose everybody but Harshi.
Yeah, Harshi's just got to jump out from that. You know, I think DatKid was hoping that they would have more of an advantage as a team to push up. And remember, with FTWin getting to 51, that is a very strong push. But Zach, look how many clams already on the side of FTWin. You have a power clam, you have additional clams. You're sitting at 23 with that power clam too. So there's a lot of opportunity now for FTWin if they want to push forward. Fofofo's really got to make sure that they don't go all down.
The Splash and the Wiper both effectively sitting on 6 clams, so you can think that they're trying to save and build up those 2 additional power clams when the time is right. That will easily take care of that 24-point penalty and then some if they can take it out. It's a 3-person Bonanza on top of the 1 player from FTWin as they get taken down. But in the midst of that, Hexen sneaking around, surviving with this power clam here, Milana, and that number 23 has gone all the way down to 4.
It really is just up and down clams economy. You never know when you're going to strike it big or not. But, you know, this is going to be Fofofo's opportunity to make this push happen. They are able to get that score down to 50, meaning that they do take the lead. But like I mentioned, like we've mentioned, it is so easy for these teams to make these power clams and pop the basket. So I honestly think of all of the Clam Blitz stages, this is probably the stage that is the least sure that when you make a push that it's not safe. It's just not safe to be able to consider that a safe lead.
And Falco, the strategizing you have to do on the fly. Sometimes we see teams be contented with just throwing 1 power clam in and then running away from the basket. Both of these teams look like they want at least 2 if they're going to make that push.
Oh yeah, they don't want to have any push go to waste.
Nobody's purposefully doing 1.
A mode like this where it takes a lot of
forward thinking. Actually a bad decision.
You know what you want to do next, but you have to think about your next step after that and how you want to do it. And then Sam, that's just getting splat after splat.
Hello, Sam. I can't even read it because of low quality.
They don't have a power clam quite yet, but it looks like they are in position to maybe score. They're going to be throwing it to Hexen there, who's going to be forming one. So this might be an opportunity for FTWin. They need a few more to follow up if they're able to get this in, but right now it is looking pretty good for them, Zach.
Like moths to a flame, they were drawn to the tacticalers that were right next to each other as it's going to be the parting shot, getting rid of most of the penalty there for FTWin, who's trying to reclaim that lead. They just need a few clams to do it here. They have 3, but can Sam get close enough? They're facing the resistance and actually doubled back, surprisingly, to try and face that Ink Brush. They lose all 3 players except for Wraith, who survives here, does not have any clams at their disposal, so it gets close, but it will not Falco take over the lead.
No, not the lead quite yet, and of course, you now have more penalty points. The good news is, you score a power clam, you will be able to take the lead, but of course, you have to stop Fofofo.
Oh, that's true. They just need a power clam.
That's so tricky. You want to play offense, but you have to play defense at the same time. You always have to be aware of who's holding the power claim on the other team, and Fofofo is just making sure that FTWin doesn't have any opportunities for them to score. We'll see if Harshi's going to be in a position where they want to score to try and extend this lead, and it looks like they missed the power clam, and that would have been a perfect opportunity. No! The advantage, Harshi, I'm sorry you can't quite get it just yet, but you can have a teammate follow up. Here's where you have an opportunity to extend
I'm gonna lay down. Bye, bye. Sorry for the screaming. That probably did not help.
Happening. 13 points just left that Fofofo needs to be able to tick down, but it's looking like this is going to be maybe FTWin's last opportunity to make this push happen. They're going to need quite a few power clams to be able to take the lead, but they do have 12 power clams under their belt right now. They're going to need to collect just a couple more. Let's see if this overtime is going to work in FTWin's favor.
Here comes the overtime. Shaq making the most of this crab tank as they take down 3Z and holds on to a power clam boot. They do lose their
FTWin's not over yet.
3Z there, I believe, where there's Wiper players. They push forward, and that's going to be Shaq getting it into the basket. That's going to take that penalty away. And a power clam just sitting there. Sam trying to get it before it despawns, but they don't have an avenue in which
together.
to push forward. They desperately try and make something happen.
Oh my
it
God.
does get picked up and thrown in. Will they have enough?
They don't have any
hold on to
clamps.
0 clamps at this moment. Rafe not winning that engagement,
This
and there's
guy
just
had
a
no
couple
clamps.
members left. Shaq picks it up,
Dude,
hits the burst
Biscuit
bomb,
needed
but
to
it's not
grab
gonna be
clamps
enough
and go
for
a
the
different
KO.
route.
And despite the closeness of it, Fofofo with that final push, so close but making it happen. Harshy there, Falco, wishing for a second that they were a little bit taller and maybe even a baller, but they did make it work, getting those power clamps
a little
in.
bit taller, maybe
they
baller.
did make it work to get it
Jordan
in,
reference.
and it's really nice for Fofofo they had that. This is the first upset that we have today in the tournament, a 3 versus 2, but still an upset on paper, and Fofofo played that ending very strong, not letting FT Win take the lead, even though we saw that score go down at the last second. We were all like, wait, what happened? How did that happen? We didn't see who scored it. There was just so much to watch out for, but that is such a difficult position to be in, Zach, when you're trying to get the lead and you just have to do everything you can to get it, but it just did not work out.
Well, with our first update, or upset of the day, we have to get an update over from 9-Hole Grains over on the Telestrator. 9, what you got for us?
Well, what I wish I had is 5 whole minutes to talk about all the crazy highlights over the course of that wonderful match.
You gotta go eat dinner, see ya. Oh, that's not a thing.
This highlight was
I don't know why that's not a
and
thing.
roll it.
I think
Dat Kid
Nightbot's
doing
dead.
Only as that kid can to break open.
Might have
this
been shot
game.
in an
It was
alley.
actually the only one they lost.
Have good
If you can
dinner.
swing like that and take out 3. You get onto the highlight reel. But let's now zoom into one of, I think, the wildest finishes that we got to see over the course of this wonderful match, which was our game that we played later on. I do want to highlight real quick just one more piece here, which is that sub-weapons are very, very strong. You saw right there, one suction bomb takes out one, another suction bomb takes in the jump. So this was FT Win's victory that they did get. But I want to look now at Fofofo on Museum d'Alfonsino that we saw a little bit later. That was just an unbelievable show, and you can take a look and start it right here. I want to point out, again, a long way that needs to be gone for FT Win, and it's going to start out here with Sam, who actually makes a wonderful play here on this Splatana Wiper. First, senses that there's an attack coming in from that kid on this side, takes that one out, then throws it right over the top, and down goes Dark. So look at this. Now they've started to rotate the attackers here.
Dying to hammer throw is one of
has
the worst
moved
things to
in.
die to, I'm
And
not gonna
just
lie.
as soon as this crab ting
Like,
comes
it
out, I
feels
want to
horrible.
pause it. So you can see right here, 2 members right next to each other at this point.
How
You
much
can
longer is
already
this gonna
see
go on
that
for?
one
I don't
has
know.
gone out. We'll
I
roll
don't
it
know
here,
if
and you'll
it's
see that
over
one player
now
does
or if
end
they're
up
gonna
going
do another
down, and they
set.
start to get cycled. But they've
Because they
got
haven't done any
Tacticooler.
of the
And as
losers
we
bracket
slow
yet, but they've
things
done
down
round 1
right
and
here,
2
look at the only
of
member left who could do
what's it called?
anything
Of
about
winners.
it. It's 3Z with the melee range on that Splatana Wiper, just a couple points away from FT Win stealing this game from Fofofo. It was a set full of plays just like that. We expected fireworks in this match, and we got to see it. There's plenty more to come, though, so I'm going to throw it to you back at the desk.
Well, 9, thank you for that analysis.
said there's more to come.
Draw squares, but I would not go so far as to call a square as we take now a look at our bracket following that second winner semifinals game. Fofofo pulling off the upset over FT Win. They will advance to winners finals to take on the #1 overall seed Milky Way, and we'll look forward here shortly to our losers top 8, where we will
There's
see
a
the
P.
#5 seed in
There we
bed
go.
take
Good
on
job.
#8 Healthy
Yeah,
Night
that's
Losers,
real
and
as shit,
later,
bro.
Gourmet Race versus Duck Motif. Well, we like to have fun here on the broadcast, and occasionally we get to break out in that as we have myself, Milana, Jordan, and 9 with a little bit of a fun video for you. Let's take a look.
This is
All
gotta
right,
be
guys, listen, we have spent countless hours amongst ourselves as good friends and
Oh, no, it's not new,
commentating
is it?
and obviously doing the Splatoon 3 North American League show, but let's see how well we know each other. I've got a couple of questions here, and we're going to go through these. I'm going to give you a countdown after I mention the question. You point to who you feel like answers this question the most, okay? Who is the loudest in 3, 2, 1, point.
Oh.
Okay, I guess there's a consensus there. I'll try to be a little bit quieter.
Listen, you say the way you say big money can wake up a whole neighborhood.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right.
Ear's still ringing.
Who do you feel is the quietest? 3, 2, 1. Oh, it's Zach. I think we got a good consensus with Zach here as well, too. All right, this is good. We know each other very well. Proves that our friendship is genuine here. Next question. Who has the best pop-off? Who has the best pop-off? In 3, 2,
It's probably 9.
1.
Okay, 9 and Zach. I think you guys have great pop-ups, but 9 especially. I know when we have done a couple of tournaments as well, too, I usually like to hand the baton to you for those big-time pop-offs as well, too. All right, next one. Who is the most versatile? Who is the most versatile? In 3,
the fuck that
2,
mean?
1. See, I'm going, I guess, boy, I think we're all pointing to each other, so that's good. We're all pretty versatile. For the most part. Not a single vote in common right there. All right, here's the next one. Who is most likely, I already know where Milana's answering on this one.
Oh, no. I already know what question it is.
Who is most likely to miss their flight? Who is most likely to miss their flight?
Oh, I know exactly. Oh, no.
3, 2,
is it 9?
1. Yeah, so we were doing the preseason, and Milana and I and a couple of other people were supposed to take a ride to the airport, and my phone completely died. And
I called him. I could not get through to him. I'm like, this man is missing his flight for sure.
He didn't call the police, though. That's the thing I was worried about. Just no worries about me. I'm glad you thought that I was sleeping well. All right, next one. Who prepares the most notes? Who prepares the most notes? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, 9 as well. I've seen actually the whole, I think, folder of notes you have for everything that we come into tonight, and it's got chapters and tabs and bookmarks as well too. And Zach, also shiny tips. You got all sorts of notes. You're always scribbling something down throughout the entire time we're commentating, so it's terrific. All right, next one. Who prepares the best notes? Who prepares the best notes? In 3, 2, 1. See, I'm going. We're all pointing to everybody else. I think we all are very diligent note takers.
Zach and I will point to each other on this one until we're old and gray here. The respect we have for each other's prep is.
We love our stats, man.
All right, last question. Who has the funniest puns? Who has the funniest?
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I didn't write these. I promise. Here we go.
Hold on.
Who has the funniest puns? In 3, 2, 1. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're the resident dad that you're going to have the dad jokes as well, too. I just thank you guys for laughing at them every once in a while. I really appreciate that as well, too. So
listen, I might pretend to hate them, but I really do enjoy it. It really adds a lot of character to my life.
I'm on the other side of those a lot of times, Jordan, so I don't appreciate it, actually.
Great being an observer in that regard.
Oh, my gosh. Well, guys, listen, the memories have been great. I can't wait to continue to spend more time with you guys as we get set for the playoffs, and it's just been so much fun this season, so thanks again.
Well, and it's been wonderful to get to hang out with and talk shop with all of these wonderful casters, including yourselves, as we get set for the first match in our losers first round here. We're going to be taking a look at the 5 through 8 seed, taking a look at the bracket now between Bet and Healthy Diet Food Groups. We'll see Gourmet Race and Duck Motif later. You can see how the bracket will progress from there. And Falco, I want to start with you. Bet, of course, with a very close Game 5 loss against Moonlight. Do you feel like they are one of the teams that is closest into breaking into this sort of upper echelon that maybe Milky Way or Fofofo or FT Win sort of occupies right now?
Oh, certainly. And against a team like Moonlight going to Game 5, I think that was the particular match a lot of us are like, this one could go either way. It's going to be really tricky. But preparing against Healthy Diet Food Groups, you know, they are the lower seed. And comparing them head-to-head, they have 9 games in the top 8 that they've played against each other.
Oh, so we are doing losers.
2-0 in their matches and their sets. So Bet already has the upper edge in this history against both of these teams, but of course they want to win this one against Healthy Diet Food Groups to propel them further on in this bracket.
And Milana, we love a dark horse. Bet, of course, could occupy that space, but what a story it would be if we could see Healthy Diet Food Groups come back from getting swept on that winner's side to taking out a very strong team in Bet.
I think it would be really interesting. And like you said, sometimes we just have to root for the underdog. And, you know, we mentioned a lot about their play style, about how it feels a little bit passive. And I think Bet has a play style which feels definitely way more aggressive than what maybe Healthy Diet food groups may be used to, so they're going to have to really adapt if they want that underdog story to come to fruition.
And that's saying something. It's kind of paradoxical in a way, Falco, for Healthy Diet food groups. They have some very traditionally aggressive weapons. You look at EV on either the Carbon Roller Deco or the Carbon Roller Angle, and 2, if you include their sub-ripping Sticker, Splatana, Stamper weapons, those are weapons that love to play in the faces of their opponents, but again, as Mana stated, a little bit more passive. But we are already set for game number 1. It will be Clam Blitz that we get into. Museum de Alfonsino, a familiar stage here, Falco.
Yeah, not often we see this as game 1, so definitely looking forward to it. And Bet coming out with the weapons they traditionally come out with.
I think we know who's winning this one, but
it could be an upset. Deco. We're going to have Ziff on that junior as well. So again, just a lot of ink that they're trying to play out on this stage.
And we also see Dante, one of only 2 players in the entire Splatoon 3 North American League that has stayed on one weapon the entire time. Hint, both of them are Slosher players. It's Dante and Miner occupying that space. They feel pretty familiar and happy with this. Dante, in this instance, Milana will get the Power Clam and back out.
I think what I really like to see over the course of this league is just seeing the maneuverability of all these players. And as we see, even just now, the teammates are jumping back, they're jumping forward, they're really keeping an eye out for where their opponents are and what kind of situations they want to put themselves in, and maybe not so much.
Maybe a new Olympic event on the horizon, synchronized jumping back to spawn, as we saw 2 back-to-back, but a quick 53 push for Bet. They're making their face known early. It's going to be the Carbon Deco getting a pick there, a stand jumping back to make sure that they have the stalwart defense that they need. But Falco, about what you'd expect maybe in that first minute here for Bet.
Yeah, and that was a quick 53. They got a lot of those claims in very fast too, so able to push that down, apply this pressure, and keep this pressure in control of mid 2. Eevee doing exactly what Eevee does. It's just Shark waiting for the perfect opportunity, having to jump out since they missed those 2 shots. Mecha's going to be taking out Ziff as well.
Hello.
And so Bet is going to try and keep the momentum that they had before.
Apparently,
again,
they are doing losers.
Simo's going to be breaking this to try and give them.
So we did round 1, then round 2, which took 4 hours, by the way, and now we're doing losers, so I don't know how long they're going.
And I'm glad you mentioned Mecha. Mecha kind of a perennial type of Snipe Rider player that in an aggressive opposition is that player that you're going to always
okay, the thing is, it's not an, I'm pretty sure this was decided by the community members, like the TOs that are doing it, so I don't even know what to think about it.
Diet on the back foot.
I think that just really
community members, you're not comp players.
The fact that they are an player, that they are.
I mean, I still think it's better for the viewer, except for the long waits between. The long waits between, I have no idea why that's happening.
Greater picture of what's going on in the stage, and as I'm talking, just another 2 power clams in. Bet is not relenting with the pressure here. Just 11 points on the board. They do have 3 clams under their belt, which is not quite enough, but you know,
between sets, the app session is at least 10 minutes every time too.
For healthy food groups to make a comeback from.
It was a storybook push. They had 2 power clams at the ready. They hide perfectly behind the canopy of that tent umbrella. And they
I'm pretty sure Bet's gonna just 3-0 this one.
Remain unscathed here as they keep the pressure on here, Falco. The big bubbler not going to be too much of an obstacle for Zero as they hang around this cushion.
Yeah, and this is working out for them. They could do this for the next 2 minutes and be completely content with it, but Zero just throwing in that power clam. And again, this is what's making it very difficult for Healthy Diet food groups too. They just can't seem to break out of this spot. If it's not one player on Bet, it's another player. They have to take them out one by one. And again, we just haven't seen them we haven't seen Healthy Diet food groups really do much in mid here.
I saw someone say how they know exactly when their sets are going to be compared to the other NA League ones, so it's better.
Execute this in the next
even though it's super long still, so maybe
Stan, who we saw in that winners quarterfinals, not be able to get a lot of their specials off. Uses the Zipcaster, we don't see much come to fruition. They do end up trading there onto Zero, so a nice little flick to make sure that happens, but they need more than trades at this point as Dante is going to fall, so maybe Milana, that stray splat bomb helping them out as they have 11 clams to their name.
They do, but 11 clams is still not going to be enough to be able to take the lead. That's not even 1 power clam as we can see, and with 2 down on Healthy Diet 3 now,
that was really cool.
They are dropping all of the clams that they've so painstakingly collected, and Bet is just at their front door. They are constantly knocking. They're like, hey, we're here. We're going to bust open that clams basket again, and Healthy Diet food group is going to have to come up with a solution for this.
Simo, who we had questions questions about going into today, but
I'm guessing day 2. I think they're going to stop after a loser's top 8. That's my theory. And then they'll do losers top 4 to the end.
As they get through the entire penalty and get the rest of the clams in for a pretty easy coasting through, if you will, Falco, to a Game 1 victory here on Museum d'Alfonsina.
Yeah, probably.
Right, and it's, again, very difficult if you're Healthy Diet food groups. You just didn't have any offensive opportunities. There were a few times you could get back into mid, but knowing that you're facing the players on bet and how well they can push forward and just keeping baskets open, keeping all the pressure, you really have to rely on getting a 3, potentially wipe out 4-player advantage if you want to do anything against a team like Bet.
And Milana, if you're a player like EV playing that Carbon, you don't have any range to speak of. So you really want to be ahead of the action, trying to create that opening for your team. And they were hardly able to leave that sort of court area where the pushes continue to happen for Bet.
I think it was just so difficult for a weapon like a Carbon Roller because much like brushes, much like stampers, Splatana wipers, right? You need to be able to have a little bit of turf to work with. And if you are being backed up into your spawn with the rest of your teammates, who's going to be making the turf for you?
Yeah,
it's obviously
Healthy
not
Diet's first set was 4 hours ago. Another second set is now. That's crazy.
You're going to have to find a way around
4-hour
that.
gap.
Well, lots to consider and lots to wait for if you're Healthy
Diet
Diet food groups.
All right, guys,
we're
drafting for the tournament
to be selected here, and it has. We see Falco.
I guess it's kind of. I guess they kind of think of it more like Ludi, the way it's like one set at a time. But
as the stage from
I
Healthy
guess,
Diet.
but the difference
Healthy
with Ludi
Diet
is
has gotten
every
a
single
Splat Zones win
every single
against
month,
Bet
right?
before. Believe
it's
it or
like
not,
every week,
Splat
once a
actually
week.
did go to a game 5
Yeah, once a week,
in
so you
week
get,
8
like,
of the top 8.
time
So
to recharge.
even if you watch that first game and thought,
weird.
that was
It is.
very dominant against Healthy Diet,
I feel like you're gonna play
this win did
completely
this
different to your
not too
first
long ago,
from your
and this is a
between your
mode
first and
Healthy
second
Diet won
sets.
on, so I very much like this choice.
Like, I get why
We try not to
Bet
be too
and
swayed by any
Sprint-
kind of recency bias,
Yeah.
but just looking at the comps
I would
and
have
the
done
recent
that too.
results can be so helpful when we're preparing for the playoffs like this as we get into game number 2. And a quick shout out again to our spec cam operators, RDB. Always glad to have them, even if they are not sporting any Warrior gear. Let's take a look, Milana, at what gear these teams have brought to the table. And I do see the return of something that was in winners' quarters.
It's always
and
a white
that
Christmas.
Bamboozler, I believe that's the Mark II variant.
You know, I think it's really interesting because, like we mentioned,
It always snows,
before,
and
Bamboozler
over
is
in
a
the river it very
specialized
snows.
kind of weapon, and it doesn't
That-
create
yeah.
that much turf.
I think I've
but
only
it
had one
can
Christmas ever where it
give
snowed.
a lot of, like,
And I used to live in
firing
Michigan.
pressure to be able to help your teammates to
It
kind of
usually
poke
snows
at
constantly
the
on Michigan.
opponents and
Michigan.
utilize that. It can be a two-shot
point
splat,
falls
so
to
it
your
can
alley
be pretty
into our
deadly in the
minds.
right hands.
And the return of the Super Chump, which we've only seen once, I believe, on Turf War over on Crab Leg Capital, but a 3-down situation already against Bet, who did have the advantage here in one of, if not the only 2 zone stages that we have available. Blop pushed all the way back. They will get the trade and gets the Super Chumps off here, Falco, as Healthy Diet looks to get something started.
Yeah, they're really trying to get this. Of course, like you mentioned, they need to control both zones. They're able to get their zone on the right pretty well. It's going to be Stan who's trying to push forward, going to be jumping back to one of their teammates. But with this stalemate here, again, it's set up a little better than how we saw in Game 1.
Too good
And finally, Healthy Diet able to take control a little bit, but they are just not getting members of Bet to go down.
Yet?
They need to rely on this 2-player advantage.
Finally,
this is
oh my
a
God.
perfect opportunity for Healthy Diet food groups.
I thought you were watching.
Lots of reliance on Blop and Ziff to put that ink
Wait,
down.
what were you
as
watching
they really
instead?
need to push forward, but Simo, who's stuck on this Sorella Tinterella, going to get splatted ahead of their
Oh, that's what
canopy.
you're talking
Milana.
about.
That's one of the
Oh.
risks you take is the instant detonation
Yeah,
of the
those are
sub-weapons
Christmas
against that
really
canopy.
You know, even the
Yeah.
best players sometimes move just a little bit
Well, at
too
this point, I might
forward.
watch that Chara
momentum
video
pushing
between
them just
sets.
a little bit past that canopy, I think. But, you know, with that trade going out, I think this is still Healthy Diet food groups game
Maybe
right
this is
now.
game?
But they're going
Game,
to need to get a couple more picks.
game
They're going
2,
to
yeah.
need to move forward
Yeah.
I can
just a
guess
little
that, that's
bit
right.
because they want Bet to fall into their momentum. They want to be the one controlling the momentum, and they're going to need to do that quick.
For now, contenting themselves with the lead as one zone belongs to one of each team as we see them push forward. This is Falco, as we mentioned earlier, one of the stages that you can lock the enemy team out in spawn, but neither team has had the opportunity to make it that far yet.
Yeah, this is definitely a big win for
They look
Healthy Diet
pretty
food
well
groups,
this game
especially
compared
because
to the
they
last
have
one.
not let
Yeah,
them take
it's a lot
control
more
of the
even.
zone so far. It's gone neutral a few
Oh, wait, they
times,
might
but
actually
that will
KO
still
here.
benefit Healthy Diet food groups, and this is their first
Yo, take a
moment
game off of
where
Bet.
they can start their lockout. We see
That'd be
Simo
huge.
struggling to get that.
I don't know if they
Tentacle
have before,
deployed
have they?
too. And this is by far the longest Healthy Diet food groups has had control of this zone. But with one of
That's
their
definitely
players
good
down,
enough
we'll
where
see
they
Bet
can
can
take
contest
control
in
for them
time, losing control. control of that left zone.
There it is.
Two are down on Healthy Diet Food Groups. It's going to be Bloop who's trying to take control and repaint. And
Dude, the junior
hard
fading against two players is
This
funny.
is going to be a prolonged game.
A couple of specials aiding Bet there and taking it back as Healthy
Also,
Diet
there's no
gets to
cooler
a
on
healthy
Happy Fridays.
2-point lead there, going all the way down with a hefty 74-point penalty. But Milana finally maybe some shades of what Falco was referencing, that 5-game set from Week 8.
Yeah, and certainly might look that way, but if we look at the positioning of Bet right now, they are going into full lockout mode for Healthy Diet Food Group. They're not letting Healthy Diet Food Group go back into the middle of the stage, and I think that can be very, very detrimental. Even with that, just 2 points left on the board for Healthy Diet Food Group, I think it could be very, very dangerous, because if we just look, there's so much turf in control of Bet. Bet is not going down. We have that Slosher player going down, but really, it's still very strictly in Bet's control.
That getting close to single digits here as they have the protection of the big bubbler, the Booyah Bomb coming out. It's not going to be enough to take one of the zones away, and the jump-ins will come through, but that's the lead, and that's the game. Bet, a fantastic recovery to bring themselves from the brink there in this
They
game
had it down to 2 and Bet came back.
Instead, Falco with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that is not what we were expecting a minute ago, and that is the toughest point to be in if you're Healthy Diet Food Groups. You are just seconds away from tying the set up 1-1. Now you're down 0-2. You're in the situation where you were before earlier today as well. And Healthy Diet Food Groups,
he even has like a tape, like a plate set up for him and his mom, and the table. Like, I feel so bad.
And Milana, we've seen shades of it when Gourmet Race played earlier today. They similarly had
his
a game
dad's
where
not
they
even
were
with him
in
either.
a
His
pretty
dad's
commanding
like, I don't know if he's
position
like
the
dead or
entire
something,
way
or he's
through
just like
and
on
then
vacation.
lost that lead
His dad
and now you have to have the mental fortitude to come back, even though you're facing elimination, to say we still have at least a game to make it all happen.
He just he's resort to like hang out with his teacher.
To make it all happen is better than having no game to make it all happen. So sometimes you just have to look on the bright side, but it's just a different story to settle your heart, settle your mind, and be able to kind of throw yourself full force into that versus I'm just gonna tell myself and fake it until I make it. You know what I mean?
Overcoming a deficit and having potentially to overcome some demons here, Falco, as Healthy Diet Food Group's gonna have to play on tower control. They did select Mako Mart, but in top 8s heading into today, 0-6. No wins yet in top 8s on tower control.
Yeah, and that is where you're going to be struggling, and who knows if Bet looked at those statistics and thought, we can use this to our advantage. But yeah, a lot of these metrics that we have don't really go in the favor of Healthy Diet Food Groups. With
Ziff is saying how this format is miserable.
Healthy Diet Food Groups, you're obviously going to be putting on your
I
game.
agree.
You have been doing that all day.
It makes sense to be miserable for players.
Getting that win, knowing you were just seconds away from tying the set. Again, they have to keep that optimism in their mind, know that they went to a Game 5 in Week 8, and like we said, Milana, anything is possible.
A lot of our statistics are from top 8, but there is just a huge ladder portion in each of those weeks that these teams fought for and were able to make, Milana, this top 8 placement. So as we see these teams getting ready, it is going to be Healthy Diet Food Groups who is all 4 of them ready immediately. It sounds like they're pretty confident in their strategy going into this one.
You know, sometimes you just have to throw your full force into it and be like, hey, we're just going to bring our A game. We're going to try our best. And, whatever happens, happens. And hopefully, abiding by this underdog story, that it happens in their favor.
Well, Tower Control Mako Mart will be the venue where that reverse sweep would have to start. Bet on the opposite side, hoping to get into our losers quarterfinals here. Let's see, Falco, the weapon compositions. And finally, something that we called out
let's see if it's a 3-0, I guess.
Now
they can get one. They can get one.
Splatana Stamper coming out from Stan.
Yeah, Stan's going to be using that with the Booyah Bomb, of course. That is especially we see a lot of the times here on Tower Control, and Bet sticking with some of the weapons they played before. Zeph sticking with that junior, with the bubbler as well, so a ton of support on the side of Healthy Diet Food Group.
Similarly to how we saw Shaq or Dr. Shaq go over to the Splash-O-Matic, we now see that on the side of Bet, and there is the Crab Tank to boot. It's going to be Simo trying to back off and getting some chip damage off onto the big bubbler, but it's not going to be enough. Instead, just surviving the best way that they can. And Milana, it's Healthy Diet making the first push of the game.
They are. Eevee's going to have to make some plays right here. They are utilizing that carbon. They're playing a little bit scrappy, but you know, with a couple down, Stan is also going to have to use that sticker Splatana. It seems like Stan is a little bit.
Oh, they have to say sticker for. Oh yeah, they have to say the full name.
Yep. Well, and that harkens back to this sort of more passive play style that Healthy Diet has become known for. And
sticker Splatana Stamper every time.
Sticker Splatana Stamper. Always immediate, but the retribution is always swift.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Bet's been really doing
Rapid
that
Pro,
before. And Healthy Diet now, this is their strongest start they've had all day today too, with 2 of their members going down. They had a lot of ink in front of the tower again, pushing it to that first checkpoint. Not quite getting there yet. But again,
the custom E-liter 4K scope is sharking here. This custom E-liter 4K scope just died.
It looks like this will be Bet's first opportunity, and we'll see what they do at this first checkpoint.
As we continue with the cliches, defense does tend to win championships, but Healthy Diet's not strong enough to stop Bet from taking the lead there. They don't quite make it yet through this first checkpoint, which is a good distance away, Milana, from the second as we see Blop go back and taking down Simo.
And you know, Simo just needed to hang into that tower long enough with that crab tank to be able to pass that first checkpoint, and Zero not letting the tower make it back to the middle of the stage, I think is going to be invaluable. But Eevee with that nice tri-strike, or tri-Zuka, excuse me, coming out, I think is going to hopefully stop this push from happening. But Simo back on the tower again with the crab tank. I think this pressure is just so relentless from Bet, and Healthy Diet Food Group is really struggling to be able to counteract it.
So we see Simo grouping up, and multiple members now of Bet grouping up to try and take that tactical or buff to their advantage here. And Zero, a player that has been in the Western scene for so long, they are taken out there, but they've been an important part of this Bet composition. Is now finally around the 37 mark here, Falco. Bet is stopped in their push.
Yeah, Bet has not pushed it past that 37 mark, but again, this is very difficult for Healthy Diet Food Groups too, with these 2 minutes and 20 seconds that are remaining. So Bet is playing a slower game now, seeking out Stan. Zero saying, I'm going to go around the corner, find you, you're just going to be hiding here, and I'm going to be guarding this Tacticooler that I know you guys are going to want to have to try and stay alive. So again, we talked about uphill battles for Healthy Diet Food Groups. This one is certainly no exception, as they are trying to get their footing here back in mid.
There is no Flounder Heights in the stage list, so this might be the closest to kind of sharking around on these walls that Eevee, a Carbon player, can tend to do, but they get taken out pretty quickly there, and the stage looking decidedly pink here in favor of Bet. 37, a pretty hefty chunk to get through, and Milana, they are keeping this tower going to make it even harder for Healthy Diet to put up a fight.
They are, but you know, one down on Bet, Eevee finding themselves in a position to be able to hopefully get a pick.
They haven't moved forward, they gotta do something,
They're going to need to be able to make these pushes happen. And we see Stan getting a nice pick. Are they able to take out Zero here? Not quite. Zero taking out Stan. Instead, Ziff and the Tacticooler, Bite Bubbler, Tacticooler both coming out. This is going to be an opportunity perhaps for them to push, but it seems like they just kind of left the specials there on the tower when they just left.
And so rough to expend 2 out of your 3 available specials and not get any palpable advantage from it. Both going on the tower, both disappearing on the tower, as they do retain the Trizuka there from their Carbon Deco Eevee. Now Zero loading up the Booyah Bomb and seeing how Healthy Diet sort of loading up Falco on this charge perch here. They have the long range, including this crab tank, to deal with it, so it's so tough for Healthy Diet to break in.
Right, and that's why Bet is not being as forward as they certainly could be. They're just kind of holding in mid. They're, you know, being very conservative with some of their specials and how they're using them. So they're putting the onus on Healthy Diet Food Groups to push up. Bet knows that they can survive these 30 seconds. Healthy Diet's going to have to put themselves out there if they want to try and push the tower, and now we see that starting to happen from Healthy Diet.
All 3 checkpoints still available. They would not have to get through all of them, just partway through the second to claim the lead, but that's already a tall order in the final 10 seconds here. The Trizuka coming out.
I don't know if they're going to even do this.
Dante there by mere inches. As Eevee looking to progress forward, they take some damage with 3 seconds to go in the tower. Still now being rated as they get 1 pick and 2, and that is going to do it. A crab tank just to end things off, and Bet will.
This is the same person as last time too, bro.
Healthy Diet Food Groups from our top 8 and move on, Milana, to our losers quarterfinals.
You know, I think it was just a difference in play style. I think that Bet's
that's the first team knocked out of top 8, I guess.
Playing it was very difficult for Healthy Diet Food Group to kind of come around and be able to get the.
It's still pretty good that they got all the way to top 8.
Their weapon compositions made it so
not
that
know
they
were
needed
that
to do
good.
that to be able to kind of move forward. Where we
Back
constantly
to
saw
watching
it
the
would be
movie.
Zero coming in, and then Simo coming in, and then Zero coming in again, and then Simo coming in again, and it's like, when does it ever end? And Healthy Diet Food Groups just couldn't come up with the solution fast enough.
That's the fun part, Milana. It doesn't end. And Falco, we've seen Bet now twice in very different situations here. A Game 5 where it was so close, and then a pretty emphatic 3-0. As they look forward to tomorrow, what do you see in this team that could be sort of their tagline or hallmark to try and get some of these tougher wins ahead of them?
Well, we know their next opponent and what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be against FT Win. So you're thinking about how well you played against Moonlight earlier today. Went to Game 5, didn't quite get the win, but then you held strong against Healthy Diet Food Groups. You just kind of coasted your way through it, to be quite frank, and especially in that Game 3, you had to make Healthy Diet Food Groups just work a little bit harder to get to you. You can kind of play the slower game. So I think Bet is just going to kind of relax, look forward to what's going to happen tomorrow when they move on further into the bracket, and they're just going to put their controllers down for the day because they know that they're done.
Well, speaking of bracket, let's go ahead and take a look after another match has gone by. Bet being the first team to eliminate another team here with Healthy Diet Food Groups going down in our losers top 8. That will set up, as Falco mentioned, a match in losers quarterfinals between FT Win and Bet. But coming up, we'll have our second losers top 8 match between Gourmet Race and Duck Motif.
For context,
they're
stuck in like the woods
Milana. These two teams play against each other, and they have a pretty fun bit of history together and are looking for this high-stakes matchup.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have been
That's a
around
horrible
the
spot,
for
bro.
many years now, and
Why would she not open
people
that
in
ever?
the competitive community are very familiar with the players. They're familiar with
Is it at least
the
wrapped?
expertise that each of these players
Yeah,
have.
it is also wrapped.
Okay,
good.
That
The phone.
a lot of them are pretty unique in the weapons that they pick, so I'm really looking forward to it.
We did call out one member of Gourmet Race earlier, Minor being a player that has not really swapped off of the Slosher.
We got Gourmet Race again,
That
yes.
composition or roster rounds it out by Leaf primarily on the S-Blast, as well as Pika, who plays a couple of things, but that mini Splatling certainly can come into effect, and then Shiny, their anchor, of course, on that Snipe Rider 5H. That does mean they have a relatively standard composition, and as it's noted here, a balanced game and composition.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and use that towards their advantage, too. And to talk about some of these teams and their history, 13 games played in top 8. Duck Motif leads that series 9-4. They are 3-1 in their matches, with their best modes being Splat Zones and Clam Blitz. So we'll see how that's going to transfer over into this competitive set as they face each other. And again, we talk about the stats and the history, but as we've noticed that things don't always follow with how the numbers are, too. So it could go a different way, but there are definitely some good back and forth between these two teams.
And from an anchor perspective, you go with somebody like Shiny on Gourmet Race, who's relatively, standard, likes to play that Snipe Rider, versus somebody like Bandit Milana, who we can see on just a variety of weapons in that role, including E-Leaders and Splatterscopes to boot.
We talked about it a little bit before, the difference between an E-Leader or a Splatterscope and being able to play Snipe Rider. I think being able to have that Snipe Rider under your belt makes it so that you can use a Tacticooler, obviously, but it also kind of gives your teammates an opportunity not to have to play a Tacticooler weapon as a result, which means that if we're looking at Duck Motif, maybe there might be another teammate who has to kind of adjust their weapons or adjust their playstyle to be able to accommodate a Tacticooler, because Bandit, even though they are the anchor, they're not going to be playing that special. So I think definitely something to consider when it comes to team composition.
Well, in talking about standard play styles and weaponry, we go now to a standard mode and stage combination here, as we will start with Tower Control Mako Mart Falco, the second most popular stage mode combination heading into today.
Not yet,
yeah,
no. Might be a few more minutes.
No reason why we wouldn't see it now. I mean, as we mentioned, a lot of these stage mode combinations are comfort mode stage combinations that, a lot of these teams too, they may have taken a few weeks to figure out what they want to do, but going into the playoffs, they have a lot under their belt on what they want to play. So I can't imagine there's a lot of thorough thought on how they want to approach Game 1. It's going to be later on, seeing how that series starts and seeing what you want to choose after that. But this one, like you mentioned, there's a reason why it's the second most chosen combination.
And more than twice as populous that stage is to the next one in the list for tower control, Hagglefish with 10 coming into today. And Milana, as we look at these teams, Duck Motif with a winning record over Gourmet Race. That's 3-1 in top 8 situations. You add another loss on there to make it 3-2 in the ladder. But this one should hopefully be a little bit closer, especially with them being seated right next to each other.
Yeah, I think it's just, I think this is one of the matches that I've been looking forward to personally since they both got knocked out into that loser side of the bracket, because I think their skill level, like we mentioned a little bit about the tiers of these teams, right? Both Duck Motif and Gourmet Race are kind of toe-to-toe
Mojo's in
with
Winners Finals.
some of the ways that they play, with their skill level, with the amount of time they spend in the competitive community. So like
it's
like a rivalry almost
Rocky
for me.
Mountains
So I'm like, that's why I'm looking forward to it.
Well, and in that rivalry, let's see what this shakes out to be in our losers round 1. It's Game 1 tower control
Duck
on
Motif and Gourmet Race. Now this is a close one.
To Czar DB on our spec cam. It's almost the battle Falco of a team in Gourmet Race with not that many expected changes versus a team in Duck Motif with plenty that they could swap to.
Yeah, plenty they can swap to. And we talked about Brush players before. We were
I missed the shiny
about we were talking about that kid, but we have Red Shell, as alluded to earlier, as being another very strong Brush player here in the league, playing that Octobrush, a weapon that we see all the time. And once again, we see these Splattershot Pro Fusion here with the Tent Missiles. Again, a very popular choice here on tower control.
Leaf looking to get something set up here. The Booyah Bomb been a very popular special.
I've seen this map every single set,
that have come into matches today, as we see Leaf use theirs and throw it just to the side of those boxes. And now we see the Tenta Missiles here, of course, coming out from a weapon that both teams possess Milana in that Pro Frozen.
And they do, and you know what, that Zipcaster
Mako is just so good, though. I love Mako.
Yeah. For Duck Motif.
I would blame him. At least it's not Haggle constantly.
Getting taken out on the way down.
I wish the newer maps were better.
I think Gourmet Race is going to utilize this to be able to make something happen here.
And with an objective that comes back into mid so consistently, locking down not only your own set of boxes, but also the ones
commonly picked maps are
so important, Falco, as we see Gourmet Race use that position, Shiny especially, as Miner escorts the tower past the halfway mark and into the 30s.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with how well this Gourmet Race team has been coordinated and the positioning of some of their teams too. You know, Leaf was using that
really good push,
throwing it at the anchor players on Duck Motif, and it really paid off and excelled them to push to that 29 mark. 2 checkpoints already down on the side of Gourmet Race, and Zach, we're only a minute 30 in.
Pika has particularly been a player that's been vocal about the journey of this team entirely for Gourmet Race, uploading basically weekly content about their performance and what they've learned and some of the matches. And so to see that come to fruition, including this push up to 29 in the early portion of this one, is so interesting. Especially Milana caught in a very tough position.
I'm clipping that so I can show Pika in case they don't know, but that's pretty cool.
For Gourmet Race, when Red Shell is not up and about, I think it's just one less worry for them, because Red Shell is a master of sharking and a master of being able to pop out when you least expect it. So being able to utilize that and take them out is going to be invaluable, like here, Miner grabbing that splat on the Zipcaster.
One of 2 primary Brush players that you have to watch out for, including Dat Kid in this top 8, as we see Duck Motif getting their best tower push of the game so far, reaching that first checkpoint with Vexen going down to Miner. That will be Duck Motif. Falco getting past it with some ease, but starting now to lose reinforcements as the trades go through.
Yeah, on one hand, you push the tower further than you have before you get a checkpoint, but on the other hand, you lose 2 of your members, so that's just going to give Gourmet Race a better position to try and counter this too. And remember, as long as this is a neutral game for the duration of this match, that is going to be really well for Gourmet Race, since they have that checkpoint lead, but of course they don't want to get too comfortable, because this right now is the best that Duck Motif has been looking in this game.
Duck Motif feeling a little bit more comfortable here in mid, but that comfort may go away with the advent of those triple ink strikes there. Miner will go down as we see the swift move.
I'm surprised they did not die there.
The 52, always a weapon that I'm so entranced by seeing. It just feels like it can dodge around in the ink and get behind enemies, basically running straight at them.
You know, unfortunately, I feel exactly what you just said, very like viscerally. Just sometimes the 52 gal, you just really can't expect it, and in the right hands can be very, very detrimental to a player on the opposing team. And you know what? They are utilizing that. They are trying to use Red Shell's positioning right here to be able to grab a pick. Red Shell in a precarious position, unable to kind of do anything here.
Yeah, jump out. Get out of there.
Precarious, kind of a kind word even. A very awkward position to have to jump out from as we see the Zipcaster coming out. Kara having to back off as being the one who's been riding the tower for the most part. This continues on their best push of the day as Miner will fall once again. Not able to make great use of that slosher so far as they will take the lead and move on, Falco, to checkpoint number 3.
Yeah, once they had that 3-player advantage and we're on the tower, we knew that was going to be the lead, and they are keeping up this momentum. They just have to get past this checkpoint. But it is going to be Miner getting a pick on Red Shell. That is going to be a really big pick. But now Gourmet Race has to change their strategy. They had the lead a majority of this game, but now they have under a minute to try and come back. Again, on the benefit for them, they don't have a checkpoint they have to get through, but they still have to approach that final checkpoint if they want to get past that 11 mark. So this is going to be a major battle for them.
Perhaps that's the mantra for Duck Motif. Stop the slosher, stop the world there. As we just saw them getting that pick with the Octobrush onto Miner and then jump back out. Miner already back in here as they're looking forward to seeing if they can push this tower even further. They have just about 10 seconds left to make this one happen, but they're losing reinforcements quickly. Miner spotted by the missile, so they can't get anywhere near the tower as Duck Motif hops on and has no sight of getting off anytime soon. That'll be a great push there by Duck Motif Milana as they make quick work of that one.
That was just so unfortunate, being the last person alive, trying to get back on the tower, and just seeing the horde of enemies coming at you, just making sure that you don't touch that tower no matter what. It's just so tragic if you really think about it.
And Falco, if you have the luxury of being able to save those specials for the last 5, 10, 15 seconds, it is a game changer to where on the other side, you feel like you have to use your specials maybe 20, 30 seconds in, and you don't have time to build them up before that possible overtime.
Of course, it's a game of checkers and chess at the same time because you want to use a special to give your team the leverage, but you don't want to not have your special later on when you think it would be more beneficial. So, you know, it's always a battle of when do I want to use this? Do I think I'm going to get splatted, or do I think I'm going to stay alive and I can quickly build another special to try and push this forward? And that's why I think it was difficult for Gourmet Race in those final moments. Of course, maybe they didn't even think about their specials and how they had to use it at the end because their momentum and thought process switched in the last minute with defense. Defense to offense. But with Duck Motif and how they played, again, I think their one-on-one execution against players on Gourmet Race was really what gave them the win, especially in the second half of that game.
And certain players more prone to using their specials more frequently in-game than others. You look at Gourmet Race, for example, you have Pika and Shiny who get their specials and use them over 4 times a game versus Leaf and Miner who are on the lower end of the 3s. And if you look at Duck Motif on the same vein, Kara and Kino, when they're subbed in, are above the 4s by a good margin. Red Shell, for example, just 2.8 specials per game, so they are really crutching, if you will, more so on that main weapon than anything else.
Yeah, and I think you work with what you got, right? Like, sometimes a Zipcaster can be something you want to use, like, say, for Red Shell, that you use very situationally. There's sometimes you maybe don't want to proc the Zipcaster because it kind of puts you in a bad situation, or maybe you don't feel like you understand where the opponents are to be able to be as effective as you can with the Zipcaster. So as we look at these specials, I think some of the higher counted specials, tactical or things you can just kind of like throw out and call it a day, whereas something like a Zipcaster, which is a little higher skill ceiling, might be a little bit lower.
Well, Falco, we're harkening back to olden times a little bit with this stage and mode combination. Well before the Splatoon 3 North American League, it will not be tower control on Hagglefish, but instead Splat Zone's Hagglefish that we were used to seeing much more around the game's opening.
Yeah, we saw it a lot, and like you mentioned, switch to tower control, but no, this is a different one. And to talk about these two teams and how they've played on Splat Zones, Duck Motif in this series 3-0 on Splat Zones against Gourmet Race. So they have that advantage, and of course Duck Motif chose this particular mode too, so they have that going for them. But yeah, on a stage like Hagglefish Market that is so narrow for splat zones, we could be seeing a lot of Tenta missiles, killer whales come out, a lot of those specials that it's very difficult to avoid.
And Gourmet Race has not been the best on splat zones, coming into today with a 2-9 record. You do have to take that, of course, Mana, with a grain of salt, but this is as neutral of a ground alongside something like Barnacle and Dime as you're want to see as we get started with our next game.
As we get started, indeed, very exciting for the start of this match.
Now it's starting.
And we see for these comps pretty much exactly what we expected. We see that 52 gal coming out, the stickers, Stamper as well. Snipe Rider on both sides. I think pretty standard as far as both teams go.
So the missiles for both sides. Duck Motif will still have that Killer Whale 5.1 with Vexen all the way in that left, now right-hand side alley. Gourmet Race also jockeying for position as Falco. They're the first team to take the zone.
Yeah, they want to ride this momentum again based on how that last game went. Just hold on to the zone. But of course, this is the moment that 20 seconds into the game where just all the specials are going to be unleashing. Every player's alive.
Okay.
That is huge here for Gourmet Race. They lost control of the zone for just a second.
Pika's crazy on the pro. Like, I usually see them on mini, but they've been going crazy
push up and capitalize on it, and I'm glad Gourmet Race is doing that.
Gourmet Race read and possibly wrote Splat Zones 101 here. Just the fundamentals working for themselves as they are about to get past the halfway mark. Red Shell now deigning to use that Zipcaster. That's one pick on a Pika. Looking for the second there. They see the jump in, but time runs out on them as they're able to call it out. And finally, Falco, Duck Motif claiming that positioning.
Yeah, they needed to as well because Gourmet Race got below that 50 mark, which is Gourmet Race's best opening so far today. So
nice.
Duck Motif still trying to push that forward. You know, Pika's going to have to go around some corners here, move some of those boxes that he's just kicking around too to try and push forward. But Duck Motif in a good position to take the lead. We can see some more specials coming out. That Killer Whale. Kira's going to be just making sure that nobody's flanking here, building up some of those Tenta missiles.
They keep going one down.
This is such
now they have to go. They have to go now.
With how narrow it is, and two are going to go down. So Duck Motif has the lead now, but Gourmet is coming in strong.
It's a long trek back to mid. It's no Manta Maria, but it is still quite a ways to get back to this zone here, Milana, as we see now, despite giving up around 65 points, Gourmet Race using every available avenue to them where they first started by the zone, now sending maybe one or two players to these alleyways and taking the zone back as a result.
They do take the zone back, but they have to consider that, you know, all of the members of Duck Motif are pretty much on the zone right now with 2 down for their team. Gourmet Race is going to have to recoup and just regather all of their teammates together because it really is just kind of, they're just kind of scrapping in the middle. They do take 2 down from Duck Motif, but you know, the counter missiles coming out from Kara, I think it is going to be difficult because Shiny cannot get their grounding no matter where they stand because of those missiles.
Yeah, Kara less so scrapping directly and forcing Shiny, who was trying to play on that uninkable Tarp or Tend there, forward right behind the zone, and we see Vexen now trying to shark around, has the Killer Whale to send it forward.
They're constantly
in a pretty good spot.
one or two
Falco
down.
To both take the zone over and keep applying that pressure that allowed them in the first place to get to 35.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Vexen just went up to the ledge, making sure that no members of Gourmet Race were below that canopy, wanting to drop down. So Duck Motif too, they're not overextending this push. They're just gently pushing forward where they need to be. It's Red Shell who's really trying to get them, but no, it's going to be Leaf taking them down too. Again, making Gourmet Race really work to try and earn this lead and to take back the zone. But again, with these missiles landing in the zone, that is going to be helpful.
Guys, why are we putting missiles on zone in the Big 25?
Zone 2. But finally, it's going to be switched over to Gourmet Race's side, and Zach, this is just a lot of back and forth.
I've truly been surprised, not just by the prevalence of Tenta missiles today, but by how many players will just sit in the zone and let those missiles fall onto the zone. And as we saw there, it was enough to allow that zone to be taken over. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way, but in this instance, it was enough as this zone is not super huge. But now we see Red Shell pushing forward, getting the pick on a miner there with another Zipcaster. That may be all they find, but that's enough to keep the pressure on here, Milana, as that penalty is almost through.
And you know what? We've seen Duck Motif throughout this game maintain an aggressive position to be able to push ahead of the zone with their teammates, to be able to take members of Gourmet Race out. And you know what? Vexen right here scrapping it out with Pika. Pika taking Vexen out. It really, even though Gourmet Race has the zone right now, they are kind of losing it pretty often. And they're going to need to have a more decisive control of the zone in order to get the lead.
They can only hope they don't lose it mentally as well as they look to make the most of these last 45 seconds. Gourmet Race trying to claim this zone back and get rid of their penalty, but they're stopped midway through. And now trying to see if anybody from Duck Motif is hanging around that
like that with the 2v2.
Red Shell, but not get them down. Nice shot. They again are hanging on to this Zencaster, waiting Falco for the right time to use it.
Yeah, this is perfect too for Gourmet Race.
Jumps, bro.
Push forward, but like you said,
just waiting
on how Red Shell's
you
going to
never want Red Shell to have zip.
Wait, that's lead. And right now, it's just a little too late, especially with 2 players down on the side of Gourmet Race here.
I mean,
you don't necessarily
he's gonna get zone, I guess, but
it's
close.
You're glad you have the zone recapped. You might want to just wait for a perfect opportunity to overtime as Zach, that appears to be where we're headed.
That's a big pick, and Red Shell's going to be the tip of the spear to make sure that Duck Motif can get rid of this penalty. Trying to stay alive, and has to go down to the alleyway as they jump away. Their jumps have been so on point today, and that's part of why they've been able to survive so well. Bandit able to help them retain the point, retain
that was such a close one. He's so back and forth.
Here. It was back and forth all the way through, but Falco, as we get into this overtime, it was not very many points that they had to chew through to get back to being in a position to get the lead, and a great show of being able to lock in the face of adversity.
Yeah, and Duck Motif, you know, really needed to, or they wanted to get that win. They needed to if they wanted to close out this match a little bit earlier as well. So that was a great game for them too, especially where Gourmet Race was looking a little bit more comfortable than they did in game 1. So again, it came down to when do we want to use our specials. As we mentioned, it's easier to get them in splat zones because you're just re-inking and inking the same spot over and over again. So you're going to build up a lot of those specials. And it just came out to an opportunity where Duck Motif was one step ahead.
And Milana, we didn't see Gourmet Race in a lot of the situations that Duck Motif were putting themselves in, where they would send a player very far forward ahead of the zone into that sort of ramp that goes into the spawn area. Gourmet Race playing much more traditionally, staying behind the zone and only ever sending maybe one player into those alleys at a time.
I think that maybe was a little bit to their detriment, that they weren't able to maintain space in front of the zone. I think traditionally when we think about splat zones, we want to be able to not just control the zone, but we want to control the area in front of the zone too, because as you are inevitably probably taken out, unless you know, it's a wipeout, but inevitably you're going to get taken out, you're going to get splatted by the enemies. You want to have a tactical already so that you can come back quicker, and you want to have turf painted, turf inked on the ground in front of the zone so that it is actually going to take the time of the opponents to be able to re-turf that area in order for them to make it back into the zone. So I think you want to kind of add as many hurdles back into the zone, and Gourmet Race just was not able to do that.
Well, Falco, we go from a pretty metered, pretty standard mode in Splat Zones over to Rainmaker for game number 3, and similar conversation to what we just had for Healthy Diet Food Groups now for Gourmet Race, where they're backed into that corner. Their playoff lives are on the line here. What do they need to change to make something happen?
Yeah, it's really finding opportunities where you can catch Duck Motif off guard, but one of the trickiest teams to catch off guard, I think, is Duck Motif, just based on how spread they are around the entire stage here. So for Rainmaker too, they have opportunities where they can break up this game, of course, with the checkpoint. And this was the one we've seen a lot of Museum d'Alfonsina where there's only one checkpoint, but here for Undertow Spillway we have two. The traditional path that a lot of teams will take is the left side, but that right side checkpoint is pretty easy to get relative to the checkpoints, but to follow up and push beyond that, it's much more tricky.
I love referencing on this and on Humpback Pump Track, Milana. There's this sort of horseshoe of doom, if you will, this area right past that first checkpoint where you can go around this unequal area, and oftentimes not just to maneuver the Rainmaker with, but we also see anchor players kind of hang around behind that wall and let their teammates jump in to continue a push instead of going straight for that bridge on the left-hand side.
You know, I think it's because having a little bit of, I guess...
I'm back. Oh my god, they did that analysis.
Security is the word I'm looking for, right? That if you have a little bit of security, that your anchor player is standing just a little bit behind the action, that even if you get taken out, perhaps you already have that tactical, or you're really back in the action immediately. So you want to be back in the action, like actually back in the action. So you want to jump straight there.
This could be a deciding game number 3.
Gourmet Race, please reverse sweep. Do the first reverse sweep.
Off here on Rainmaker, Undertow Spillway. Falco, we're already to see some of the usual changes come through including
this is a scary comp to fight in this map, though.
Respectively, and for one team, those Dapple Dualies.
Yeah, Dapple Dualies are going to be coming out from Pika. That's going to have the beacon and Tacti Cooler too.
Do they usually have no cooler?
Not many
no, they usually have pen.
No. Again, and we didn't really expect it to happen as well. So Gourmet Race, the first team to get the pop, going to be getting a little bit of ink in front of the members of Duck Motif as well. And that's going to be picked up by Pika with a 2-player advantage, 3-player advantage now. Pika's really
they're not messing around.
And they are doing just that by quickly getting to this first checkpoint.
Why we died to the bomb?
Going to be taken down from one of the members of Duck Motif, but the rest of the members of Gourmet Race are here to try and push us forward.
Well, it was going about as well as you could hope to start out for Gourmet Race, but it's been a pretty common theme today as well for Rainmaker pushers to get stopped right in front of that pedestal and not be able to dunk it immediately. And I will say, Milana, Gourmet Race swapping over to the 52. That's not a weapon that they've traditionally run, and they're facing a player in Vexen that's very comfortable on it, but with a linear map like this one, that Killer Whale may come in handy.
I think that Killer Whale is going to target, you know, you can use that to target the Rainmaker, you can use that to target other players, and it's actually really interesting because combined with those missiles, I think it can be really deadly.
No, Pika.
So we see now lots of trades coming out. It's
so
a
many. It's just back and forth trade, bro.
Situation. Gourmet Race did have the advantage, and they will be sitting on it now using that Killer Whale.
You're gonna die to Charger if you stand there. Please don't skip.
That's Red Shell who's making a mad dash for it, and Leaf will pick up the assist as a result. And Gourmet Race, Falco, not really feeling too much pressure or finding an opportunity despite holding the Rainmaker to pop that pedestal. They're just making sure that they can get through, but that Inkback is going to put up a stalwart defense yet again.
Right, and you can only do that for so long, especially because you don't have that checkpoint. But once Duck Motif picks up the Rainmaker, like right now, they're able to get some points, but if you're Gourmet Race, you do have a player advantage right now too. So again, you want to ride this momentum and do everything you can to get past that checkpoint. But the thing is, Duck Motif knows that's Gourmet Race's objective too. So that's why Gourmet Race isn't bothering picking up the Rainmaker. They know if they get closer, they're probably going to get splatted, and that's why this is kind of becoming a game of chicken.
Shiny has one objective right now, and it was just a dodge out of the way of the two, now 3 specials that have come their way, seeing if they can get away from Red Shell Zipcaster, which they will as it runs out. But that is many used for Duck Motif to not hold on to the Rainmaker yet, get splatted right around mid here, Milana, and lots of investment for what's effectively just creating a 2v2 scenario.
And you know what? In a 2v2 scenario, if Duck Gourmet Race hypothetically was able to hold this kind of control for the entire game, maybe it could be successful for them. But like we mentioned time and time again, any push in Rainmaker, not necessarily safe unless it's going to be a knockout. And we see here Duck Motif with that Zipcaster getting a splat, and they are able to make it through that first pedestal, which means that it really is just a slippery slope into the next pedestal, especially with that Inkback.
Kara moving forward, backed by the Inkback, but in front of an Inkback. They will get to 25. They do get wiped out, but it's a small price to pay. There's now under 2 minutes left to go to gain a pretty drastic lead. Falco, typically, that point of success is getting midway through or past on that bridge. It seems like Gourmet Race is going to have to do the same here shortly.
Yeah, and remember, their opening push, they got to that first checkpoint, but couldn't quite get past it. And once again, they're stopped short with 3 of their members going down.
Barely around the corner.
Duck Motif is doing such a great job on defense on these choke points as well. And with time ticking down for Gourmet Race, running out of time, it's much more difficult. And again, I think Duck Motif knows that too, opting for that Rainmaker to reset, bringing it back to a neutral game, not giving many opportunities for Gourmet Race, especially with just Pika alive.
As we see that now wipeout against Gourmet Race, I'm always in awe of anchor players like Bandit and their ability to cut through the chaos and hit shots that they effectively can't see the player that they're targeting. It's always amazing that they can land those shots, as we see Vexen taking down Pika in what I believe was the battle of 2 high-class weapons there. The Dapple's going to go down, and now Vexen chasing after Leaf here. They'll get the assist in that form, and they want to extend their lead here as Red Shell looking for the opportunity to get in. They have the wall to protect them from the Inkback shot here. Falco being set upon by triple Ink strikes. Now they have a path pushing forward here and get stopped at the 13 mark.
Yeah, that's the moment where you can't turn around. You can't really slow down. You just want to push this as far as you can, hoping you can get the knockout, but knowing you probably won't just because there's a lot of objectives in front of you that are stopping you, but it was going to be Shiny.
They're still dying,
no. Just to get it out of the side of Gourmet Race.
Yeah,
so Duckmotif
I don't know about this one for Gourmet.
And again, you talk about how difficult this has been for Gourmet Race. They have not had a 4-player strong where they've all been able to go, especially with players like Bandit taking out Miner just by flicking the controller too. Zach, this looks like it will be all Duckmotif in the last 5 seconds.
To put the cherry on top, they lose too near the end, but they sit right on top of the Rainmaker, and it's not enough for Gourmet Race. Duckmotif here on Undertow Spillway will cap it off, a sweep for them as they move forward into our losers quarterfinals. That will be it for Gourmet Race as we say goodbye to them for the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs. But what a journey it's been for both teams.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with the level of play that both of these teams have brought.
Back to the movie while they yap.
The thing that is so great about this league is that we can follow the storylines of these teams.
Are they going to do any more? That's the question. I don't even know.
And I'm sure that if you compared the Gourmet Race of today with the Gourmet
Race I
of
would save
3 months ago, 2 months ago,
yeah, at this point it's going to be only like
just they're completely
1,
different
2,
teams. And I just
3,
seeing that kind of improvement, I hope
4,
to see them continue to improve.
5.
Well, we've heard a lot about the Gourmet Race of yesteryear and maybe tomorrow, but let's throw it over to the 9-hole grains of today to break it down for that action.
They've done
losers top 1 set.
The master of
8 today, so actually it would make sense to do it to leave it up for tomorrow. Yeah.
Redshell was kind enough in game 1 to jump out and give us a wonderful overhead view of the push that would lead Duckmotif to take this game from Gourmet Race. Take a look over here where the last 2 members, Pika and Shiny, are. The others are already gone. We'll go ahead and roll this through in real time, and you can see how it looks when an entire team is contributing to a push.
You've been watching that whole thing. You just started it today.
Is coming from somebody jumps on top. Then they move over to the left side here.
I lost it like a bit. I lost like
shooting and using the maximum range of the Sniper Rider assistance. At that point, they've already pushed Vexen up with that 52 gal, and here at the end, Kara even goes and hits a nice highlight shot to close this out. This was the moment when Duckmotif seized control of the game, and as you all know, they seized control of the match in a dominant 3-0 sweep.
Well, thank you, Nine. We always appreciate that you come out guns ablaze in
they
there.
Damn.
We want to look at the bracket here after this final losers round 1 match.
The nine glazing is crazy. He said he's just said appreciate you always coming out guns ablazing.
Each other, at least not yet, as we will see later on tomorrow. In fact, FT Win versus Bet, and then Moonlight versus Duckmotif. But that wraps up our action for today. Milana, we'll start with you for some final thoughts. What was your impression of the action that we saw today?
You know, I think a lot of those matches turned out kind of in the way that we expected, but also not in the way that we expected, right? There were so many 1-point differences between some of these games, and it's just been so awesome to be able to see these teams perform at a way that maybe the numbers, you might have seen the 3-0 or the 3-1, but those numbers don't really encapsulate how exciting these games have been, so look forward to day 2.
I think as casters, we're always happy to not see just 100% 3-0s across the board, so we'll call that a success. Falco, same question to you here.
Yeah, a lot of these teams, they've had 2 weeks to prepare for this moment, especially Gourmet Race. They're one of those teams that got in through a week 8 with how well they performed. So to see them go and to also see Healthy Diet Food Groups, they've played so strong, and they're playing against some very tough competition. Like Milana said, everything we can say on paper of the higher seed getting the win typically, but seeing plenty of Game 4s, a few Game 5s as well, this has been such an exciting league so far.
Well, while that may do it for today, there are 6 teams jockeying for that
ultimate they said
prize of
that's it for today.
First in the Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs.
It's been 5 hours.
We'll continue tomorrow at noon Pacific time.
I'm done. I want to go. I don't even know.
Thank you so much to all of my casters.
Finally, it's still going. No, it's finally ending.
For this one, it has been a fantastic.
Finally done after all the yapping.
Yeah, I don't fuck with this format very much.
Noon Pacific time tomorrow for more Splatoon 3.
Why are the adults not going with them to search for their baby? What are they doing?
Yeah.
They're just taking the kids out alone in the wild to search for the baby.
The fuck? Parents are weird. Well, that's it. I'm gonna raid Sencon just because he's playing Splatoon. They're playing Splatoon. Yeah.
I think they're trying to play Baja.
They're doing a scrim.
I don't think he's in the thing. Oh, okay. Yay. We don't have to watch 20-minute long nap sessions anymore.
Alright, bye guys, rating. Yippee.
The mom telling her kids to DM her friends.